Can you hear me? Can you let me know in the comments if you can hear me? Can you hear me? Can you let me know in the comments if you can? Cool. Right. Won't be a minute. Right, there you go. I thought I'd surprise you and start a few seconds earlier. How's everybody doing? Start. How's everybody doing? How much will it take to bribe corrupt Dan this week? How much have you got, Henry? Let's see. Audio's looping. Let's see. Audio's looping. Let's see. Oh, bugger in there. It is as well, isn't it? Hang on a minute. I knew something was going to happen. Let's see. I can't remember how I fixed it last time. I knew something was going to happen. Let's see. I can't remember how I fixed it last time. Let's see. I can't remember how I fixed it last time. Can't remember. Right, let me have a look. Oh, right. Let me try it now. Let me know if it's looping now. Hang on a second. Still looping. For God's sake. This is really annoying. Yeah, the stream's. Oh, it's not looping anymore. Is it gone? Definitely gone. Yeah. Definitely gone. Yeah. Definitely gone. Yeah. Definitely gone. Yeah. Oh, I got my tit and I. Oh, cool. Okay. How the devil is everybody? Sorry, Graham. Sorry, Graham. Sorry, Graham. No, I'm only joking. I'm taking a piss now. So come on, how the fuck, everybody? I do apologise for the lack of live stream recently. I purposely I purposely jumped into bed for a few hours this afternoon so that I would not be too tired this evening. However, this live stream will I'm going to close this live stream about 12 o'clock tonight. Obviously, it's a school night. I've got stuff that he's doing, as I know many of you have got work and stuff to do tomorrow. So we'll run this till about midnight ish. Or I say that probably be a 1 o'clocker or something, or 3 o'clocker, but we'll see. Uh, Turn that off for a minute. More tests to see if you have stomach cancer. Oh shit! Sorry to hear that photo, Paul. I hope your tests come back okay. Been painting the kitchen. I need to paint mine. You need to get round here, Lost Souls, and help me paint mine. Hello, Rex. Moon shots. Yeah, I did see your video the other day of the moon. I would take my camera out there, but I've got it. Well, I've kind of got it set up for my YouTube, and knowing me, I'll take it out there, change some of the settings, and I won't be able to find I won't be able to find the settings again. I'm not allowed to. I can't paint the ceiling, Lost Souls. If you're talking to me, I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed up ladders in case I have a funny turn. You'll have to sit on my shoulders, Lost Souls. Your old name was Paul Moore. Well, Paul, I hope everything turns out all right for you. Genuinely. Um, Jamie, as far as I know, Jamie's still dealing with some legal issue. I don't know. I literally don't know any more than that. All I know is that he'll be back. He'll be back as soon as he can. But when that's going to be, I don't know. Right. My filters all reset themselves and I can't find my wig anymore. Got this one, so I found this one, but I can't find my wig. Got the pig, but not the wig. Dr. Pepper. Oh, I do love a Dr. Pepper. But every time I have a takeaway, I've got to have a Dr. Pepper with it. Can't have anything else with it. No worries, Gray. Do what you got to do, mate. Simon, to be honest, I've not been on a live for a little while. I've had a couple of weeks without live. I think tiredness and falling asleep and shit like that has kind of interfered with my life, which is a bit of a pain in the arse. But I jumped into bed for a couple of hours this afternoon purposely to make sure that I'm awake this evening. Although I am still tired, I'm awake enough to do a live stream that we've missed. Hello, Princess Angela. How you doing? So what have I been missing? Have I been missing anything in the chat anywhere? Have I been missing anything? Anybody got any gossip they want to share? I obviously been rather busy recently. I haven't responded to as many messages or as many comments in the comment section as I'd normally would. But have I been missing anything? Anybody falling out? Anybody having a fight over anything? Got been talking about me? There's nothing to talk about me anyway. I'm nothing exciting. Been getting hammered on YouTube though. The bloody monetization, they have absolutely hammered me this month. Absolutely killed me. I think I counted it the other day. Out of 30 videos, I think it was the night before last, out of 30 videos, they I think they monetized 8, which is a bit of a kick in the teeth, really, especially as my swearing isn't as prolific as it used to be, and I do try and use, where I can, words that might not be picked up, so to speak, but they are. Any updates on the statue fallout? Yeah, actually, good point. Excuse me. I had a phone call. No, I didn't have a phone call. That's a lie. Stop lying, Daniel. I had an email from my solicitor a week or so ago from the Metropolitan Police that sent an email to my solicitors, and it said that I'm no longer on bail, which you would assume to be a good thing, okay? Because if I'm not on bail, I've got no bail conditions. However, rather than being on bail, they've put me on under investigation, or released under investigation. Now, being released under investigation means I'm still on bail, ultimately, okay? All it is just, all they've done, because when you're under bail, you can only be bailed for a certain amount of time, and then they've got to charge you. What they've realised over time is that some people they can't charge and they have to let them go, and then they don't like it. Okay, so what they've done is they've come up with this whole released under investigation malarkey, and what that means is they can still keep all of your stuff. Okay, so they've got all of my gear still. All right, they've bailed me, taken all my gear, bailed me, done that for 2 months. So, well, since beginning of January, February, 3 months been on bail. Then they write to me brief and say, right, he's no longer on bail, but he is released under investigation, which means they can, come and get me anytime they want if they want to, but they're still looking into me, which means they can still keep all of my stuff. Now, I have argued with them that they don't need all of my stuff. All they need are the memory cards. Keep my phone, fine. I've got another one to use. Keep that phone. Don't damage it because I'll be selling it when I get it back. But keep the phone. But give me the other equipment back and just take the memory cards. But no, they don't want to. I conspired to cause criminal damage. How did I conspire to cause criminal damage, Mr. Crinkle? I would have had to have known about it and believed it was going to happen in order to have conspired with it. And I didn't know neither until the time. So how do you suppose I conspired to cause criminal damage? I knew. That's a bit of a statement, that is, isn't it? That sounds more like an accusation rather than a statement. Evening, Kaz. So it was coincidence. What are you? What have you done? Have you bought yourself a police uniform, Crinkle? Are you sitting there rubbing yourself off in a police uniform? Let's just not catch you in any South London parks rubbing yourself off in a police uniform, eh? Here's a thing. Here's something for you to think about, Crinkle. When Black Lives Matter, okay, we're in Bristol, or when they go and do a march, a rally, a protest, or when Extinction Rebellion go and do something, and they call the press first to go down there, and the press turn up, and then the protesters do something maybe that they shouldn't do, and the press is there to record it. Does that mean that the press are involved in any criminal activities that may occur? Is that what you're saying? Because if it does, we should see an awful lot of reporters and journalists getting locked up, shouldn't we? In my case, yes. You are an idiot. You really are. Do the police have a right to search your phone or camera? It depends it depends really what offence you've been arrested for. I have been trying to work with my brief regarding Section 9 of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, which is about excluded material. As a journalist, you have a right to keep, certain information private, a bit like you would if you was a solicitor or a doctor. You would keep certain information private, and you have that responsibility if you work in reporting or journalism in some way. You have a right to keep your sources' identity a secret, for example. Now, under that, the police have to get a court order in order to go through your devices. But the police didn't in my case, but they knew I was there reporting. They knew I was there in a journalistic capacity because of the equipment that I had on me. I had nothing else on me apart from my journalistic equipment. And that was it. And they even acknowledged that when I was there. So I'm kind of chasing that angle at the moment, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But yeah, they do have the right to go through your phone under certain circumstances. Professional muppetry. I have nothing. Let's pop you up on here so people can see. I have nothing against you personally, but I'm personally going to attack you personally. Well, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Anybody want to reply to professional muppetry for me? I really can't be asked. Boom, mic drop moment there, Richard. Crinkle, if all you're going to do is repeat the same comment all the time, then I'm just going to tell everybody to ignore you or block you. Whether they do or not is down to them. But if all you're going to do is come on and repeat the same question over and over again, you haven't attacked you. That comment is a personal attack. That's a personal attack on me. So I'm going to finish my coffee, then I'm going to open the phone lines. Crinkle, pick your own bone. I don't want you picking mine, thank you. Professional muppetry. Where do you think all of the mainstream media gets its news from? Where do you think it gets it from? Somewhere, one of the news places will get a breaking story. Where do you think the other news media outlets get their story from? Oh, I know. They copy it from whoever broke the story. That's what they do. But we've got to remember is they've got hundreds of people, thousands of people working for them, okay, looking for stories to break so that they can be the first people to break a story. I don't. I'm me on my own doing what I do. Okay. And yes, I do. Yes, Crinkle. I do get my news from the media. Not all of it from the mainstream media. A lot of it I get from like small village or small newspaper outlets that don't that don't get to everybody. So what I do is I collect all of them other stories and I put them into one place. So stories that people might not get to see from, like the Lincolnshire local rag, for example, that somebody in the Northwest wouldn't get to see, or somebody in Cornwall wouldn't get to see. And I grab those stories and I put them all into one place, which is on the channel, so people can hear about all the stories, or as many stories as I can put out. And what is wrong with that? Professional muppetry. I haven't broken anything. Did you not? Did you not hear what I just said? Before I ignore you, did you not hear what I just said? I am me on my own, doing everything alone. Okay. I haven't got the opportunity to go out looking for stories. Okay. I have to wait for people to come to me. Okay. Which I have got, and I have got some things in the pipeline actually. But because it's just me on my own, plus I'm putting out all these other reports from stories that I've collected from around the country, unfortunately, I don't really have the time. And yeah, actually, Simon, you're right. I did get nicked the last time. The last time I tried to break a story instead of working. I'll tell you what, professional muppetry, you try having 3 strokes, you fucking cockhead. Yeah, have 3 strokes yourself, and then fucking tell me why I'm not working. You cunt. Sorry, people. Right. Fuck off, professional fucking cocksucker. Now, I rarely kick people from the channel, but if somebody's going to fucking start slagging me off for not working after I've had strokes, then fuck you. Roger, it's got a noise gate on it. Well, that was an interesting start to the live stream, wasn't it? Now, do you think professional muppetry looks like this? Can you add an EpiPen to your first aid bag and give it to someone who's collapsed? I don't. To be honest, it's not something I know much about. But I would assume in a serious situation, then you could. I would assume. I mean, to have an EpiPen and not use it, and somebody potentially dying, shall we say, from an anaphylactic shock or whatever, would probably be worse for you than actually using it and saving them. So I would imagine that you can. Uh, Again, providing it's in the right situation, the right circumstances. Smudge is out and about somewhere. I mean, obviously, it's still light outside at this time of the night or this time of the day. So Smudge is off probably hunting. Evening, Lucifer. Yeah, that's what I mean, Roger. If it needs to be in if you're going to use an EpiPen, you need to know that that person, is in need of it, so to speak. It needs to be a serious situation. Um, but I do believe some what are they called, first aid boxes and stuff like that will have EpiPens in. How you doing, Paul? Diver Dan, how are you, mate? Right, I've nearly finished my coffee. I'm going to get these. Going to get this phone line open. I was going to do a StreamYard tonight, Scott, but the problem, I mean, we are on StreamYard, but I mean, I was going to invite people on, but I need to, I need to be gone by about 12ish, one-ish. And if I get the, if I get people on, I know I'm going to end up on for ages. So I'll probably save that one till Sunday. Probably do the panel on Sunday. I want to give people the opportunity to ring in again because, to be fair, I've kind of neglected people that just want to phone in and don't want to come on camera. Even though we do open the phone lines, it's very difficult to have the panel and the calls because the caller can't hear what the panel are saying. Unless they've got their sound on in the background, and if they've got their sound on in the background, it causes feedback. So what I'm going to try and do is, or not try and do, what I'm going to do tonight is do the lines tonight, and then tomorrow, and then Sunday do the panel. Fluke Dog was on here a couple of weeks back, Richard. Right. Oh, I'm sorry, Roger. My apologies. My apologies. Spencer, no. The only thing I've heard about civil is as I said a little while ago, somebody else asked. All I know is that he's still dealing with his legal issue. Other than that, he's keeping information very close to his chest. Yeah, you know what it is, Holly, is because I've not been on for a while on the live stream, so I think people have not realising that I'm on and probably haven't had notification. Hello, Hugh Jorgan. Yes, it's certainly is a never-ending stream of corruption, shall we say. Yeah, it's far too many people like that, man like Tiggs. Far too many. Excuse me. Right. Oh, hello, Psycho's missus. Yeah, they'll only be off till Sunday. They'll be back on. Don't worry. Smudge is fine, thank you, Richard. He'll be around at some point. Right, come on in. Let's see if the calls work. 01515289590, or if you've got Skype, you can find me under Dan Pap, which is a free call, Skype to Skype. It's free anyway, even if you want to call from a mobile, and you've got minutes. Yeah, StreamYard might be better for some people, Henry, but it's not better for others. Hence why tonight I'm going to do the phone, and then on Sunday I'll do the panel. Some people don't want to come on and do a panel; just need somebody to talk to. Although it doesn't seem like anybody wants to talk tonight. Was I never taught to be cautious at the lodge? Oh, there we go. Let us make sure everyone can hear. Hello, caller.
Hello, Dad. How are you, lad?
Hello, mate. You all right?
Yeah, not bad.
Good
you
stuff.
All right, yeah?
Yeah, mate. Just 1 second. Let me just make sure everyone can hear you. Just get a yes or no from the comments. I think I'm a little bit delayed at the moment, so yeah, right, they can hear you. Yeah, Bobby, how's things, mate?
I'm good. Good. I was going to ask you, could a police officer arrest you if you're doing something on a private land?
Depends what you're doing. If you're committing a crime, they can.
It wasn't actually a crime. It was with seaweed.
It was with what?
It was with seaweed. I call her seaweed because she's the tide. Even the tide don't drink, wouldn't take it out.
So no, as I say, it depends what you've been doing. But yeah, if it was a criminal offence like a like most things, they criminalise fucking everything, haven't they? But yeah, pretty much they can. Pretty much, yeah.
Well, she asked me to. It was a woman copper and a man copper, and the woman asked me to stop, and I said they're not being funny. I like the gas gun. I started, so I finished. She had the cover on.
Can you tell us what you was doing?
It was seaweed's a woman, and I was in work, and she was sort of going to details.
Oh, you weren't dogging then?
No, I wasn't doing anything like that. I don't do anything like that.
No, unless you're committing a crime, they can't really do fuck all about it. They can't kick you off as such. It's a civil matter again. So the only time it becomes a police issue is if you're interfering with other people going about their lawful work. So I don't know.
That's what I said to the police woman. I said, "Hey, this is private property. If not, I want to bear aware trucks come in. So my job is to check the trucks, etc.
Right.
And it's not access to the public." And I was just, I don't know how the fuck you got on the site anyway. But he came on, and I said, "Well, we're not being funny. I'm quite busy at the moment." And she just walked away and laughing.
Right. Yeah. You know what the police are like for getting involved in civil matters. It's far easier to get involved in a civil matter and threaten somebody and then turn it into a criminal matter than it is to actually go and find a criminal matter to deal with. But
I know we do in the office, but they put cameras there now, so I couldn't be to do it there.
Right.
So it was behind the shed.
Okay. No, as I say, if you was on somebody's land that you shouldn't have been on, there's nothing they can do unless your actions are interfering with their lawful work. Then the police can get involved. But other than that,
it's a private land. It's like you bring in containers from all over the place.
Right.
So my job is just to check containers
for immigrants.
Well, whatever.
Oh dear.
But I've been watching all your videos about all the weird police, like the fella, the video about the fella got so many months for looking at a woman.
Yeah.
Like that.
Now, just to be clear on that, I mean, allegedly, and I say allegedly because again, this is now an offence that falls on the person who feels offended. Okay, doesn't need proof, doesn't need evidence. It's the same as a hate crime. It doesn't need evidence. It just depends on how you feel. So, I'm not saying for a moment, by the way, that the guy may well have been glaring at the lady, right? He may have been, dribbling. He may have been, tongue hanging out and whatever. That could have been a case which is going to make anyone feel a bit uncomfortable, even me. But to be looking at somebody, to be trying to, chat somebody up, for example, okay, you can't turn around and say, "Oh, I feel uncomfortable. He's trying to chat me up." You've got to give that person some space to understand that and to move away. For example, when I was younger, if I was on a train going into London and I see some birds sitting at the other end of the carriage, I'd stroll over and I'd start chatting to them, and do you know what I mean? And then if they told me to fuck off, I'd have a laugh and then I'd walk away. But now, one of the problems now is all somebody's got to do is, rather than tell that person to fuck off, they just text British Transport Police and say somebody's making me feel uncomfortable, and they're going to come and nick you for it without giving you the chance to, without even telling you that they don't want to talk to you.
Because this is getting ridiculous. It's like the police are arresting fellas are doing nothing, and you're letting like paedophiles walk free.
Yeah. Well, I said this, didn't I? I said this in one of my videos recently. It's, there were, somebody's getting 19 weeks for looking at a girl. Okay, didn't touch her. Okay, but from the reports, okay, he did go and sit near her, and he was sort of staring at her like, sort of thing, like being a bit of a dick, apparently. But even so, being a dick isn't a criminal offence. If it was, most of us would be locked up.
But I would probably get life by now, Dan.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? But this is what they're doing is they're making, being a bit of a dick, but maybe you've had a drink, maybe you're feeling a bit brave, and there's a bird you wouldn't normally talk to, and you don't want to look a twat in front of your mates, and you're showing off a little bit, a bit of bravado. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean you're going to take them, doesn't mean you're going to drag them off the train and take them down an alleyway and do something terrible to them. But this is what they're making out. They're making out that is exactly what's going to happen. And it's fucking dangerous.
But if you look at the evidence, Dan, it was only 85,000 alleged rapes last year.
Yeah.
I can break that down for you. 12,000 of them was men on men rapes. So that's got fuck all to do with women in the first place.
Yeah.
37,000 was alleged rape against prostitutes.
Right.
I know prostitutes still could get raped, but that's just like a hazard of the job, isn't it? Basically, not being nasty.
Well, some of those particular cases, and I don't mean to, I certainly don't mean to downplay, assaults against anybody, but I think some of those incidents are probably where people haven't paid. And then they've turned around and gone, right, well, fuck you. I'll stitch you up for not paying me,
That's why there's only 1 in 60 rape goes to court, because, and also, Dan, 25,000 of them are paedophiles against kids. Now, and when a paedophile goes to court, they charge him with rape.
Yeah.
And then when they go to court, it's more serious charges. But the rape's still on the books.
Yeah.
And 90% of the rest of it, it's domestic rape against husband and wife, boyfriend and that.
Yeah.
So you're only working out 1,200. Now, 131 women went to court, and he was proven to be a lie. He lied about it.
Yeah.
But that's only like 1,000.
You seem to be able to be pretty good at getting these statistics and that. So I'll ask you to do it for me. See if you can find out, if it's possible, the number of rape allegations, shall we say, that were made where the perpetrator didn't know the victim.
It's about 300. I think on top of the head, Dan, I looked into that. It's about 300.
Right, because that would be an intrigue. That would be the number that would intrigue me the most, because that is the issue that they're trying to make out, that we're all bad, and if you're a woman, you're going to get attacked by a man. Even from looking at you, he's violating you. But the real question is, yes, people are getting assaulted in marriages. Yes, same-sex couples may be having a similar sort of issue, but that should be categorized as that. If it's a stranger danger type rape, right? Okay, so somebody's just jumped out of a bush, he's grabbed the nearest person, doesn't know who it is, and attacks them. That is the one that that the government and police are trying to make out is what's going to happen to everyone.
I think it's 300.
Right.
And it's nearly low. It's like 300. It is 300. That's time I looked. That's what I'm saying. That there's 34 million women in this country, Dan.
Yeah.
And 85, I'm not being horrible. You might think I'm a nasty cunt, whatever, but I'm not being 85, not even that big. But if you take out the men and men, the prostitutes, the kiddie fucking sick bastards, and all the rest, you're only at 300. You come down to 300.
Yeah.
Now, that's like only, and some of them as well, that the victim have got raped more than once from the same fella, same person.
Yeah.
So I don't know the figures. I can't see the figures about that, but it's multiple rapes. So if you think about it, then it's going to come down even lower. That's what I'm saying. And also, I believe that a lesbian or any gay people should, and even a special lesbian, control of the Met Police.
Right.
I'm not being nasty. I've gone on against lesbians and everything like that before I get AIDS. But they are justifying their beliefs of hatred of men because they are lesbians, and like the dick, dressing the dick.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, because you can't even say you get saying about us about it being gay and this and this. You get bollocking. But when I am a man, so if I start to get pissed off about being called a rapist, being called a stalker and all this, which I'm not, I'll be honest with you, I've been probably hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of women in my life. I've never, ever, ever forced myself on them. Don't get me wrong, Dan. I've blanked them, bullshitted them, lied to them. I've never, ever forced myself on them. But all these women, like the police, it's constantly every day now. There's something on that, this.
Yeah.
They're doing their job properly.
Sorry, go on, carry on.
And in the last 2 years, Dan, the only time I've heard about women being raped, murdered, sick, it's the police and MPs, doctors, etc. So I believe that certain jobs attract certain types of people. And it's the police officer that killed that woman, Sarah Everard. He was known to the other colleagues as the rapist.
Yeah. And where's
the female colleagues? Where they say that they can't protect women. Instead they check them from normal men. They should be self-protect them against their own officers.
Yeah. Well, one of the stories I put out, was it today I put the story out about Sir Stephen House, or is that one I've written for tomorrow? I can't remember. It might be one that's coming out tomorrow. Who's now turned around? Who's turned around and said that it's more than a few bad apples in the Met, and
yeah, that was the case.
Yeah, and he's gonna, he's gonna sort of crack down on it and get rid of the bad apples and all that stuff. Now, if that's the case, they're going to end up in more dire need of new officers than ever before, because most of them are corrupt in some way or another. And that doesn't just mean that they've done something corrupt. It could mean that they've allowed something corrupt to happen. But let me just say so. I just want to say, if Henry Crinkle's still watching, saying I'm trying to sound clever, and this is when I was just talking about the number of people who may be assaulted from a stranger rather than from somebody they know. And I just want to reply to that, Crinkle. At least I don't think it's okay to assault a 15-year-old girl that's in a nightclub. Let me just leave that there for you, bitch.
That's that Crinkle. That was Crinkle. He done that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There was a fella on another channel was talking about that a couple of weeks ago. That's what I'm saying to you, Dan. Like, I'm not being funny towards women on this channel and that. They say that you men stalking, look at you. Oh, I'm betting any money, every woman on this channel is one time or another had the wide down when you're looking at men. Because I bet you any money you've been on the bus or a train or something like that. Women stare at you. It's
Yeah.
the same. It's the same for men and women. Women do the same thing as men.
I'm certainly not taking away, right? And I've said this in the reports as well. I am certainly not taking away from the fact that women do get assaulted. Okay, not taking that away, not trying to diminish the fact that happens. The only thing that I'm trying to put across when I do my reports on these kind of things is that they're trying to make out that it is far worse than it is, and they're trying to make out that this is something that's new and they've got to try and learn how to deal with it when they should have been dealing with stuff for years. Okay, they've been, nearly 2 centuries the police force has been in place. Okay, and yet they still can't fucking do their job that they've been trained to do.
Sounds like in 2007 it changed the law that a woman can't give consent if she's underneath the influence of drugs or alcohol.
Yeah.
But I would say to anyone on this channel, I dare you to have one night on the door. You see, any bouncers on this channel will tell you, Dan, it dicks out before you say not tonight, Josephine.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. Now, I'm not being funny. If a woman offers on me, Dan, I would fucking get stuck in. So does that make me like this? No. You call me a dirty bastard, I put my hands up. But I've never. That's what gets me so pissed off, Dan. And if somebody comes to me and said, a man's raped me or beat me up, I'm a man and I'm handy with my fist.
Yeah.
So I go first and ask questions later. So, like there's a woman on this channel, I've said to her, if he gets any more trouble, I come down and sort it. But you get called all sorts by the media. Now, you've done this, you've done that. I've done fuck all. I've been with a lot of women, so what? Well, I can't deny it. But it doesn't mean I'm a fucking rapist or a murderer or anything else.
Yeah, no, of course.
What pisses me off.
Of course.
That's what really pisses me off. You get people like we just talked about with young kids, they get fucking done nothing to them. And then get slapped on the hand and then let go again. And then you get people who just look at women again a couple of weeks.
Hello, Tina. Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. As I say, the reason that I keep bringing it up on the channel and not just ignoring it is because I do think it's a dangerous precedent to try and set. Okay, from the police and the government having these targeted campaigns against men. I've said it myself as well. This is all because of police that have done something wrong. They haven't turned around and said, "Oh, this is a bad epidemic because random men are raping random women." They've brought this out because their own people have been doing bad things, but they're trying to make out that it's all of us that are monsters. And as I say, it's a dangerous precedent. I don't want people to fall into that trap of thinking that that's true. Yes, we need to be careful of everybody these days because there are a lot of sick individuals out there, but we can't go around assuming that every single person is a murderous rapist, because that is going to cause a very bad, what should we say? Look at it this way, right? Over time, or over throughout history, okay, certain sections of society have been targeted by governments, shall we say, and then these people end up in danger because people, other groups will look at these groups that are being vilified and go, they're dangerous, let's go and sort them out. It happened with it's happened with black people. Okay, it's happened with the Jews. It's happened with, and I know this is a big step. We talk, going on to things like, the Jews and blacks, but it's a similar issue as far as I'm concerned. You start vilifying a certain section of society. Look at how the look at how everybody turned against LGBT, for example, when and then people started attacking them. What was it, year before last? I think a few gay people were attacked and stabbed and beaten up and whatnot. And there was a massive thing about gay and trans people being kiddie fiddlers and stuff. Now, I don't for a minute believe any of that stuff, right? I think that everybody that is like that is already pre-wired like that. I don't think that just because you're gay or straight makes you capable of doing something more than somebody else. But it made people end up targeting these certain groups of society. And again, this is what I've said so many times about the government trying to break down our society into smaller and smaller groups so that we are all fighting against each other rather than coming together and standing up for the people that are attacking us all.
But also, Dan, if you look at the psychological profile of a rapist, they tend to have women issues anyway.
I've got women issues. I ain't got enough of them. I ain't got enough of them.
But they tend to have been either have an abusive mother, abusive girlfriend, or they've been humiliated against women by women. Now, if you think about this, Dan, they're saying every man's do this, do that. This is going to cause more women to get raped and more women to get murdered, because there's some men who's on borderline who think, "Oh, can't be asked." This is going to push men to go over the limit. More women's going to get murdered, more women's going to get raped, all because of these sick people in the police sector.
I don't know if I agree that more will get murdered and more will get raped. I see where you're coming from, and I'm not knocking your opinion, by the way. I don't necessarily think that it means that more will. I think that I think from my point of view, I think it makes it, as I say, it makes it more dangerous for men. And I think what will happen is maybe a bloke will have an intimate encounter, shall we say, with a woman that he's met in a nightclub, and then after that, she's pissed or whatever. Not that that's an excuse, by the way, but let's say they're both out, been had a drink, they go outside, start necking around the back of the club, and then the bird remembers her boyfriend at home, and she goes, "Oh shit, I shouldn't be doing this." The blokes, the blokes could potentially immediately think to himself, "Shit, she's going to fucking call rape. She's going to say I've assaulted her, or something like that." Okay, and then it could drive an incident to happen, which would not normally have happened, because the man's scared. But I don't think necessarily that it's going to increase, exponentially the amount of people that are going to go and do things like that. But I do see what you're saying.
And also, Dan, if you look at this as well, is that the maximum jail sentence for rape is 15 years. The maximum jail sentence for attempted rape is 15 years.
Yeah.
So if a woman's going to start crying rape, they're going to think I'd rather be hung as a lion than a sheep. So all these so-called Googlers are protecting women, and I would go out my way to protect a woman, but I would never ever ask them to do something that they don't want to, because, like I say to you, Dan, this is going to cause more. You're going to have fellas. All the woman's got to do is go to the police station. "Oh, this fella put my hand on my back. This and this and this. This is another thing as well. There was a woman in London last year, the year before. Fella walked through the London train station.
Yeah.
Walked through. He had the paper in one hand and his backpack on the other. The woman said that he sexually assaulted her. Now, it got proved because they had CCTV. That fella's life was ruined. He's lost his wife.
Yeah,
lost his job, his home, all because of the situation. Now, another thing I might want to make a point at, all the women that cry rape, Dan, that they're fucking up on the people who would actually be raped. Because I think if people who get raped, the rapists and the kidney messers should get hanged or get rid of, because rapists, I think rape is the most horrible crime. And I think it's even worse than murder. Because if you murder somebody, it only lasts a few seconds.
Yeah, it's over when. Yeah, I agree. I see where you're coming from, and I agree. I think that if you're assaulted in that way, you've got to live with that for the rest of your life. Whereas, if you're murdered, then it's kind of over relatively quickly, and and that's it. But yeah, I do agree. I do agree with what you're saying. Can I just interrupt you there for a second, Bobby? Just want to say to court rulings, TC, the panel's going to be on Sunday. I've left it off for a reason tonight. Number one, because I want to be out of here by about 12ish, and number two, I want to give people the opportunity to phone in that haven't wanted to come onto the panel. But I will do a panel on Sunday night, and it'll be a longer live stream on Sunday. But thank you for the there as well. Appreciate it.
I'll let get somebody else on then, Dad. So if I come on Sunday, the panel.
All right, mate. No worries. No worries.
All right, see you.
All right, man. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Thank you. Bye now.
Right. Can I ask the women on here? Jump in the comments and let me know what you think. Right. I think that there is a potential for this vilifying of men to cause issues. Hang on 1 second. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Hello. Who's that?
Hi, Dan. It's Kev here. Heisenberg.
How you doing, Heisenberg? You all right?
I'm all right. Sorry, there's a reason why I'm speaking like this, which will all become apparent. I'm not going to stay on long because I'll struggle. But you remember when we last spoke and I was telling you about my problems over 2 years with harassment and the police doing nothing?
Yes.
With the local establishment and CCTV, etc.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. Well, I ended up with dealing with the IRC. I don't know if you know what that is. It's where you have a separate department.
The IRC. That's not Scotland, is it?
No, there's one in Cornwall now, but it's new to me. But at least instead of ringing 101, you've got like a direct line through email to update and so on.
Oh, right. No, that's new to me.
Yeah, it is to me. But anyway, over the last 3 months, I've been dealing with that, and we've been investigating all the harassment, particularly over the 2 years. And then he started firing lasers up at the window and everything, and it just got worse and worse and worse.
Right.
And then they closed the case. They just said, no, we're not doing anything. Even after lots of people have been seriously beaten up there. The one where the CID asked me for information off my camera.
Really?
Now, because I've had this harassment, guess what happened on Monday? Hence the reason I'm speaking like this.
Go on.
I got 5 people from in there, literally ran out on and literally hammered, like, and it's all gone to, this is serious now, but do you know what I mean? Like, they closed that case, closed it, and I said to them at the time, somebody's going to get, well, somebody already did get seriously hurt. That's why they asked me for information in December. And this guy's going anyway because the brewery are getting rid of him, and yet they didn't close the pub down, and then I ended up getting battered by, well, actually, apparently it was 7 people in the end. I was unconscious by that stage.
Jesus. So because
we're living in.
So because they've failed to act, they've allowed the perpetrators to then go on and assault you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Which, to be honest, is something that we've spoken about a fair few times on the channel recently in reports, where usually when it comes to sexual assault, I have to be honest, but they've allowed people to go on bail or to not investigate them or whatever it might be, and then they've gone on to go and do something additional on top of what they got, questioned for in the first place, because they're failing to follow stuff up. I'm sorry, I'm genuinely sorry to hear that to hear that's what you've been through.
I'm in a bad way, but I'll get there because I'm a tough cookie. But no, I was in hospital Monday. I had to have a load of scans and that just to make sure, because obviously I was unconscious for a while. But it's only today really I'm realising all the other bruises all over my body. But yeah, I'm being looked after by friends and everything. But no, it just makes me sit in the licensing authority. Have got questions to answer as well, because they've been involved all the way through and they've done absolutely nothing, So yeah, watch out, because I am going to be on all of these people, and I'll let you know how I get on.
Right? Do you have? Are you taking legal action against the police?
Not as yet, because they're now definitely going to. Well, they're investigating it under grievous bodily harm and everything, and I've got witnesses that not only the 5 initial ones that jumped on me. By the time they were doing their bit, I've got a witness to say then the landlord joined in, and his wife was pulling him off. But I was out of the count by
the
then.
the landlord of the pub joined in.
Yeah, he's been wanting. He made them come out to get me and then do his bit. That's how I see it. Because
right, Jesus.
But yeah, it's been a hard few days, but I'm getting there. I'm just struggling to talk because all my jaw's out of line, face is swollen, as you know, with things like that. But no, I'm not going to let this drop now, because I just think all the departments have failed over this last 2 years with all the evidence I've got, everything.
The whole thing needs overhauling. I keep saying it. The whole thing needs overhauling. I don't know how they're going to do it, but it needs done. It needs done from the top to the bottom.
Yeah. I mean, I've got no complaints with like the officers that came round that night. Wonderful. I've got no complaints with the nurses, but it's all the running of it and the finances and sorry, I'm dribbling it. The lack of I don't know, the inefficiency of it all. We all put our money in there, and it's just not the right. So it's not run right.
No. And they're asking for more. This is again, they're asking for more money as well, which is another kick in the teeth. Excuse the pun. Sorry. But they keep going. Oh, we've not got this service. We've not got that service. We need more officers. We need more this. We need more that. And then take all our money, increase our precepts for years and years at the maximum amount for several years on a row, and there's still no better off than we were before they asked, for the initial raise in precepts. And all we're doing is just paying more and more out and getting less and less back.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, each time an incident happens here, I'll report it. I'll get a crime number. Then the local bobby will come about a week later.
Yeah.
I mean, this was different, obviously, because the police were called immediately in the ambulance. But yeah, I don't know though. Even with this evidence, I've got this sneaking feeling that nothing will happen, because that's how it keeps going.
Well, make sure you keep everything that you've got. Make sure you keep it. You do have the option of civil claims against people and the police if they fail to do anything. As I'm not suggesting for a moment that you're daft. Just make sure you keep everything you can and keep it somewhere safe as well. Try and keep it somewhere where it can't be got at by anybody.
All the CCTV that I've got over the last 2 years is all done by GDPR. So anything I've got saved is for evidence, which I'm allowed to do, and they've told me to keep it for evidence.
Yeah.
Everything else is deleted. I've got timelines, I've got everything. But this one, I've been a bit struggling. Friends have been helping to ring the police because I've not been able to talk. But I've been told today they are properly investigating this. The people went back into the pub afterwards, would you believe? and just carried on, and they were laughing about it. But the good thing about that is the police had the body cams on, and one of them went in. Well, first they confirmed that it happened outside where I said, outside the chemist, and there was blood everywhere. But then they went in, or whichever way around they did it apparently, but then they got every person's name and details, but I'm guessing they will have got their details on the body cam.
Yeah.
So with my friend that witnessed the landlord and a few others doing what they were doing, he didn't know it was me at first. And then I think we've got enough evidence, but who knows? Let's see.
Mate, I'm so sorry that that's happened to you. The fact that, again, you make a complaint, the police fail to act on it, and then something happens afterwards is. I know it can't always be helped. Don't get me wrong. I understand that in some cases there might not be enough evidence, or some reason why they've had to let them go. But they should give them, bail conditions is the first thing. But one of the problems that we find is that even people on bail conditions, even sexual harm prevention orders that break those conditions, do not get punished. So they know they can go and break those conditions and not worry about it.
Well, I mean, even down to the fact that since Monday, he's still got the keys to the pub. He's still open, even though he's leaving in the next few days. And the licensing authority, I think, should have just shut the door till the new people come in. Why is he still allowed to? Crazy. So I've just seen a comment. I just need to respond to in a second. Sorry, Heisenberg. No, that's
apologies.
Okay. That's all right.
Listen, mate, for the sounds of it, I mean, it sounds. I can hear from the way you're talking. I mean, I was talking similar to that the other day, and all I had was an infection in my gums. So I feel your pain. I'm still drinking through a straw and eating soups and things with a little spoon, and that's that. But the rest of my body today that's coming out, because I've got a bad back anyway, but there was one big geezer on my back. Now that's coming out, if you get what I mean. Right.
Yeah. But anyway, I'll get over it. Like I say, before that, I was a good, fit 56-year-old, and I will be again in a couple of weeks.
Well, I hope so. I hope so. But keep us updated.
I will let you. I'm going to have to go because I'm struggling, but I will let you know and keep updated. I've actually been in touch with you personally as well, but I will let you know what happens.
No worries. Well, you got me email, haven't you? I do know we have spoke on email, I think, a couple of times.
Yeah, you've got my number as well. We've had a chat before. Well, we did voice messages before, but yeah,
right.
But I won't bother you unless I need. But when I'm up to date, rather than do it on here, I'll let you know. Okay, mate. No worries. Well, listen, look after yourself. I am. I've got good friends and that. They've been around every day. So yeah. Good. All right, my friend. All right, mate. You take care. And I tell you, it's good to see you're well as well, because I was worried about you, but you're doing really well. And it's good to see you doing well, mate. Tired, but I'm getting there. Don't overdo it, mate. I'll do my best. All right, my friend. All right. Cheers. All right. Bye. Take care. Take care. Bye. Bye. One Peter Pope. What are you talking about? Is it so? Then it is true, Pap. So what's true? What have I missed? What a shame of a Carrefour, Pap. What's a Carrefour? You seem to won't pay to watch my video. Hello, caller.
No, then, damn the man. Oh,
hello, mate. You all right?
Yeah, not bad.
Good stuff. Just hang on 1 second, TC. 1 second. Just want to find out what one Peter Pope is.
It's probably Crinkle.
Is talking about.
It's probably Crinkle. He's been blabbling a load of shit in there, hasn't he?
It said something about a video. I seem to want paying. Where's it gone? I fucking lost it now. Yeah. you seem to want paying to watch my video. Is that true? Only I was told that from a YouTube. Oh, well, A just shows the real man. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, TC.
And anyway, Dan. Dan, the man who not can.
Oh, I was told you, Pap, won't to paying for the watch. What? I was told you, Pap, won't to paying for the watch. Hey, I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking about something you've sent me and I've not got round to looking at yet, then I apologise. But I am one person on my own doing everything that I do. So if I've not got to it yet, then I've not got to it yet. If somebody has told you that I will watch videos for payment, then they're an idiot. And unfortunately, you're a bit silly if you've just listened to some random person on YouTube saying that about me. But there we go. Anyway, TC, go ahead.
I don't like police. You don't like police.
No, that's not true. It's not entirely true.
And, well, kind of true. I'm talking, yeah. And majority of people that watch this channel don't like police.
Go on.
But the video I shared on your Facebook page an hour ago, them little bastards want hanging.
Which one? Hang on, what one's that? What did I do? What did I post?
No, not what you post. I I shared a video to your Facebook page. Your not the police abusing powers, but your Facebook page.
Oh, I haven't seen it then.
Just have a quick look at that and show the rest of your audience it, because them little cunts want fucking hunting down and hanging. Do you see it?
Oh, yeah, hang on.
Man, that's sickening. It really is sickening.
Share the link to your timeline. Right, 1 second. Right, no, that video is not true.
Yeah, well, what do you mean by it's not true? Are you thinking it's some kind of a TV thing?
That video is a TV thing. It's in Ireland. It's in Ireland, and it was a show with that James Nesbitt. He was in it.
You know why I don't believe that is true?
Go on.
Because if that was the case, it wouldn't have been filmed on a mobile phone in portrait. That has been filmed on a mobile phone in portrait.
That might be somebody. There might be somebody filming it from a different angle from where the camera might be. But this was a big thing about 2 years ago. So this is quite an old clip. It's about 2 years ago, and it was to do with, I can't remember what the name of the program was now, but it was to do with the filming for a James. I'm sure it was James Nesbitt. I'm sure it was. I see what you're saying about being in portrait, but even so, even if that was part of the footage for the program, you know, it makes a bit of sense. Some people do film in portrait rather than, well, too many people film in portrait rather than landscape when it comes to filming on a mobile phone. But I don't know whether this is footage that was supposed to be used in the program or not. But this is supposed to be a film set.
I don't know. I disagree with that. I do disagree with that.
Okay, 1 sec. I asked you to watch a vid that SG has. I was told you want paying to watch it, yet you have not watched. And spout. Well, if no offence, one Peter Pope, but if you was told I want paying to watch it and I've not been paid, then I wouldn't watch it, would I? But the truth is, as I've said, I have to put out, as you know, or I put out all these reports each day. I rarely get any time to myself. When I do, it's usually late at night. Okay. At which time I try and catch up on emails or WhatsApp messages or messages on Facebook or comments on the videos that I've done. I don't have, I'm not Alex Belfield. I don't have people to do stuff for me. I don't earn the kind of money to pay people to do stuff for me. So I have to try and do everything on my own. And sometimes it means that people send me stuff and it takes a while for me to get to it. So I apologize if you've got the ump that I haven't watched it yet. But as I say, fact of the matter is, when you're on your own and you're trying to do everything that I do on a daily basis, it becomes a bit difficult to keep on top of everything, shall we say. So anyway, sorry, fucking.
Mentioning of that bell end.
Which one?
Bobby, are you still in the audience? If so, did you get it sorted with the person that was attacking you about the bell end?
I'm not sure if he's still here or not.
Well, he messed thingy because he's been getting attacked by some of his followers.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Oh, there's plenty of them out there. Plenty of them with nothing else, nothing better to do.
I meant to. I sent him it obviously, but I meant to ask him what he was being attacked by. But obviously, I was busy doing other stuff, so I never got around to ask him, which is a shame. But it is what it is. So anyhow, Dan, how have you been keeping?
I'm all right, mate. I'm all right. Obviously, trying to do what I do. Trying to keep on top of things as you do. Bit tired, but other than that, I'm all right. Getting everything.
Oh, that suits you. That suits you real good. That one does, bud. That one really suits you.
I feel like I belong in it. I feel like
I tell you what that looks like.
Go on.
That fucking thing out the Goonies.
I feel like I belong in Liverpool now.
No, that what's his face out the Goonies. That flipping what's his name?
Is it
You must have seen the Goonies.
Sloth? Yeah. The geezer that's with a bald head and one ear lower than the other.
Yeah, with their teeth like yours.
We do that one.
Fuck me. Anyhow, how you been keeping?
Not so bad, mate. Honestly, not so bad. Yeah. I can't say any more than that. Not so bad. Doing what I do. Trying to, just trying to fit everything in as you do. But
I put a judgment up the other day about the copper that you did on your video. It's a lot more in there than what you probably realised.
Hang on. If you want paying, then do some work for the payment. My video's also not free for you to watch. Is that not the same shit you give? One Peter Pope, I'm not sure. I don't mean to be rude, but I don't know whether you've been drinking or not. But if you haven't, then I apologise. Okay, but you're not making a whole lot of sense. I don't want paying from people to look at their videos. Okay, if people send me stuff, I don't want paying for it. I will get to it as and when I possibly can. I can't be any fairer than that on top of everything else that I do. So, but yeah, but I'm gonna leave it there anyway. I'm gonna leave it at that. So,
DJ is asking me for you to put your Sonic thing on that you had on the panel the other day.
I don't know where it is. The whole thing reset itself the other day, so I've had to try and find all the.
Right, this geezer that's giving you the crap in the chat. I may be wrong, but remember about it will be over a month back now.
Yeah.
Somebody rang you and asked you to view a video via a private link, and there was some ifs and ahs about it.
Say again.
remember about a month or so back, somebody rang and asked if you would give your opinion on someone else's video.
Right.
But it's going to be a private link, and you says, yeah, if you send me the link and do some ifs and ands about it.
I'm not sure if that
is it?
I'm not sure. I'm genuinely
Not
not sure.
Do you recall what I'm referring to?
Yeah, I remember. I remember, yeah, but I can't remember who it was.
SN or somebody like that, I think it was. I wonder if it's something to do with that.
It may be. As I say, I don't.
Yeah, they're actually commenting in the comments about it that they remember the same thing that I'm referring to.
No, Peter Pope, I don't want paying to watch a video. As I said, I'll tell you what I need. If you can give me some extra hours in every single day, then that would help. That's what I'm trying to get across here. Okay, it's not that I don't want to look at it. It's not that I want paying to look at it. Okay, I will get to it when I get to it. And I'm sorry, if it's taking a while. Unfortunately, this is what happens. I'm trying to do as much as I possibly can. And sometimes it means that people have to wait for me to get to them.
Remember the other day when you put the DC, what is appeal refused at court?
Yes.
I have that judgment. There's a lot more stuff in there than what was reported in the newspapers.
Was there?
Yeah.
Which one was it? The DC. Hang on.
He got sacked, didn't he? Was it he got sacked or something? But he appealed his ban and everything else to the court of appeal.
Yes, yeah, the driving, yeah. Oh, that's right. Assault, wasn't it? Assault. And he used his parva spray that he shouldn't have taken out of the police station with him. That one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll shoot you across if you want to read it.
Yeah, send it over. I don't know who
There's a lot more stuff in there than what was said in the newspapers.
Right. Yeah, send it over. It'd be worth having a look. Who's Jocker? Who's Jocker? I don't know who this Jocker is.
Right. Sorry, Dad. Bobby, did you get it sorted with the Belfieldians that was attacking you? I meant to ask you when you messaged me, but I forgot. Sorry, mate.
Does anyone know who this Jocker is that Peter Pope's talking about? Joe Kerr. Who's Joe Kerr? I don't even know who that is. I'll have a look now. You've piqued my interest. You've piqued my interest. Joe Kerr.
So, well, I'm going to love you and leave you, fella. I just thought, obviously, I saw that video and I figured it'd be something you might have been interested in.
No worries. Yeah, no worries. Sorry, mate. Sorry. I'm just trying to I don't know. This person's piqued my interest now with what they're saying, but
it's rather that guy that was a few weeks back. It'd be probably 6 weeks ago. What did you just look at some video? But it wasn't his video. It was someone else's video. Then somebody else came on and says that it might be considered sending you a link to it.
Right.
And he wanted you to give your opinion over it.
It may be. It may be.
That's who I think it is. That is who I think it is.
I don't know, but when I put in Joker into YouTube, it comes up actual Joker, like fucking Batman Joker.
Oh, maybe he is fucking Batman Joker. The way it's carrying on, it sounds like it. Yes, mate.
You know.
So I'm wondering if that is the yes, mate, because obviously what I've just said, and he's typed up yes, mate. So I'm wondering if that is the person that he's referring to.
It may be, as I say, it may be. I
At
remember.
the end of the day, Dan, you haven't got the time. You just don't have the time. I mean, there's 24 hours in a fucking day. What does a clown want you to do?
Well, we do what we can, don't we? At the end of the day,
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we can't. Unfortunately, we can't do everything we want to do in the day, which is why.
Just before I go, I've got one question for you, bud.
Go on, mate.
What do you make a question of Dick being took to court?
Being taken to court over what?
Refusing to prosecute of a Partygate.
That is news to me. To be honest, that's news to me. I've not seen or heard about that yet, but.
Well, you won't, because it's not been reported in the newspapers, bud.
Okay, well, send me a link if you've got something.
I've got it, and I've even got the response from the Met Police as well. All the pre-action response and everything. You know, obviously, you understand how it all goes, don't you?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I can even give you all that as well if you want it.
Yeah, chuck us over a link then. And I'll have a look at that. I'll probably have to have a look at it over the weekend. Unless tomorrow's a slow day.
What I will say to you is, which I found very interesting, was the response to the people that's taken them to court was that if they do respond, that they are not allowed to publish what their response is. So the people simply turned around and said to them, whatever you send to us, we will be publishing.
Yeah. Well, this is like the police when they give somebody a payout, isn't it? They say, we'll give you a payout, but there's a condition that you're not allowed to tell anybody how much it is or any of the information or details surrounding it. Which just goes to show that they're hiding something. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter if that information got out there.
Well, I'll tell you what it is that's taking them. Remember when I sent you to a website before called the Good Law Project?
Yes.
That's who's taking them, and you'll find it on their website. And you'll find their response and the Good Law's response to it as well.
All right, let me write this down. Excuse me.
It's been reported in any newspaper.
Right, I've written that down.
Excuse me. When you go on there, bud, you should do what I've done. I've chucked smoking, mate. I bought one of them little e-cigs. I tell you what, 2 weeks ago, I've never bothered I've never bothered me since.
I've tried. Look at me. I've gone fucking red. I've tried the e-cigs. I've tried two different types. And I just can't seem to get on with them. Hello, mate. Hello. Oh, look who's come to join us. Somebody's come to say hello. Yeah, no, I've tried the e-cigs. I've tried so many different flavors of what do you call it, oil or whatever it is.
Oh no. The ones that I've got, I actually buy the nicotine blend. You can buy it in 2 milligram, 6, 12, or 18.
Yeah, no, that's what I've got. I've got one. You got the oil, and then you've got a separate bottle with the nicotine. And that's what I've got.
This is all in one. It's all in one bottle, and then you just literally I fill it up, and it just tastes like smoking a cigarette. And believe me, I've smoked from the age of 14, and I smoked bacca, and I'd go through 50 gram of bacca every 3 days.
Right, fucking hell, that's a lot.
So, exactly, and this stopped me instantly. This thing has stopped me instantly. I paid 25 quid for the little fucking machine thing, and then I paid £10 for 4 bottles of the liquid that I put in it.
Right.
Seriously, Dan, it's worth trying. It's worth trying, seriously, but it's cheaper than fucking cigs, I can tell you now.
Oh, I don't know if it's cheaper than the cigs that I get.
Well, I bought 4 bottles 2 weeks ago. I've still got just short of 2 bottles left. So 10 for 2 weeks.
All right. Peter,
Well worth.
I'm going to say this one last time, Peter Pope. I do not want paying to look at stuff that people send me. I don't know how much more clearer to make it. I do not want paying to look at stuff. If people send me stuff, I will look at it when I get to it. I'm not going to say it again. I'm trying to be polite. Okay. I can only do as much as I can do in the time that I have to do it.
I'll tell you what, Peter Pope, send me something and you can pay me to look at something. I'll send you it. You'll pay me to look at it. I'll charge £100 per inch.
£20 worth then.
Yeah, you wish, kid. You wish.
Oh dear.
Fucking hell, where they're getting 16 quid from 50 grams from. Fucking £12, mate. £12. That's what I pay for it around here.
No, I've the reason I've come off of Backy, I wasn't on Backy for ages. The reason I've come off of that is because I end up with Backy all in my computer, like in my keyboard, and it's a nightmare. And every few days I have to turn it upside down and shake it and get all this shit out. It's just a nightmare.
That's why I've stopped smoking, mate. My fucking keyboard is just like a giant ashtray.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, fuck that. Right. But no, to be honest with you, bud, it was a mate of mine that told me to get this, and I was like, you nah, it's a load of bullshit, it don't work. And if it's worked for me that smokes as much as I smoke, which is a lot more than you ever did, it'll certainly work for you.
Oh, I should really think about going back onto it. It's just a habit. I mean, one of the problems.
I'll be honest with you, right? You're thinking of those vapor things you see everybody walking around, great big massive clouds of fucking shit come out. But that's not what it is.
No, I've got a little one as well. I've got a little one. I'll tell you what, stay there.
This one?
Stay there. Don't go anywhere. I'm just boiling the kettle, so bear with me.
That's all right. No worries. You're making some coffee.
I've got one of them, and I've got a little one.
I don't know because I'm waiting for it to... There's that much lag on the computer from you speaking.
Sorry.
Nope, not like that. It's about a quarter of that size.
Right. Well, those are the ones that I've got.
It's similar to the one you've got, the small one with the black top. It's the one I've got is similar to that.
Right.
And you pull the black top off and you fill it up with oil, which is an all-in-one based oil. Put the black top on, press the button and puff, and it's just like smoking a normal cigarette or a roll. Like I said, the stuff I use, it's called tobacco blend, and it comes in 4 different strengths: 2 milligram nicotine, 6 milligram, 12 milligram, or 18 milligram.
Right.
I started on the 18. I'm down to the 12, and tomorrow I'm going to go and buy some more, which I'm going to go down to the 6. And then another week or 2, I'll be on the 2, and then stopped entirely.
Yeah.
It really is worth trying, Dan. But I don't know. Well, you should have somewhere similar, like in your end. But we just have a shop here called Cheeky Smokes, and that's all the sell is all that. No else but other than that kind of stuff.
Right. Well, there was a vape shop within walking distance. It's closed down now and turned into a fucking nail salon. But yeah, it's yeah. I do. I need to start looking at fucking changing my lifestyle a little bit. It's just not easy, you know, when you're on your own.
I live on my own, Stan.
I know, but
I'm a lazy bastard. I really am a lazy motherfucker. I mean, I've still got my fucking breakfast bowl sat on the table in front of me, and my tea plate sat on the table in front of me. And I probably won't even bother removing them while tomorrow now. I'm telling you, I'm a lazy cunt.
Sorry, I'm just trying to see if it shows the name on there. Oh, you won't be able to. Yeah, it is a smock.
No, this one's similar to that, but you know where your little black thing is at the top? There's a little thing that when you pull the black thing up, it brings out like a little clay tub as well, which got a cut through where you can see how much fluid you've got in.
Like that.
And you just fill that up with this fluid.
Like that.
Yeah. Well,
you know, in the side,
do you see that little glass thing that you've got at the bottom?
Yeah.
Well, on my thing, I've actually got a cut thing in the side of the little metal thing that I can actually see that.
Right.
And it's got a little button that you press when you puff on it. But no, it's called nicotine blend. Buy them oils for it. I'll tell you the make of oil. 1 second, let me put Beverly Becks on.
Cool. While you're looking for the make, let me just go grab this coffee I've just poured. 1 sec. I'm back.
Right, it's called Pure Light Classic Tobacco, and it actually tastes like you are actually smoking.
Pure Light.
Called Pure Light Classic Tobacco. Like I say, it actually tastes like you are actually smoking.
Pure Essentials. Light.
No, not Pure Essentials, Pure Light.
That's all that's coming up. Pure Essentials Light Tobacco Classic.
Premium fucking fluid, classic tobacco, 10 millilitres, 12 milligram. This product contains nicotine, which is highly addictive.
Oh, I'll have to have a closer look at a bit later.
Well, no, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you another thing I tried as well. And if you try it, when you're smoking, just take a piece of toilet roll and hold it on your clenched fist, but with the hole in the middle. Load of smoke through that, and look at the toilet roll. Then do the same with this e-cig thing, and it ain't all brown like that. The cigarette smokers.
Right.
It's still white tissue. Where if you do that with your cigarette, you try that with your cigarette, it is dark fucking brown. The tissue is stained dark brown. So that shit, like I said, that this is coming from someone who smokes, Dan. And I've smoked from the age of 14 and I'm 52.
Right.
So, you know, all that shit's been going in my lungs for fucking decades.
Yeah, I know. I've been smoking since I was 12 or 11, something like that.
Yeah. But it just shows not for health and anyhow, but so I just brought it up with you coughing your guts up.
I know, as I say, I do need to look at my lifestyle and change some things. As I say, it's when you've got depression, it's very difficult to motivate yourself to do anything. I mean, I come on, you know, you see me on here, you see me on my videos, and I suppose most people wouldn't assume by looking at the videos that there's anything wrong with me, you know, because I can edit stuff out and I don't have to come on when I'm feeling shit or whatever. So people don't get to see what, you know, they call it an invisible mental illness, don't they? So, and people don't get to see it. But when you're on your own, the reason I'm talking about this, when you're on your own, I can say to myself, right, I need to eat properly, for example. But then when it comes to it, it's like, I've got to go to the shop. Well, first of all, I have a lot of time that needs spending on doing what I do. And I know that my health and my life is more important than the channel. But to me, doing what I do helps to keep me focused on something. If I go to a supermarket, for example, I end up having a panic attack. And chances are I'll walk around the supermarket for an hour before leaving without buying anything. So I keep promising myself I'm going to go and do some proper shopping, get some proper food in. But then when I do, I don't end up cooking it, and it ends up getting freezer burnt or going off in the fridge just because I haven't got the motivation to go and cook it. So I end up eating shit, and I'm putting on weight because of it. You know, more so since I've had the stroke. I've put on. I mean, I was a bit of a polka before the stroke, but you know, I had some more energy before then, and now I'm fucked. You know, I've put on far too much weight, and I've lost far too much motivation, and it's so difficult to find the motivation to make those changes. If I wasn't, or if I didn't have the depression, if I hadn't have had the stroke, then it'd be slightly different. You know, before, when I had the dogs, I could take them out. You know what I mean? And excuse me, okay, it was taking them out of a night time, so I didn't bump into people, but I was still finding the motivation to go and do things like that. But more so since the stroke, I've lost the motivation to do stuff. Now, if I was with somebody, for example, if I had a girlfriend or whatever, or if I had my kids with me, I would have to find that motivation. There would be no two ways about it. I'd have to find that motivation to go and do stuff. But because I'm on my own, I've got nobody to say, wait, fuck it, you said you was going to do that and you're not, so get up and go and do it. You know what I mean? I haven't got that push.
You know what, Dan? Right, what you've just explained there is my life.
Yeah.
And I've never admitted this to anyone. I won't go out during the day because I don't know what it is. I can't deal with people. Now, you hear me speak to people like I come on your panel, I speak to you on the phone and what have you. You'd never ever know that by me.
Yeah.
But I have a shop that I use across the road from me called Home Bargains. You've probably heard of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's 8 o'clock on a night time. I will wait until 7:45 before I go across there to get my milk or coffee, something I need, knowing that there won't be nobody around.
Yeah, which is good if you're close to somewhere. For me, the closest place like that I can go to is and I haven't got a car. So I've got to walk or public transport at the moment. So I can't do public transport. Okay, so I have to get in a taxi.
I won't use the bus. I'll only use a taxi.
So yeah,
because I won't get on the bus full of people.
So I have to get in a taxi. But yet nobody seems to understand that. When I go to the hospital for my appointments, and I go to the hospital and I'm like, right, look, I've had to get a taxi here. I'm on disability at the moment. Can I get some help with the money? Because it's costing me, £12 a time, £12 to come here and £12 to go home. So, can I get some help? And they're like, well, you should have got the bus, really. I'm like, well, I can't get the bus because of my mental health. And they're like, yeah, well, we refund you what it would cost you with public transport. And I'm like, but I didn't get public transport. I had to get a taxi. I can't get public transport. So in the end, all they do is they give you like £4, and you've paid like 24 quid and they give you £4, which, don't get me wrong. I have to go to the hospital. But it's a lot of money to pay out when you're on disability.
You're right. Like I said, what you've just explained is my life.
Yeah.
Like I said, I won't associate outside. You know what, right, Dan? No word of a lie. The last time I actually went out my front door was a week ago.
Yeah, I get like that. I do. I mean, I went out. I had to go out today because
you're on about cooking, mate. You're on about cooking. If it's got to be cooked, I don't buy it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I tend to eat.
I know where you're coming from.
I tend to get super
and you know
noodles.
what? Seriously, right, Dan. Sorry to cut you off. Seriously, mate. You are the first person that I have actually ever openly said this about. Or said this to. I won't even speak to my own doctor about it.
Right. It can be embarrassing telling people. Do you know what I mean? Especially, we're supposed to be men. We're supposed to be, like tough and this, that, and the other, and the whole 9 yards. People are supposed to rely on us. We don't cry. We can handle this and all the rest of that bollocks, right? And it's shit, right? It's shit. I was brought up thinking that way, and it is a pile of shit. I know how embarrassing it can be to go to somebody and say to them, listen, I'm struggling. I'm a bloke, I'm not a small bloke. Do you know what I mean? I'm a bloke. I'm a big bloke. I've done all sorts of shit in my past that should see me defeat any mental health issue that I've got, but it doesn't. It doesn't, and it drags you down. And not being able to talk to somebody is fucking hard work, man. Keeping it, it's like lying. Like lying is a hard job because you have to remember all your lies, right? But having depression and talking about it or not talking about it is just as hard because you have to keep it in, and you're struggling all the time not to tell people how you feel, and you're basically putting a face on, so you're lying to the outside world about how you feel all the time, and it's fucking hard work. It's exhausting, absolutely exhausting, and I know that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to be really honest here, which, like I said, that the only people that actually know the truth about me is like really close friends that come on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Now, what I've gone through in my life would have put a lot of people in the grave, or would have ended up being a smackhead or an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Now, let me explain. My eldest lad is 24. So for 24 years, near enough. Well, no, I'll lie to you. He'd have been, how old would it have been when it all stopped? He'd have been 15. So for 15 years of my life, I spent, on average, 2 to 3 days a week in a court for solid 15 years.
Right.
And that was down to custody battles, social services, and a crazy fucking ex-wife.
That's what sent me over the rails in the first place. That's the reason why I ended up moving to Liverpool, is because of a situation very much like that. I had a breakdown and I needed to move away.
I've never drunk, I've never touched drugs. Don't get me wrong. At some point in that time, I did seriously consider committing harry-carry.
Yeah.
But then years have been and gone now. So no, that is what did me for what I've been done for. The social services. Now listen to this. I was stood in what they call it was the final hearing. It was a 7-day hearing. And I was stood in there, or should I say sat in there, while the carer gave the evidence. Right?
Right.
Now the carer is giving all this bullshit, and the solicitor that I had at the time stood up and asked her about where all this had come from. The carer broke down, crying, and says, well, the social... I stood up and started kicking off about it.
Right.
About them deliberately lying in the court. You know what the judge did? Locked me away for 14 days for contempt of court. Not locking her up for fucking perjury. Locked me up for 14 days.
It's mess, mate. It's absolutely fucked up, the whole system, especially the family courts. They're fucked. As I say, I ended up... don't get me wrong. I played my part. Okay, so when I split up with my 2 youngest boys' mum, I played my part. It wasn't all on her. Okay. But what broke the camel's back, so to speak, is when I found out that she was sleeping around with half the town and doing drugs. Yeah. And I couldn't have that. So I had to leave. But long story short, I had to go to court and everything else. I ended up with temporary custody of the boys for a little while because of the evidence I provided to court about drugs use in the house. They said the boys were in imminent danger. So I had temporary custody of them for a while, went to court, all the rest of it. And then we had the same judge all the way through. But on the very last day, which was the judgment day, it was a different judge. Now, for me, the way I see it is that you've had the same judge all the way through, which you should always have because they get to understand the case. And he should have been doing it on the last day. He should have been there. He understood. He got to know me. He got to know the kid's mum. But we ended up with a woman judge instead on the last day. And everything was going in my favour up until that point. And then it got to that point. We had a woman judge. She turned around. All she's reading is black and white off a piece of paper. So she hasn't got a feel for what's actually going on. Anyway, long story short, she turned around and said kids have to go back with their mum. When I had to hand the kids over to her, she said to me, I'm going to hurt you as much as you've hurt me, taking my boys away from me. And from that point on, things were made very difficult for me to have any contact with them. And then I'd get, and I was working as well, but then I'd get letters saying, "Oh, you didn't turn up on such a date," even though I'd told her that I couldn't turn up on such and such a date. Or I've tried phoning them and they're out, they're not in, they're at friends, it's too late, they're in bed, and all the, it gets to a point where I didn't get to speak to them for ages, and then I'd get a letter saying I've not spoken to them for ages, and I'm like, hang on a minute, I've tried. But it got to the point where my head fell out my arse basically, and I just thought to myself, well, I'm not going to see him again. They're going to make sure, or she's going to make sure that I never get to see them again or have a relationship with them. And so what's the point in being here? So I needed to start fresh somewhere else. So people think I'm joking about this, but I actually did get a map book. Okay. Big fucking atlas map book. Got one of the darts, opened it up onto the page of the entire UK, and I threw a dart at the book. It landed closer to Manchester. I don't often tell people this, but it landed closer to Manchester, but nobody was looking. So I just pretended it landed closer to Liverpool because I'd heard less bad things about Liverpool than Manchester.
Well, mine was slightly different to yours there, fella. I had a contract for Barrett, Barrett Homes.
Yeah.
I had their contract of all of Yorkshire for doing all their fencing. So right. I was earning a substantial amount of money. This is when I first got with the wife.
Yeah.
So, cut long story short, after my first childhood, because I got 3 kids with her, two girls and a boy. After she gave birth to my lad, she turned a little bit strange. When I say strange, people used to say it's just the baby blues and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But I was getting accused for mad shit. And she obviously ended up pregnant with me first daughter, and it got worse. Then my third daughter, and I was just getting locked up for shit that was just so unreal. It was just unreal.
Yeah.
Put the long story short, she ended up fucking off into a woman's refuge. They shipped her off to Bradford. And this is all the court started. And you know what? And I've still got all the paperwork. It cost me out my own pocket £50,000 to get the custody of them 3 children. It cost me 50k out my own pocket and about 7 years worth of court battles.
Right.
But then I made a big mistake because I was still working. I needed a babysitter, and a real good friend of mine at the time, you well young lass, she was only 18 at the time. So he's like, oh, she'll babysit. She's real good with kids. Oh, yeah. Brilliant. So a week or so. She was babysitting, but I'd make sure that I'd come back regularly during the day. Just to, just for, I forgot I needed this tool, or I forgot I needed that, and I forgot I needed this.
Yeah.
Just as an excuse, just to see how things was. And things seemed to be all right. Now, the arrangement I had with her was I'd pay for a taxi to come to mine in the morning, and then I would drop her off on a night time.
Right.
And this went on for about 3 or 4 months. And in the end, she was like, well, this is stupid. Why don't I just stay? Because, I've got to be here for 8 o'clock in the morning, and sometimes you're not getting back until 10 or 11 o'clock at night. This is stupid, but might as well just stay. So, yeah, all right. I should have said no at the beginning. But I said, yeah, fine. And I'd stay on the couch and she'd stay in my room.
Yeah.
And then things just progressed from there, as you could imagine. Well, it materialised after she ended up having a child with me. It materialised while I was working away. She was being, how can I put this? Rather abusive to me other 3 children. Not sexually, but physically. I'd come home and my lad would have a black eye. I'm like, what the fucking hell's happened with you?
Right.
And it should tell me something. For instance, there was running down the stairs and Brittany tripped him over, and is it today? And I'd look and he'd say, yeah. And Brittany, my old daughter, she'd look and she'd say, yeah. So you'd think, well, that is really what's happening, wouldn't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that wasn't what was happening. And it wasn't until 2010 when I found all that out. What was really happening. She was actually being abusive to him. Cut the long story short, social services involved. Social services come along, a right proper little littler. Me being me, I'm not very good with authority as it is. Basically turned around and said to him, listen, you're a jumped up fucking council worker, fuck off and don't come back.
Yeah.
Next day, 2 police came. Answered the door, 2 female coppers, child protection, come in. Yeah, come in. We're being blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, there you go, check, go and do what you need to do. She come back downstairs and that's back. Yeah, well, we've got no problem. And they're left. So you'd think that'd have been the end of it, wouldn't you?
Well, you would if you didn't know what the police were like, but yeah.
So that was the police. That was the police. They actually says, well, we don't understand what the problem is. The rooms are clean. They've got toys. The house is really warm. They've got plenty of food in the fridge and cupboards and everything. They had a nice home. We don't understand what the problem is. Like, nor do I, but I'm not having them clowns coming in, so I tell them to fuck off and not come back.
Yeah.
So then I'll cut the long story short. The next thing I know, I'm served with court papers. And that's what pushed me over the top. Ended up with all 4 kids in care because of a lying little bitch. Now, I've got something that's very rare. I've actually got the court judgment. I actually, at the end of the 7-day hearing, I stayed until I got that judgment given to me in my hand. And I was told I ain't allowed to show it or publish it or anything, and which I only like friends and families ever seen it. I'd quite happily send you it and you can read it.
Right.
And it was proven in that judgment the only abusive person was my ex-girlfriend. The children had been interviewed by police, video and everything. And every one of them totally, we're talking a 10, an 8 and a 5-year-old at the time, 6-year-old at the time.
Yeah.
Pointed out, no, my dad's never been horrible to us. He never smacks at us. He only shouts at us if we're naughty. And this is what she's doing. Well, who do you think was offered the custody of the kids, so even though the 3 kids weren't heirs?
Right. Yeah, so it's all wank, innit?
She never got the custody because I'm not sure of it, because obviously they're not her kids.
Yeah.
But the judgment actually states very clearly that she was the one found being abusive to the kids, but yet the court offered her the fucking custody of my kids. That's nothing to do with her.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. This is the whole problem with the fucking courts, the family courts. there's so much. There's so much going on. I mean, I'm a member of some groups on YouTube, which are on Facebook rather, which are run by or moderated by some of the users on YouTube. And some of the stuff that I've seen that goes on, the amount of people that have had like forced adoptions and all this kind of stuff is unreal. And I know social services is bad anyway. I don't like them, never have done. But when you take the blinkers off and you start looking into certain things and you start to see just how bad stuff is, it's like these people that go, "Oh, the police are wonderful, blah 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 blah." These are just people that haven't yet had to deal with them in their natural capacity, shall we say. Hang on a sec. Hey Pap, what part can you not understand? Peter Pope was told you won't payment to watch a video he has. Right, fingers. Okay, do yourself a favour. Okay, you're blatantly Peter Pope because your spelling is the same as Peter Pope. Okay, Peter Pope tells me I won't payment, as you've just told me I won't payment. It's want, by the way, not won't. So do yourself a favour. Don't come on here try and pretend you're somebody else. Okay, just because you've been booted for for whatever reason, Lost Souls booted you out of the chat for. And I completely agree with any of the moderators in this chat. If they kick somebody out, then they have given them more than enough chances because they know where my level is. They know I've got broad shoulders, and they know I like people to be able to say what they've got to say, even if it can upset other people. But when it becomes too much, the moderators know when to step in. So if they've stepped in and they've kicked you out of the chat, then it's for a good reason, as far as I'm concerned. But what part can I not understand? Well, it's not about me not understanding. I've understood what you've said, and I've replied. Unfortunately, it seems like you're the one that's not able to understand. So,
sling your up, kid. That's all. I'll say what Dan won't say. You're a fucking clown. Get the fuck gone and don't come back.
I can be a bit, what's the word? Polite. So,
You've got to say it how it is. Tell them as it is, fella. Shut the fuck up, idiot, and get the fuck gone.
I do. It's just that I've got such a big, I can take so much more than I should, I suppose. And I do. I've got broad shoulders, and I let people. You've seen people before. They'll kick off and they'll have a go, and I'll try and talk to them. I'll try and be reasonable to people, and they'll go on and get me some more, and I'll still try and be reasonable. And I suppose I should, in a way, have a shorter. What's the word? Not fuse, but
Shorter fuse.
you know what I'm saying. Maybe not give people. Yes, less tolerance, maybe. But it's just the way I am, and the reason I am like that is because I know sometimes people can be dickheads, not because they want to be dickheads, but because they've got something else going on in their life and they're taking it out on somebody else, which they shouldn't. But I'll try and give people a chance because that's how I see it. I see people as being, maybe they've got something else going on in their life that is making them an angry person. So maybe if I'm fairer to them or nicer to them, maybe they won't be dicks, but sometimes they are.
It don't work like that. It don't work like that.
So
you must have read that saying, give them an inch and they'll take a yard.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what most people are like. You're like me. You're a kind-hearted, soft-person bloke. And how can I put this? I used to get this shit, the piss took out me left, right, and centre. And I don't mean as in what you're thinking. The piss took out me. I mean, like, can you just, before I lost my license because of my health issues, it was like, can you just can you take us to so-and-so place? I need to go and get so-and-so. Yeah, of course I will. Can you take us here? Can you do that for us? Can you do this for us? Can you do that? And I'd never charge a penny. It'd be like, yeah, fine, okay, I'll do it. I don't worry about it. But the more I did that, the more there would be expecting me to be their personal chauffeur.
Right.
And that's an example of being given a yard and an inch and took a yard. Now, in the end, it was a case of having to be like, no, you can go and fuck off, get a taxi. And that's how you've got to be at times.
I just need to do something. Right, I'm going to have to wrap this up in a sec, TC, because we've been on for an hour now.
No, I'm going now with any old fella. I didn't realise it'd been on so long. I'm going to go because I need to ring fucking Stu back. I didn't
realise either. I'm going to turn the lines off just for a few minutes before I come back on. But so let me swap that over to that. But I will open the lines up again in just a few minutes. But I just want to stop taking calls for a minute so I can respond to a couple of things in the chat. Anyway, TC, I'll catch you later on, my friend.
I'll fling you that stuff across in Facebook. Make sure you accept it. It won't be today, it'll be tomorrow or over the weekend.
All right, man, no worries.
All right, then, no worries.
All right, I'll speak to you later. Bye, mate. Right, just for a minute, guys. I'm going to take this off. And I promise you I'll answer calls in just a second. I want to respond to a couple of things here in the comments. First of all, can anybody please just in the comments, if you've ever sent me something, if you've ever asked me to look at something, if you've ever asked me for help with something, and I've asked for payment for doing it, can you please let us know in the comments? I know people are going to say to me, don't fucking just ignore it. I just want to prove a point here. If I have ever asked anybody for money to look at something, to help with something, to support you with something, to listen to you about something, then please let me know in the comments. In kind. Don't get me wrong, okay, the community has been really, really fucking brilliant when I've been in the shit, okay, and they've helped me, for example, with the camera, or a couple of years ago when I needed some help with the computer. But I've not asked you for something to help you in any way, shape, or form. And if I have, then please do say so in the comments. The second thing I want to address. The second thing I want to address. Where is it? One woman vigilante, Bryony. I don't know what goes on between yourself and Tina, because that is private. That is between you and her. Tina came to me. We've spoken loads, and because of the knowledge that she has, I have put certain people in touch with her to help them. But once I do that, I am no longer in that loop. I know nothing about what goes on. That is completely private between you and her. I can say, however, the same with me, is that I can't always answer the phone to people. I can't always respond to people when they want me to respond to them, because I've got other things to do. And most of the stuff that I do is around the channel. I know that I've sent a few people over to Tina, and I know that she's helping several people at the moment, which means that there are several cases that Tina's dealing with just from users of this channel, plus other people that have come across her site, or other people from other places where she frequents, shall we say. So I know that sometimes it can be very difficult to catch up with people in the way that they want. Okay. When something's happening to you personally, the same as me, when something happens to me personally, I feel like it's the most important thing in the world. Fuck everything else. Nothing else matters, because to me, it's all that matters. For example, trying to get in touch with my brief sometimes, and say I have to wait a week for my brief to call me back, and I'm really trying to get something sorted out, and I get angry that they're not getting back to me. But what I then have to sort of give my head a bit of a wobble and realise that it's a brief dealing with God knows how many other people. And they can't always come back to me straight away. And I've wanted to speak to my brief on the phone for the last couple of weeks, and I've not been able to speak to him on the phone. I've not even had an email from him yet, and it pisses me off, because all I'm thinking about is my issue, my problem, and I'm not taking into account. Oh, hang on. Thank you, Diver Dan. And I'm not taking into account everybody else's issues that this person has to deal with. Again, I don't know the situation, but maybe Tina's got a lot on at the moment and she's not able to spend the time on the phone. So it's easier for her to do an email and then go back to that email and work her way through them. If you see what I'm saying. Which it is for me. It's far easier for me to deal with emails, even though sometimes people's emails, they have to wait a while. It can be easier to do that because I can check it then in my spare time, in the time that I've got to allocate to those emails, rather than whilst I'm making a video, for example. So, this is by no means me having a go at you. Okay. I'm just trying to suggest that maybe it's because Tina's got a lot on at the moment, and it's easier for her to keep keep a track of what she's dealing with when she's dealing with it via an email rather than via a phone call. Okay. It's like me. People want me to come on a Sunday to do me live streams. I know there's people that message me and say, "Well, where are you? Why aren't you coming on?" And I feel bad sometimes for not being able to do the live stream, because I feel like I'm letting people down. But when I've got other things that I must do. I don't know what the content of the email was, One Woman Vigilante. So I can't comment on the content of the email, because I don't know what the content was. But I'm sure it wasn't meant in a way to upset you. I'm sure it wasn't meant in a way. I mean, I don't know. As I say, I don't know what the email said, so it's difficult for me to say. I don't know whether it was rude or aggressive or what. I don't understand. I don't know, so I couldn't say. But I think maybe I think maybe it's been taken the wrong way. Perhaps maybe the email, with everything that Tina's doing at the moment, sometimes she has to be matter of fact. It's the same as me. Sometimes I'll talk to people and I'll be very fluid, and I'll talk about everything else, and I'll be, nice and accommodating. But also sometimes I have to be very matter of fact when I deal with people. You know, for example, Scott Andrew Horn, we've spoken on the phone a couple of times, and I've had to say, and you know, as nice as I try and be to people, just because that's the way that I am, sometimes I have to turn around and say, no, stop doing that. This is what you've got to do, X, Y, Z. And I've got to step away sometimes from that being nicey to being matter of fact. And it's not because I'm being heartless. It's just sometimes I don't have the time to be anything else other than matter of fact, straight to the point. That's what you need to do, for example. And sometimes people need to hear the matter of fact side of things. They need to be sort of told, if you like, you know, this is what you need to do, this is what you can't do. So again, I don't understand I don't know the content of the email. I'm sure in my view, I'm sure that it wasn't meant in the way that it's come across to you. I think maybe I don't know. I think maybe it's maybe she's been, as I say, matter of fact. Maybe she's put in there, look, maybe she's been quite blunt with you in the email. I don't know, but it doesn't mean for a minute that she doesn't care, because she wouldn't be spending all the time doing what she does if she didn't. You know, the same as me. But anyway, I'm going to open the phone lines again. What? Right. Well, I don't know. I don't know what she said she would do and what she's decided not to do. I don't know what's been said. As I say, it's personal between you and her. Excuse me. The only way I would know is if you or Tina told me, and Tina won't tell me anything because it's private information between Tina and whoever she's dealing with. So, so there we go. Right. Okay. I'm going to open the phone lines. Right, hang on. Hello, Smudge. Right, let's pop that back over. Turn that up. Hello, good evening and welcome. Back over. Hello, who's that?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, it's Tina.
Oh, hello, Tina.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Can everybody else hear me okay?
Can everybody else hear Tina?
I hope so.
Yeah. Yes, I can. How are you?
Yeah. I'm fine, thank you. Yeah, still recovering from my illness and the building works I've got going on with jackhammers and stuff around the property, so it's a nightmare at the moment. I'm not going to comment on what's in the chat bar. I'm going to make some examples of what my site actually does. So when I take on a specific case, it's a case-by-case basis. I do what I can to help everybody get through of the difficulty they've got. Now, if everybody in your site would take the time to look at my site, there is advice on every section. It tells you what we do and what we don't do. Right. So we take the initial contact. Now, like you, I had volunteers that showed interest. Now I'm running this by myself, and I've got 15 cases. So it is busy, and I thank you for what you said. But it doesn't mean I don't give everybody what they need at the time. Yeah. So I'm not going to comment on any particular case. I have lots of skills in different areas. One of those is not mental health. I don't have the skill set to deal with someone who's got chaotic mental health issues.
Right.
So I take my time in talking to people. It could be a couple of hours phone call. It could be 4 hours phone call. The reason why I prefer email is transparency for both parties.
Right.
So I keep a timeline of everything I do, from phone calls that are recorded and are translated into text to emails and messages. I keep everything documented from day one. So what we do is discuss what you need first, the most important part to you at that time. I will then send you a list of organizations wherever you are that are local to you to help you. My objective for this site is to give you the skills and the confidence to do this by yourself, with me right there. So if you write a letter to the council and you get the brush off, then I can send in an advocate letter to back you up. And that's where it starts getting into the next stage. So I come in where there are difficulties. I'm trying to show people, no matter what your health issues, no matter how bad your health is, you can do this. You've got the skills. I just need to show you how, if that makes sense. So any legal letters you need sent on different topics, I can also do those when you get stuck. I'll give an example of the PIP situation. We all know about PIP, don't we?
Yeah.
So it's a nightmare. So the first thing they do is turn you down on what's called a review. So the person will come back to me and together we will go through the review through emails. Sometimes it might be a phone call. So essentially, then you've got the stage goes back, then within 28 days or so, sometimes 3 months. Basically, then they go for the mandatory review, which is the really bad one where they use all the laws. Now, I have their law book. I have the Bible for DWP. So I can then challenge using their own laws against them. That's where my skills come in.
Mm-hmm.
Then we go to a peer appeal. I've done over 2,000. I've lost 2 because I go to court. When it was done, the courts were open. I'd actually turn up and the judge would look at me and say, "Hi, team, another one?" Yeah, they all know me. So that's what I do. It's done in stages. It's very important if you've got major health issues, which include mental health. It's difficult to have a perception of where you need to go. You tend to be all over the place. And that's what I do is I talk to them on the phone. I can then play back any recording and I can pick out what's most important. And that's the first step. There's several steps to the process. I don't stop. There are several steps to the process. So that's the way my site works. It's about me trying to educate you and giving you the skills. Right.
Lucifer's just said that he's got his PIP.
Oh, fucking great. Oh, sorry, I said the word F word. Sorry. That's really great, Lucifer. Glad to hear it, mate. So it is a situation that people don't understand. I am now running this by myself, by the way.
Yeah.
So who's been waiting? Broken toilet? All right, okay. Mark, if you're disabled, they got to replace it in 2 hours, okay? So that's the only way they'll do it if you've got disability. They can't leave you. No, it's a hygiene issue, actually, Mark. If it's broken, they have to come and sort it out, especially if you're in social housing. So they do have to come in. So I would definitely get a letter off to them straight away. If you look on my site, Mark, you'll see the Fitness for Human Habitation Laws 2019. If anybody wants to download, they can email me through the advice website. I'll send you the copy, read it, and it tells you everything you need to know that your council or housing association now has to do by law.
Yeah.
Okay, they can be fined. But that's what the site's about. It's about me trying to encourage you to do things for yourself. It's when you get stuck, that's when I come in. And I do fight your corner every step of the way. It doesn't matter. Some people misunderstand what I put in emails. I give advice, and it's not a long email. It's about the agencies you can contact. There's lists of their links, there's phone numbers, etc., etc. That's what I do. And if they can't get anywhere with that, then I'll try and set it up for them. But it is a slow process. It's not done quickly. And I certainly don't make promises I can't keep. Yeah. I will not work outside my remit. I can't, because when you've got somebody who may have a lot of issues, you could say something wrong that could really impact on that person. So everything I've done, in any case I do, I have the full transcripts. So at the end of the case, this is what I do, is basically I take a video of the paper file is sent to them when it's completed by post, well, by whatever. So I send that electronically as well. But I take a video of either the paper file being shredded or the electronic file being deleted on a video. So it's basically there. So I'm not going to answer one woman vigilante. I made no promises I could not keep. That's all I'm going to say on that one.
Right.
I've got recordings of the phone call, and I've got all the emails between us. So we haven't had that many. I think about 5 emails over the last 6 to 12 months.
Right.
So basically that's where we are. So I don't know how any other way I can explain it. It's about trying to get you to understand what your rights are and take that first step.
Right. Can I just say, I don't, obviously this is just from my opinion. This isn't me knowing your process or your situation, Tina, but with regards to what one woman vigilantes just said, and I know you're not going to respond to that. I just want to answer. I just want to say something about this. About Tina said you would do these things in our phone call, but you haven't. As Tina's just said, and I'm not. Again, this is not me having a go at you, Bryony. Okay, I'm just saying that if Tina's got 15 cases that she needs to do, sometimes it's not practical to talk on the phone to everybody, especially if there is complex issues that need dealing with. A phone conversation can be forgotten. Certain things that are said in a phone conversation can be forgotten or remembered incorrectly. So sometimes it's better to do things in email so that you've always got a way of going back and checking word for word what's been said and being able to act on it properly that way. So from me knowing you, Bryony, from our chats, and from me knowing Tina from knowing her chats, I think that Tina hasn't. And again, this is my opinion. This is, tell me if I'm wrong, Tina. I can't imagine Tina has stepped away as such. I think that it's more a case of, as we know, there are a lot of issues that you need to deal with the police, the housing, the council, and everything else, Bryony. And with everything that needs to be dealt with, it can be very difficult to keep on top of it from phone calls. So sometimes it needs to be done in email. So you've always got that reference to go back to and to double check. Plus things, unfortunately, do take an amount of time to do. These things can't be fixed overnight, shall we say. So again, I mean, I might be completely wrong. This is just my opinion on the situation. And I think that, again, I might be wrong again, but I think I'm pretty good judge of character. And I think that Tina is doing what she can to help where she can. But again, there is a limit to what we can all do. And I don't believe Tina's never said to me something that she could do that she can't. She's always been quite honest with stuff that she's not able to do when it comes to helping with situations that I might have contacted her about. So yeah. So anyway, I don't want to, I don't want people to fall out on this channel. I don't want Bryony to fall out with you, Tina. I don't want you to fall out with anybody. And, I don't want people to start, thinking other people are against them. This, the whole thing I love about this channel is that everybody can come in and talk. And, when people start getting out of hand in the comments, we've got moderators that kick them out and try and keep it nice and clean and tidy and helpful and pleasant. And that's how I want it to stay. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
I agree. That's why, Dan, I don't talk about my clients on the channel.
Yeah.
I don't, because it is confidential. It's a thing that we have to discuss. I talked about what we could do together. I never made any promises of what I was going to take on board. I can't go above my remit at all. But I do things in stages, because if you've got complex issues, like most of us do, I've got depression, I've got physical illnesses, your mind's not clear. And that is why emails are so important as a timeline, because you've got that stage process. Your mind can fix on something. So when someone asks me for a list of councillors in their area because they can't focus, they can't do it, I'll find it. We've got an A to Z of all councils in England and Wales on the website. A direct line number, email addresses. So this is the things we are putting up. So I can only do so much because I'm currently running on my own. I've got 2 others running the website. We've had people interested in doing the work, but people are frightened of it. But that's where I come in. They don't have to write the law letters. I do. They don't have to send the letters to I draft it for them to send it in for a client in their area. So, but it's got their name on it. It gives that person a boost that they're doing something for someone else. That's what the voluntary side of it is about. I also do online training once a month, computer work, the website, any kind of encouragement in word processing. I do all of that with my web designers. I've also got a legal advisor on my site, so I would never step outside my remit where I'm putting somebody in harm's way. That's not what I would do, never. Yeah. And I do have 40 years of experience in a lot of fields. I know a little about mental health, going through it myself, but I'm not an expert. So if somebody is suffering in that, I always refer them to mental health services. That's what I do. Yeah. It's in their own area. That's what I do. I research it. But as for issues, I have no issue with one woman vigilante. I'm not going to get into it. She'd have to just deal with it in her way, the same as I'll have to deal with it in mine. But I never fall out with people. I've offered to help. I've sent information to one woman vigilante, to Bryony, and I don't know why it's gone that way, but I sent the details to her with something that came up in our conversation, and I shall leave it at that. But that's what my website is about. Please look at it, people. You can see what my site is about. It's not about me doing everything for you. It's about giving you the confidence to do it yourself. Building a file. I've always said, keeping a file in your house, making sure it is all there, right? So from the date you start the proceedings, every email you send, every text message, every telephone call, record. Keep a timeline, because when it goes to evidence, it is vital that you have everything written down. And that's what the police, they literally back up everything. So you have to do the same yourselves. You can't say someone said something, but if you don't have the evidence to back it up. And I always keep clear, concise records. So that's all I'd like to say on that. Other than that, Dan, how are you doing?
Right, I'm all right. But worn out, but as per usual. But I'm okay. I'm still pushing through and doing what I can. I had to take a quick nap this afternoon so I could do my live tonight. I couldn't miss another one.
You went for a nap. Oh, yeah. Geez.
So I had to have a nap. Well, I keep getting told that I have to. If I feel tired, I have to go to sleep. This is what the physio and the doctor keeps telling me, because it's my body's way of recovering still. And the problem is this exhaustion after a stroke, as they've said, there's no definitive time scale. You could have it for a week after, you could have it for a month, you could have it for 10 years, you could have it for the rest of your life. There's no way of saying this particular stroke will cause exhaustion for this amount of time. And it's horrible. You know, waking up in the morning and feeling like I've not slept, which I did before the stroke anyway. But when I wake up in the mornings now, I wake up and my arms hurt, and I have done almost every day since I had the stroke. Both my arms, it feels like as I've been asleep, it feels like I've tensed them. They've been tensed all night long, and then when I wake up, I've released the pressure on the muscles, and then they start aching, and that's what it's like almost every morning now.
Oh, nasty.
Which isn't very nice.
No, it's not. No.
Sometimes it can hurt. Other times, most of the time, it's just achy. But sometimes it can hurt. It
is awful. I mean, I'd like to apologise to those I have been working with as well, Dan. I would like to say sorry to those, because I went for a hospital checkup. And basically, I'm not going to say too much, but I was approached by someone at the hospital who guessed I might have had a certain disease and was trying to force me to go into a certain disease ward. And I was like, no, I'm going home. So, but leaving the hospital, within 24 hours, I had the Norwalk virus, which lasted 72 hours, the projectile vomiting and the other end. Then I got gastroenteritis, and then I had a chest infection with steroids, and that lasted 8 weeks. And I'm only just recovering from that now. So it's been a yuck.
Right.
So, and I caught that in the place we don't talk about. So So I went in with just some muscle problems and came out with a load of horrible diseases. So,
that's what hospitals are for, isn't it?
That's what he said. Well, what do you expect when you come to a hospital? You're going to get bugs, aren't you? I went, really?
Yeah.
Oh, there's no need to do that.
I remember my granddad, when I was young, like really young, he went into hospital. He had I can't remember what he had now. He had something wrong with him. He went to hospital anyway. He ended up having one of his legs cut off.
Oh, wow.
I think, to be honest, I think he had some shrapnel from the war. But he ended up going and having one of his legs taken off. But then not long afterwards, he had to go back because he'd caught something in the hospital, and he had to go back and have the other one chopped off. And then not long after that, he died.
Oh, crap. Yeah, that's not good.
Hello, Mr. Blagborough. Nice to see you. Sorry,
that's okay. I did notice, though, in the hospital, they had more staff than they did cleaners, and we had one, and he did half a room and then buggered off. It's hot. Your feet were sticking to the toilet floor. It hadn't been cleaned for a while, and it's like, oh, my God, I'm going to get out of here. Yeah.
Right.
So I've been actually shielded because of my autoimmune system for 3 years in my house.
Right.
So I've kept myself away from all of that. But how somebody professional took a test and then said, we're going to guess it is. And I was like, what? No, you don't guess. Hello. So I just left and walked out. So, and then I did, and I hadn't had one since. I took a test 2 days after I left the hospital. Fine. That's what I'm going to say on that one. But yeah, again, I would like to reiterate, my time is like perhaps we have lots going on around us with our health, with other people. This is just something that I need to explain. But the site is very clear in what we're doing. Please, please, please take the time to read it. There's the help button, what we do, what we can do for you, what we can't do for you. There's loads of it on there to explain. If anyone wants a lot of the documents, I can download them. Oh, I've already got some downloaded. I can send them to you in emails. Just contact my website. So if you are having problems with councils, the fitness for habitation stuff around your property, I can gladly send that through. And that covers England and Wales. Most of the stuff that's on there does. It is still a new site. It was only put up. It was only started in September. But basically, we are getting there. So we just got to find some nice volunteers that want to get stuck in. All right, Dan.
Right. All right then, Tina. Thanks for
giving me the time, and I'll catch up. I'll be on for a while, so I'll be watching.
No
I'll
worries.
catch up soon, mate. All right. Take care.
All right, Tina. Take care. Bye now. Bye. Carol. Thank you, by the way, for the £2. Much appreciated. I have no further information on civil disobedience at the moment. Again, as I've said a couple of times, people have asked tonight. Hang 1 second, caller. All I know is that he is dealing with a legal issue, and other than that, I've got no further information. But I do know that he will come back as and when he can. But that's all I know at the moment, I'm afraid. Hello, caller.
Hello there.
Hello.
How are you doing, Dan?
I'm okay. I recognise this voice.
No, I've not spoken to you before. I've sent you. Is this live, Dan? Is it?
It is. Yes, it is.
Right. Okay. Just following on from the my name's Bob, by the way. Sorry.
How you doing, Bob? All right.
Hello. Well, I tested positive with COVID a couple of days ago, but I'm all right. So, sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
That's all right. It's no worries.
Just follow on. Just from the lady who was on the phone there, Tina. I think by the sounds it helps with
yes,
with around I think benefits amongst other things. I've also had an experience with this through like another job I used to do, and around like if people being deemed fit for work and so on, and it really is a minefield. It's not as straightforward, and the powers that be put a lot of things in place which make it quite difficult for people. So there's just so many. It was just one thing. There's there's a thing, I don't know if you may have heard of, it's called a severe disability premium, which a lot of people don't realise that they can actually get, and it's quite simple to get.
Right.
It is. It's basically if you get, if you go on PIP, on the phone called PIP, it's amongst the, there's like a long list of them, but I'm more familiar with the PIP side of it, sort of thing. And you can, well, how I've done it, I've managed to get 2 people quite a bit of back payments from this. You can just sort of, I've like on the behalf of that, like phoned up like the DWP and asked about the severe disability premium.
Right.
And basically what they do is that they just go back on the records, no form filling and what have you. They check basically if you're eligible for it, basically. And as I've helped at least 2 people in the past who who have managed to get quite a bit of back pay. And like I say, it's pretty simple. But with the universal credit, with that coming in, that severe disability premium, if say somebody's a new claimant, you don't get that anymore. It's more people who are like under the old system, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Right.
So just so whether people it's like it's a simple phone call to the DWP and then ask about the severe disability premium, and like I say, they look through the records.
Right.
But it's not something to tell you about, as I found out through the job.
For some reason, the government have got no obligation to tell people that they're entitled to anything. They only have to admit something if they're asked about it. Is the way that I see it. Other than that, they don't tell you what you're entitled to. You have to do all of that kind of stuff yourself and work it out.
I've found that, like say, through my job, and I've like everything you've just said there. Not a lot of people can, because they simply don't know. Like I said, and you've got like obviously citizens' advice who they're snowed under. It's like I've had to use them a few times, and
well, the citizens' advice, something that I found out a few months ago. Citizens' advice is actually now funded by the government. Whereas it used to be an independent advice service, obviously, and I think I can't remember when it was, 2019. I think it might have been, but at that point they received something like £50 million from the government, but apparently they had to sign some kind of disclosure not to talk bad about the DWP. So in other words, they're in their pocket.
Yeah. Well, I can't. Obviously, I don't know enough about what you just said there, so I don't really know. There's other organisations out there as well, which like run for people who've got disabilities, and a lot of them aren't known about. There's not just the citizens' advice. There is other organisations, but it's there's probably in your local area there probably is, but you probably don't actually know they're there. Because they get very little funding, like I say, I was helping quite a lot of people, like through my job, but definitely the severe disability premium, why you still can, because it's under the new system. It's called a legacy payment. It is, and like I say, there's a long list of if you get this, you must get disability premium. So you got to get like ASA, and one like either PIP, and there's a long list of other things which you've got to qualify,
Right.
And that's for people who are over 18.
Okay.
So like I say, it's definitely for people who, because you may well get quite a bit of back pay. Some people might. But like I say, it might not be applicable to everybody, but it's definitely worth it.
No, of course.
It's quite a simple process.
Yeah, no,
definitely
of course. I'm sure there's people. I think there is people that have said in the comments there that they get the severe disability premium, and some people, I think some people are asking if they can get it on universal credit and stuff as well. So I think just the mention of it has now pricked the interest of certain people, which will hopefully go and look into it and potentially help them out a little bit. I mean, I'm on PIP. I got I had 3 strokes last year in March. I was told by everybody I spoke to, I was told that I couldn't do nothing about it with PIP. There's no point in telling PIP about it because it has to be something that has lasted for at least 6 months. So I waited until the 6-month period before I actually received a letter from PIP saying, "Oh look, this is a follow up. We just want to know if anything's changed." And I filled that in, and that's 6 or 7 months ago now. And I'm still waiting to hear from them.
Yeah, with because with PIP, it's a working age benefit, so you get that. It's at one time it was reviewed, but what I found for me, it's sort of varied. Some, like, it can be 3 years, it can be 10 years before it gets reviewed.
Right.
So I think they've changed on like certain conditions, because obviously some conditions aren't going to get any better, but obviously in time some people might improve, you know. So I sort of do review it more than these days. But back to severe disability, you must get a disability premium or income related. You've got it because you have to get what's called a disability premium first, and then for the severe disability, it's the disability premium or income related ESA, and one of the following, like mentions about the PIP, and there's a AFIP. I don't know what that is.
I'm not sure.
The DLA care component at the middle rate, the middle or highest rate. But like I said, the people I have support generally have been on PIP and ESA, and Jen, I think with the disability premium, that might be part. I think I can't remember if that gets put on automatically. I can't remember, but if I think it might do. But like I say, I'll just, if you know, people have to phone up and just ask. It doesn't, you know, and they'll tell you either way. You know, I've had 2 people who have managed to get quite a bit of back pay, and it's like I say, it's just changing soon in the future when they can't it's called, like I say, it's called a legacy payment. So if somebody's on this already, it will get transferred onto the new system, but it's less generous. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
But you know, but it's something which, like you say, that they won't tell you about it. You've got to phone about it, you know. So, but like I say, it's well worth people trying. Well, like I said, the lady who was on before, I had an old job of mine. It was a big battle to get, you know, somebody who was fit, were deemed for work. They weren't going to be able to work.
Yeah.
And you've got to put an appeal in, which is, it's got a name for it, but I can't remember the name for it now.
The mandatory review, the mandatory review thing.
Yeah, that's when you initially, because they seem to be going through it all. Like anybody who's on ESA, and this person had been on it for quite a while, and then they basically come in. He had to go for an assessment, which it was, in my opinion, it was agreed before we got in there, you know, for the assessment, what was going to happen, and regardless what you said, do you know what I mean? You know, I'd got this person, you know, he'd been sort of from where, like when I started working with him to where he was, and it was a huge improvement in his mental health and everything else, and obviously got him a lot more money as well, which you know, as you probably know yourself, you know, if you're on basic money regarding benefits, it's a struggle. But it's not making it any easier, to be honest.
No.
And like I say, well, when they took them off, I had to, because they basically, as soon as they do that, you have to make another claim, which then goes on to job seekers, or what was it's now, I think it's universal credit now, and then I think you've got to put a sick note in, and you've got to keep doing that until you like once your appeal starts probably gets rolling, sort of thing.
Right.
So it's sorry.
No, I'm listening. Sorry, I'm listening. I was just saying, yeah. It's fine.
Yeah.
Go on.
It's sort of, so obviously everyone's circumstances are different, but it's like I say, this once if anyone does get deemed fit for work, they have to basically it's a whole new claim. Basically, that's the long and short of it. You've got to start all over again, putting the claim in, and then then you've got to appeal. There's an appeal which gets knocked back anyway. It's just a process you have to follow. And then I've been out for a little while, so I can't remember all the names. You just got to make sure you put your claim in, put a sick note in, and then you're appealing the decision at the same time. So it's a really hard process, and if somebody hasn't got the help, it's like what that lady's trying to offer. That lady is, it's just so many people out there, but you can't help everybody. But it's really, really hard. It's like I say, it's just like I thought I'd mention about the severe disability premium.
No, I appreciate it. As I say, there's people in the comments talking about it now, so I'm sure just you mentioning it as giving people the idea to go and check it out for themselves. So that's one of the things we like about this channel. We get people talking. If we can help other people, then we will do.
Yeah, that's what I say. It might not be, but it's just wild because. But if people are on the new system, if the new claimants, it's not as generous, and the severe disability premium doesn't exist on the new claimants. But if anybody's still on the old ASA, but so
right.
Yeah.
No, man, but listen, I appreciate calling. Thank you very much for the information.
No problem. Okay, I'll let somebody else get on. Anyway, nice talking to you, Dan. Take care.
Thank you, and take it easy.
Bye.
Bye, mate. Bye. Right. Whoever's phoning, give me a second. Right. First of all, so let me just respond to Nicky Jackson there. If the woman's got 5 kids from 5 fellas, she'd have more than buckets of help. She'd have a bucket of fanny as well. but on a serious note, I've got to ask, Bridie, I've got to ask you, okay, I get that you think that you have got some, or I get that you feel that you have some issues with Taylor. This chat is not the place to have a go at people, okay? I'm not having a go at you. This is this is me just trying to, let me just turn the volume down on here. Sorry, guys. We need to try and keep the chat helpful, and not using it as a place to have a go at other people. I get that you feel that you've got an issue with Tina. I understand that. Calling her out in the chat is not the way to deal with that. You say again, I don't know the ins and outs of what's been going on. I've been looking at some of your messages as they fly past on the screen. About when a person offers their services and retracts this. Again, I don't know what the email says, but from what Tina said on the phone a minute ago, she's not retracted anything. She sent you some information, and I think that with all the stuff that needs to be dealt with in your case, only one thing at a time can be done. you know, even I can't fix all the problems in once. I have to do a bit at a time, and it takes time. I get that you feel that she's stepped away. I get that you feel that Tina may not be delivering on the promise that she has made. But I say to you, you know, have you, how can I put it? First of all, has there been enough time to deal with the issues? There's one, you know, one thing to ask. Has there been enough time to deal with the issues? Remember, these are issues that you yourself have been dealing with for a very long time. And to try and fix it in, you know, the amount of time that you want it to be fixed, and we all want it to be fixed quickly, but if we've got an unrealistic time frame in our mind of having something fixed and it's not fixed within that time frame, we're going to get a bit upset that it's not fixed. But it doesn't mean that it's somebody else's fault. There's a lot to deal with. Okay. I don't want anyone to fall out. I don't want anybody having a go at each other in the comments. Okay. I want this to be a place where people can come and feel safe sharing stuff. Okay. Yes, we get the occasional troll, which we deal with as quickly as we can. Okay. But how can I put it? I think you're this might sound like I'm being a bit heartless, a bit out of order. I think that you've got yourself worked up a little bit this evening, Bryony, and I don't mean this in a bad way, and I sure as hell am not trying to embarrass you or talk down to you. Okay, I think that you've got yourself worked up this evening over this Tina thing as well. Okay, I think that maybe you need to sleep on it. Okay, and then come back and look at the situation again with fresh eyes tomorrow. I understand it's difficult to do. Trust me, I understand. More than you may realise. But sometimes we do have to take a step back and say to ourselves, well, actually, are they being unreasonable? Or am I being unreasonable? Am I expecting too much in too short a time? Or are they doing enough for me? Or have they done enough for me? Or are they not doing enough? Or whatever it might be. And we need to, you know, we need to look at the bigger picture. Again, I am certainly not having a go at you. I don't know the ins and outs of your conversations with Tina. None of my business. Okay. That's between you two. But we have to, we've got to look at the bigger picture. We've got to say, you know, we've got to say to ourselves, this is a problem that I've not been able to fix on my own for X amount of time. Somebody's offered to help me, but it's going to take time to do that. They can only fix one thing at a time. We can't, you know, unfortunately, we can't wave a magic wand and fix everybody's problems at once. We can only do what we can as and when we can, especially when we're trying to help other people as well. I'm sorry, Princess Angela. I'm scrolling back to look for your comments. Can you repeat them, and I'll say them. Again, I want to help as many people as I can, if I can. I can't help everybody. I've had to turn people away before. If I can't help people, then I will try and send them on to somebody who I think might be able to help them. Okay. But it doesn't mean that I don't care about them. It doesn't mean that I don't care about them having their problems solved or fixed or remedied in some way. It just means that I can't do everything that I can do. you know, I can't do everything that I want to do. And sometimes, as I do with other people and have done in the past, sometimes I over expect from people. And I see what you're saying about a change of direction. One woman vigilante, I see what you're saying about change of direction, but again, you know, there are people that I've spoken to that have needed to talk or have needed advice or something like that, and we've spoken on the phone for, you know, several hours, and then suddenly I might not be able to talk to them on the phone for a few days or a week. Sometimes it may be longer than that. But again, it doesn't mean that I don't care. It just means that I've got other things that need to be done, as well as helping that other person. And I'm in a unique position to know what it's like from both sides. I've been where you are, okay, needing the help, and I've been the one wanting to help. So I'm in that unique situation or position to see that from both sides. But you're getting attacked by people. Why? But we've spoken about this, Bryony. We've spoken about the internet. We've spoken about YouTube. Okay, YouTube is a place where people can hide, okay, behind a faceless profile and be horrible people. Princess Angela, I've popped it up on the screen, love. Is there another one? No, I've put it up on the screen. What was I saying? Yeah, YouTube, the internet as a whole, is a place where people can hide, okay, behind faceless profiles and be horrible to people, okay. The world is full, unfortunately, of cretins such as that, okay. I've explained this to you in conversations before, you know, which is why I say maybe set because your videos, and again, this is something we've spoken about several times, your videos are to document things, okay. It's not okay for people to target somebody, okay. It's not okay for that. But what I'm saying is, we have the tools on YouTube, okay, to protect ourselves from that, okay. First of all, as we've spoken about, your videos are to document what you're going through, all right. It's to document your journey in trying to get things done. Because it's your documentation, it doesn't need to be public. It can be, you can record your live stream and make it private, okay. You can make it public in the future, but you can do your live stream privately, okay, where you're dealing with your issue at hand rather than dealing with people that want to come on and troll you in the comments at the time that you're trying to deal with the problem, which is going to wind you up and make you feel even worse, okay. You've also got the option to turn the comments off on a video. A quick search of Google will tell you how to turn the comments off on a live video. So you can do your live stream, but without people commenting and upsetting you. I know what it's like on here, all right. Twice, maybe three times, I've nearly given up on YouTube because of trolls, and I've learnt now to deal with them in my way. Not everybody can do that. So the best way to stop that from happening is to stop them from doing what they're doing, which to upset you, which is to take away their opportunity to be horrible in the comments. And when you say about support, my supporters attacking you, you've got to remember that supporters are not necessarily people that agree with the channel or the content or the person that's running the channel. People that might be subscribed to a channel, okay, they might be subscribed because they want to go on when that person puts a video up and slag them off, as I get a few in the comments. I can't vouch personally and put my life on the line for every single person that watches my content. I can vouch for a few. I'm pretty sure I can vouch for a few, very few, that I can pretty much, I think, put my hand on heart and say, if I needed to trust somebody, I could trust them. But there's a lot of people that I don't know. I only know them through talking in the chat. I don't know them from talking on the phone. I don't know them from, you know, Princess Angela, for example. We talk an awful lot. Lost Souls Paranormal, we used to talk quite a lot. Now she ignores most of my messages, but you know, that's by the by. No, but you know, one Lost Souls Paranormal, she's even driven to my house. She's even come to my house to bring me a cupcake on my birthday. Now, somebody that does, you know, somebody you can't trust, or somebody that doesn't like you, isn't going to drive all the way from where she lives to come and bring me a cupcake on my birthday because she knew I was spending my birthday on my own. You know, so there's a few people that I can say that I trust, but everybody else, and no offense to anybody, but everybody else, I don't know them. I don't have that relationship with them. I don't have that friendship with them, you know, and I can't have, because there's far too many people for me to have that sort of relationship with. I'd never get anything done if I was talking to everybody all day long. You know, and it's just crazy. But it's same. It doesn't matter what channel. Doesn't matter what channel. There are always going to be people that, unfortunately, will be nice on one channel and horrible on another channel. Okay, and nobody can stop that from happening. That is people's own personal choices to do. As horrible as it is, and you know, and as annoying and as upsetting as it might be, we've got to understand that this is a world on the internet. I mean, this is a world where people come to hide, where people come to what's the word? To be the horrible little bastard that they want to be, but can't be in real life because they know they'll get planted everywhere. This is life. This is unfortunate, but we have to. Unfortunately, we've got to learn to deal with it. It's hard. I don't want it to sound like I'm being horrible, okay? Because I'm not being horrible. I want you to get the help that you need, and the help that you want as well. But we've got to be. I think we've got to be realistic in all the things that you've mentioned. We've got to be realistic and say, right, well, Tina's only one woman. Tina's dealing with you herself. She, you know, even when she had somebody, she wasn't passing you off to them. She was dealing with you herself. Any other organisation, you know, honest to God, any other organisation, think of it this way: if it was a mental health organisation, they'd let you talk to them for an hour, then they'd fuck you off and they'd ignore you, and they wouldn't bother with you until the next time you went to see them a few months later. Okay, they wouldn't send you emails, wouldn't call you. You know, they just give you some, they go, oh, here you go, try doing these exercises and we'll see you in a couple of months' time. But people like Tina and myself, we don't do that. We do think about people. Okay, when we're not talking to them, we do still think about people and wonder what we're going to do in order to try and help them. Tina and I had only one phone call. Okay. And I can't ask you what you discussed because that's none of my business. But how long did that phone call take? You know, again, you think about some organisations, they'll talk to you first of all, they'll get all the information they need. They don't necessarily need to talk to you on the phone after that because things can be done through email, which is more practical in many cases. Again, you know, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to be sitting here defending anybody because I shouldn't have to. You know, I shouldn't have to be defending anybody. I also shouldn't have to be, you know, it's doing my head in now. From my point of view, okay, Tina has had that phone call with you. She's taken all the relevant information that she needed, okay, and in the background she's been working on it. Whether she has or not, I don't know. This is my point of view. This is the way that I see it. She's taken as much information from you as possible in that first initial phone call, which is a bit like a bit like your it's like if you go and see a solicitor, consultation. It's a bit like a consultation. So she's giving you as much time as she can in a consultation on the phone. She's now got all that information, okay, and then she can work on that in the background while she's also helping other people. Bearing in mind, she's got other people phoning in for help. So she needs to spend some time with them for their initial consultation, so to speak, and then deal with finding support and help for them and where they need to go next and what they need to do next. You know, I feel like I'm speaking for Tina. And Tina, if you're still watching, you know, forgive me, I'm not trying to speak for you. I think I can see this from both sides. I can see where one woman vigilante is coming from, and I can see where you are and where you're stuck in trying to help people with the limited amount of time that you've got. But as I say, we just have to. We've got to look at it, and we've got to realise we've got to look at our Bryony, just because something's not been done yet doesn't mean that it's not going to be done. Again, steps, small steps. We can only do one thing at a time. We can only fix one issue at a time. And if Tina's working on an issue, maybe it's not the particular issue you want her to work on at the moment, but it's the issue that she's working on, for example. And maybe that is what, you know, maybe that's what needs dealing with first. Sometimes it's difficult to take when people say to us, you need to do this. It's easy when, especially when you've got mental health issues or depression, it's easy to go, oh, fuck, that's not what I want to work on. I want to work on another thing because that's more important. Well, sometimes when other people are looking in from the outside, they can see what's more important. Our view of things, our view of the situation is clouded because we live within it. Whereas somebody from the outside looking in can see what a particular problem is more important than another. You know, so if Tina's turned around and she's working on something else, that you may not want her to be working on. You'd rather want her working on something different, for example. Maybe you need to give her some credit and let her let what she wants to do happen rather than fight it. For example, if she's dealing with for example, I don't know. See, even my mind's going blank now. I don't know. I don't know. I'm no, look, Bryony, right? If something needs to be aired, then we can air it, but we can talk about it. The thing is, we have to again, we've got to. People might not always look at things the same way as us, and we've got to appreciate that. We've got to appreciate that something that might seem like it's the most serious issue out of all of the issues that we've got might only be that serious because we're blowing it up in our minds. Maybe something else is the thing that needs fixing. And when somebody's looking in from the outside, they can see better, okay, what might be wrong than we can, because we've got blinkers on and we're seeing things from our clouded glasses, so to speak. We have to give people a chance. We have to give people the time and the opportunity to try and help us. If we don't, then it's a waste of our time asking for support and help in the first place. You know, when I was getting CBT, they were offering me certain stuff through CBT, cognitive behavioural therapy, because of my mental health. And in the end, I said to them, "Look, this ain't helping me." Okay, and I walked away from it, but I didn't really give it the chance. I can't go back on it now. I have to wait until I have another meltdown before they'll put me back on it. But I walked away from it. But I now think to myself, well, maybe just because I didn't think it was helping, maybe it was. Maybe it could have. Maybe I should have given it a chance, but I didn't. Sometimes we need to. Sometimes we need to give. Sometimes we need to give people and situations a chance to work, even if we think they're not working. Right. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hi, Dan. It's Keith.
Hello, mate. You all right?
Not too bad.
Jolly good.
Listen, I've been listening to tonight. Tonight's been a bit of a different conversation. It's been interesting.
It has.
Lots of life lessons to be learned there. And you're quite right when it comes to, with the mental health and stuff like this, and taking support from one side or another. We have to at least at times be open to suggestion and not be, I suppose, jump to conclusions straight away.
Yeah, I think for the same for me, as I've said, I through my mental health crises that I've had, I've been so focused on particular issues that I think of the issues when it's in fact something else that needs fixing.
Exactly. A third party is always great, because they can see the picture from the other side.
Yeah.
And I was going to go off onto a tangent on another story that I think I'll keep to myself. But what I'd like to talk about, I hope you don't mind me kind of changing the subject slightly.
No, go for it.
Julian Assange.
Okay.
Today, I was at the court case in the Westminster Magistrates Court, And a lot of people probably don't know this, but Julian Assange has been locked away in the Ecuadorian embassy for 8 years and in Belmarsh prison for 3.
Yeah.
So he went to the High Court and won his extradition against the Americans, taken to America for 175 years. They call him a terrorist and a hacker. They're going to give him 172 years, I think, for being a terrorist and 3 years for being a hacker. So today, after going to the High Court, the Americans obviously made an appeal against that, and they won it on the grounds that he had won the case that he was in, he had mental health problems and his health. So if he went to America into one of these high security prisons, that he'd probably either commit suicide or die in there. So on humanitarian, kind of level, they didn't send him there. So the Americans won the appeal saying, oh, no, we'll treat him really well.
Yeah.
And we'll look after him. And it went back and forth all the way to the Supreme Court. Julian his legal team tried to fight that. And now he's had a rubber stamp put on the fact that he's going to go to America. And Priti Patel is going to be the last person to okay it. Now, I know Priti Patel has already passed laws or in the process of passing laws here in the UK. So if a journalist embarrasses the UK government, the UK government will treat them as a spy and send them to jail for 14 years. So there's not much hope for Julian Assange at this stage.
Oh, I love embarrassing the government.
Oh, yeah, I know. Talk to me about it, you know. So I was actually taken off YouTube for 3 months because I bullied and intimidated people like Bill Epstein, the Queen, Prince Philip, and so on. I've just been after a 3-month ban because of this bullying and intimidation. And now, Dan, I had 330 subscribers at the time, and I was only up for about a month. But a video with mainstream images of celebrities, you know, with their hand over their eye and all this virtue signaling.
Yeah, all this stuff.
That got me taken off for 3 months for bullying and intimidation. So I'm quite proud of myself because, you know, if I'm intimidating all these people around the world and getting taken down for 3 months, and, you know, there's many others that we watch on YouTube saying kind of, you know, certain things or whatever else, they get away with it, but others don't. I'm left in this situation that Julian Assange, because he's being sent away over to America, this is kind of a signal to us. We're all being censored and deleted and restricted, and not just me or you or other people on YouTube, but I mean like presidents, even like Trump and even Russell Brand and stuff like that. These type of people, if you speak out, you're being taken down.
Yeah.
Now, I have a saying that when you travel, your words are your videos, and your thoughts, which are your comments, if they're being taken down, deleted, and censored, we're living in a dictatorship and a tyranny. And because everybody at home is all sat back and allowed Julian Assange without any support over the last 11 years, the people in power have just decided, well, nobody really cares about their free speech, their freedom of speech. And we are now facing exactly the same thing. And I can come to a conclusion myself that people like myself that may speak out, or people that say something about a virus or about lockdowns or any of these other things that they don't want us talking about, will be turned into terrorists as well. Because when you're in a dictatorship and a tyranny, and just because we can upload to Instagram and Facebook and watch our movies on Netflix and have our goods delivered to Amazon or from Amazon, it doesn't mean that we're free and that we're, you know, everything is okay around us. In actual fact, like it's, as I say, it's like the wool being pulled over your eyes, and like a predator does to the prey, they allow them to have their little drink down by the watering hole, and then snap, you're gone.
Yeah, the way I say it, I say we're being groomed.
We are being groomed 100%, Dan. And you know, this is not just you know, when you talk about grooming, you always think about pedophilia and children.
Yeah.
And I go back all the way to the London Olympics when we had beds being pushed by nurses and Dr. Death in the background and babies wrapped up in like a mummy. And that was 8 years before we had all of these lockdowns.
Right.
So they were virtual signaling all the way back then. And now we're facing it now. And there's things like, you know, there was a TV program on Channel 4, Utopia. And they show you, and that's part of, what would you say, condition testing. So if they show you something and then you see it and you accept it and later on it happens, then the conditioning is working, the grooming is working, as you say. So I want everyone out there that's listening on your channel and other places and to kind of start to realize that these things like Julian Assange being sent away and us not actually doing anything about it and kind of sitting and kind of thinking, well, what can I do? Just one person.
Yeah.
We can do something. All of us can. And it's about actually doing something. I mean, like I keep hearing, I have a grand plan that I think we should all do, which is go to our local parks, open spaces for 3 days and strike and shut the world down like they did to us. Go out and party and reconnect with our neighbours and our friends and have local businesses come and sell us food and drinks and have local dancers and entertainers up on a stage. We don't use our electricity. We don't flush our toilets. We don't turn on our TVs. And we empower each other and take back.
Yeah.
Because it's like everything. We need to grow up. And like through, let's say, as you say, we're being groomed or whatever else, it's time to say no. And that's what I wanted to say really about Julian Assange. Do you know much about it yourself?
To be honest, I don't.
It's
more of a political thing, which I tend to steer clear of political things because I don't know anything about politics. So I tend to have obviously my focus, which is on the police and that kind of thing. But I do know a bit about Julian Assange, but hardly anything.
Right. Well, let me give you one thing to watch. It's called Collateral Murder, and it's on YouTube.
Right.
And it's American soldiers shooting innocent people and 2 journalists. And they lie to their commanders and say, these people have machine guns and rocket launchers. We need to engage now.
Right.
They kill, I think, about 14 to 16 people. And I mean, with bullets that are as big as your hand that would shoot through a tank or an armored car.
Right. Like
ripping people to pieces.
50 cal. Yeah.
And then, and then a van turns up with a man and his 3 children coming back from school. And they see this massacre all over the streets. And they stop to get out and try and help. So the helicopter pilots, they then say, there's now people trying to pick them up and take them away. Can we engage? Yes. And then they shoot up this van with 3 children inside and the father out trying to, pick up the dead bodies and put them into the van with local people trying to help them. Now, that's been up on YouTube for many years. And it's like you say, you think this is a political thing, when in actual fact, it's being created into a political story. And you have the left side and the right side and what they're saying. One person is saying he's a terrorist, he's giving out information that we shouldn't see. And we're told what's fake and what's not. So you look at that particular video and you decide for yourself if that man should be in jail for being a terrorist and showing that. And I'll say it to all of your listeners. And after watching it, right, the soldiers that go to the van afterwards, the first soldier that got there, he is now an advocate for Julian Assange. And he left the American army and said, I didn't join up for this, for children, innocent people to be shot. And I think about 2 weeks ago, another American reporter got 62 months, whatever that is, in jail for reporting the fact that 90% of airstrikes by American drones kill innocent people. But yet we were sold the fact that these drones are precision instruments that will only kill the right people and whatever. But that is not the case. And this is the problem I have, and the reason I started up a channel, and why I even kind of like, you're a truth seeker. You go after the truth with the police and whatever else like that. And I've had so many incidences with police. Every time that I see you put up a video, I have a story, something similar. And it's the corruption is everywhere. And if you were playing Monopoly with 6 or 7 people and they were all cheating, there's no point in playing the game, is there?
No, of course
you're never going to win. And we're kind of in that situation at the moment. And so please watch Collateral Murder. And
I've written it down. I've written it down on my pad because I've got a habit of forgetting things. So so now I write stuff down. I can't see it; it's too bright. But now I write stuff down on my pad, so you can just see there's some writing on there. Otherwise, I forget. But I've written it on there, and I will check it out at some point. But no, I mean, I know that loads of people talk about the Julian Assange thing, and again, I don't have the time to look into to stuff that's not associated with the channel, which is unfortunate because I wish there was more time in the day. This
is one. Yeah, sorry, Dan. I was going to say this is kind of a thing that went on for many years, but was created into a political thing. Like that was what the case was about, is the fact that they're treating him as a terrorist, and the opposite side is saying, well, he's a journalist and he showed the truth, but the truth is damning, and now you're going to send him to jail for 175 years. Excuse me, I think that's some wine. But
that's sorry,
you have
somebody's just asked what video you said you mentioned.
Collateral Murder.
Collateral Murder.
Yep. Collateral Murder. It's the video of the American helicopters and all of the audio. This was what would you say? It was very popular 11 years ago because it was in the mainstream at that particular time. But because it got mainstream, what would you say, recognition, he then became a target. I have a very funny video that I saw today, and it's about these skits that they do sometimes, and they did one with Julian Assange today because he's been, he got rubber stamped today and he's going away. Right. And it has we're the British government and we're the bitches of America. And then they go, and this is we're from the Ecuadorian embassy, and our president is a bitch too. And then it goes on. Then it goes on to the Australians, and we're bitches of America too.
Yeah,
it's all about the Julian Assange, you know what I mean? And we have now found that most of the things, even with our lockdowns and all those other things, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, have basically paying people, the corrupt, to say what they want and to follow their orders as they want. And for me, it's just gone too far. And I always link it to your stuff, Dan, because the police I see as the dogs, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way to police, but the fact that they're on a leash, they're told what they can and cannot do, sit, stand, twirl around, give me your paw, and they do it, because they're fed. And the police's food is money. And they will tell you to this day, when we're out at the protests or at any of these, any of the protests, they say, I'm just here doing my job, But the problem is if you continue to do the same job and it's corrupt or you're doing things that are wrong, like we watch videos, Dan, that you put up, and a police officer will be doing wrong, and their colleague will be standing beside them. They might not be joining in, but by not saying anything or by not stopping that police officer, because they might get grief back in the office or whatever it may be, they are as guilty. But they don't see it that way because it becomes endemic. It becomes normal behavior to them, unfortunately. And I often say, it's about the police have to change the system from within. Us on the outside, yelling or shouting or bickering or calling them cunts or pigs or whatever it may be. Sorry for my
That's right, language. That's fine.
But they, you're left in the situation that then creates a barrier towards it. And these people, the ones that are getting paid, if they really joined the force to make change with criminals, and you put it up on your channel before, there are more criminals within the police force than any other career. Yeah. And it's the same with 7.5% of crimes, of reported crimes, are actually investigated. These are ridiculous figures.
Sickening.
But yet the taxpayer keeps paying.
Yeah.
The people keep supporting but yet it's a system that goes around and round. It's like the snake eating itself as such.
I don't know. Maybe communities should start doing what they were doing in London. Maybe when they started coming up with these private police forces, maybe we should get people, in each area, set up their own group.
They did it in Ireland, Dan. In Ireland, there was not police force, but they had drug problems in Dublin.
Yeah.
Probably about 10, 15 years ago, and they had vigilante groups. Now we have a great thing in Ireland, right? If you're a bad person, you're a drug dealer, you're whatever may be, the society around gather together and they wait till you go out of the house and they just burn it down.
Right.
So tomorrow you have nowhere to go home. Now, I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing or whatever it may be. It is just a fact. And they'll actually burn the house. So you won't be there tomorrow.
Yeah.
The council or you'll have to find somewhere else to stay. And then you're gone from their eyes. And in Dublin, they had vigilante groups that were going around to the big, big gangs, but in groups of 50 and 100, and just kicking in the door and dragging them out. Now, I have, the way I see it is, in the future, the police force, let's take, for instance, everything changes tomorrow. You or me or other people that listen to this type of channel could become part of a force that would go out with the police, but we would have more power than them, but we wouldn't be paid by the police. We'd be paid separately.
Yeah.
So that the independent person would be there always overseeing, just the same as the way a cameraman goes out with police stop camera action and all these other programs.
Yeah.
Where you're actually shadowing them so that you can change the system just by having one extra person. And it's like we were just talking earlier and you were saying, from somebody from the outside looking in, you see it from a different kind of angle,
Yeah, yeah.
So there is solutions to all of the problems. And can be solved easier than people think. It's a matter of the people actually saying, together, unified, yes, we can, rather than it will never happen. It could never happen. That's all I hear is this negativeness gone.
Yeah, no, this is something I've been saying for ages, but it's not something that's easy to put into place. And that is getting, the police in the Midlands have got, like West Midlands Police, they've got people in the community that put on a high-vis jacket, Police Watch, I think it's called, and they go round and they see something that they don't like and they phone up the police and say something's happening. There's a group of kids outside the shop. It looks dodgy. Come and sort it out, and the police will go and sort it out. Now, my plan has been for the last year or two is to set up a system somehow of people around the country who they all get like some kind of an ID card to say that they're part of the group, shall we say?
But is that not community bobbing, or is that not what community bobbies are, kind of?
No, because they've still got if they're given the powers by the police, they can still arrest you and that kind of stuff. It's down to the right.
I agree and I disagree. I agree exactly in what you have, but in a different form. And the reason why I say don't go out looking for crime, just follow the police.
Oh yeah, no, that's what it is. It's
You know what I'm
that's what
saying?
it's to do with.
Yeah.
It's to do with video cameras. Okay, so we
Yeah.
go out.
Oh,
If you see an incident, okay, you stop and you film because you're protecting another person, another human being, another member of society. You stop and you film them. If you get asked, you show them the little card that says you're
100%.
part of a group.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to get a lawyer on board and say, look, tell us what we should do in order to not get nicked. So if we do get nicked, we've got your backing to take them to court. So everybody's got like a code of practice, like the police, a code of practice that we follow. For example, not getting too close, because then the police can turn around and say you're interfering, but you film as much of it as you can. Okay. And that video comes into central place, for example, and I say me, but it doesn't have to be, but say it all comes back here, and then we use that video. The person that's been arrested or detained or whatever gets given a card, a business card, where they can request the video from. Dan. But it's just getting something like that implemented. It's not something.
It is. You have to have it. You see, the initial thing that you have to have is the legal advice. That lawyer, that solicitor, or whatever else, to be able to tell you, listen, this is really what the rules are, and this is how you should probably start it.
Yeah.
Now, if you have that kind of backup, and remember, there's people like AB, other people going out, Coley Burks, getting arrested, actually filming outside police stations, and then getting awarded £1,000, £1,500, £2,000 because they have been arrested.
Yeah.
And that money then can get put back into that whole system as such. And the police will learn very, very, very quickly once it hits their pockets, because remember, that's their retirement funds and their, their whatever outings and bits and pieces that go towards their funds or towards a brand new police cars or whatever it may be. That money is coming out of that taxpayers, whatever you call it, a slush fund.
Yeah.
And I say to people, I would rather people like AB and Coley Burks and all these other people that are out there to get that money, because it's better spent than with those police officers at the moment.
Yeah.
In the future, Dan, that's a very, very good idea. And I thought initially you were saying like, oh, if there's trouble somewhere, that you then call the police, because I see community bobbies. Way back, you had Hitler's Youth. Now, Hitler's Youth were young children, right? They were given a uniform, a whistle, no powers and no money, but they had this status, and they would blow their whistle and the Nazis would come in. And community bobbies were sold to us as trying to help the community and whatever else. But I don't know if you've seen around at the moment, TfL are putting up these adverts, and it's all about sexual harassment, staring, touching, rubbing, this kind of thing.
I touched on that video.
We all know that those things are wrong. You don't go rubbing yourself up against some stranger, male, female, dog or animal. You know what I mean? It's wrong. So we don't need a sign about it. So why are they putting up the signs? Well, they're putting up the signs because it's a psychology to make everyone police officers.
Yeah.
You touched off me. You rubbed off me. You were staring too long,
Yeah.
And it's exactly the same as the way they did in Nazi Germany, which was, there's a Jew next door. Oh, we have a young Hitler Youth saying that there's a Jew hidden underneath the stairs there. And it turned everybody against each other. And we saw this, Dan, during the lockdowns. You did reports on it even. Neighbours skinning on each other.
That's it.
Because they didn't give back the lawnmower last week, or they played the music too loud 3 years ago. And this is what happens. People become tyrants.
Can you imagine imagine the tube in London at rush hour, and you're all packed in like sardines. You can't help your bag is going to touch somebody. Your knee might touch somebody. You get off the train. You get lifted, and you've got no defence. It's their word against yours, but they're going to believe them and say, "Oh, you touched their ass," or whatever it might be.
Yeah, because you were the reporter. They must have done it. Listen, I had a funny one today, and it goes on the same kind of level, obviously not sexual harassment, but I was walking my friend's dog. I often mind Amelia. She's the Julian Assange support dog. She's an American Akita, the most cutest thing you've ever seen. But you have to go through the underground where there's a lift or steps. She won't go up the escalators. She doesn't like them. So I get to Baker Street, and I've looked on Google, and it says disabled access. So I go, excellent, great. I'll go there. So I get there, and there's escalators. So there's two members of staff, two ladies. I said, sorry, girls. I said, it said there was disabled. I said, and she goes, no. It says there's step access. And I said, no. It said there was a picture of a wheelchair. It says disabled. She goes, no. I said, want me to show you? I said, it's on Google. And she went, oh, you should have went on TFL, not on Google. And I said, well, can't you change it on Google then? She goes, I can't change it. I said, you can. I said, I've changed things on Google, but they have to verify it first. But you can change it. I said, go on then, change it. I said, why are you being such a bitch? I've just asked you for, how dare you call me a bitch? I said, that's an explanation of what you are, you know? So she goes, I'm not helping you now. So off she goes up the stairs. So I have to ask somebody else to send a member of staff down. So a manager comes down, and before he even starts, he explains he's turned on his camera now, and he's going to start giving out to me. So I allowed him to give out to me. And when he was finished, I said, you're the customer services manager? Yeah, he goes, yes. And I said, the customer services manager is meant to engage with the customer, not with what their staff have told them, but you're meant to be independent, listen to the other person, then make your decision. Not listen to one side of the story, come down, accuse me of things, but yes, I did call her a bitch, and it's explanation for that. So I said, you record, so make a long story short anyway, he decided, can I take your name? So I gave him my name, and then he goes, can I take your address? I said, can I take your address? And he was smart, and he gave me the address of the tube station. Right. I said, no, I don't think that's the same, is it now? I said, if you want my address, you give me yours. But he wouldn't do it. But I can guarantee you I'm going to get a fine in the post and say that I was harassing TFL staff when I was trying to get, and I was really nice, trying to get just some direction, some sort of help or whatever else from staff. But she decided no, but because I disagreed with the fact that she should have just went on Google, told her manager, and then in 2 or 3 weeks, other people wouldn't have to go through this crap that I had. Could you imagine me being in a wheelchair and getting there?
Yeah.
And trying to go up an escalator, and it said on Google, yeah, you can get there. Not everyone is from the UK, and most of them in London are actually tourists going around. So if you're a disabled tourist, you go on Google, you say, oh yes, but this is the way the world is going. They're all becoming self-entitled. And like even me and you and other people, we go around and we, our egos are getting bigger and bigger, all of us, because they're making us, we're so fucking special. Each and every one of us are meant to be, oh, you're special. And they're even teaching the kids that, You can't be a loser anymore in a game of football. You're just the runners up.
Yeah. Mental, innit?
You know where I'm going with this. Yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
So,
go on.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I should allow somebody else to come on now. Every time I come on, I'm a big talker, mate, and I always have lots to say.
Oh, hang on, I don't know what's happened. My camera's crashed. My camera's crashed. give us a second. I need to change over to a different camera.
I'm not even watching. I'm just talking.
There's
kind of a delay when you watch, I think.
Right. Here we go. I've had to change camera. The camera that I was on has crashed. Let me just turn it off. Otherwise, it might be overheating. Right. There we go. Now I've got to go back to the shitty webcam, which is going to start blurring again. Never mind. Yeah, sorry about that. It just took me by surprise. It just went off.
Technical issues. It's definitely not the BBC.
It certainly isn't. Oh dear. Yeah, I think I do. There is somebody that says she needs some help, so I do need to get that one, that
Yep.
call, and I'm
Go on
going to
then.
need to wrap up shortly because it's a school night, so to
Not a
speak.
problem.
So
Go for
but
it.
listen,
Thank you very much for having me on. It's always a pleasure.
no,
And
thank you
it's
very much
always
for your call,
no problem. Take care of them. Be good.
and you
Bye-bye.
take care. Crafts and other stuff. Give us a ring. I'll look out for the last 4 digits of your number and I'll answer your call. I'm sorry, caller. I need to speak to Crafts and other stuff. Says she's in. Really needs to speak to me. So I need to get this call. The number was on the screen, wasn't it? Hang on. Oh God, hang on a second. Where is it? Take that off. Right. There we go. Janine. 01515289590. I'm keeping an eye out for your last 4 digits, Janine. So, hello.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Janine. What's the matter? Everything all right?
No, it's far from it, to be honest. I'm trying to calm myself down. Firstly, I'd apologise for being in tears, but Tina knows, and lots of people in the chat know. I lost my nan.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Monday just gone, and obviously it's all got to me. But there's no sort of easy way to tell you this, but I've had that bloody Wally, Ben, having a go at me again for WhatsApp messages and stuff. He's been threatening me. He's been saying some quite hurtful things about you guys and about you guys in the chat and stuff as well. I know Lost Souls has pulled him up on it already and his alter ego.
Right.
But I've had to tell the police about it.
Okay. So, well, it's been slagging me off as well.
He's been slagging you off. He's been threatening to come to my address and hurt me and stuff like that. I'm like, I'm freaking scared. So scared I phoned 999 and the police have put me on a priority call out. Now this was like over an hour ago and they haven't yet turned up.
Right. Well, first of all, I am genuinely sorry at the loss of your nan. Did you say it was? Sorry.
Yeah, my nan. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. I've said this before. I've not lost anybody that I've been close to, so I don't know what it's like to lose somebody. But I would imagine I
wasn't sort of particularly close to her, but she'd phone me on my birthday, Christmas cards, birthday cards, that sort of thing, and whatnot. And it's just kind of like really hit hard the last couple of days as well, that I'm not going to be able to speak to her no more.
Right.
Yeah. And then I'm trying to sort of help my dad as well because it's his mum, and my dad's totally in bits about it. I don't know what to do.
Right. Well, when it comes, I would suggest when it comes to Benjamin, I would suggest that you've said you've made a report.
Yes.
I would suggest that you block him now on everything that you can.
Well, I've like, I thought that once WhatsApp was blocked, it was gone. you know,
Right.
and that kind of thing. But then he's done some sort of circumvention somewhere along the line. I don't know how.
Maybe he's got another number. Maybe he's got a second number.
Yeah, more than likely, you know, or he's using this one. He's pretending to be Melissa something.
Right.
You know, I don't know. But if the police don't come to me tonight, I'm going to be going to the police station in the morning and following it up.
Right. Okay.
But
Okay.
I owe it to you. I owe it to Lost Souls. You know, I owe it to all of you guys, because you know I'm not going to be about the bush. He's calling us all fucking criminals.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Right. I mean, I've had fallings out with Ben before, and to be honest,
I know. I remember you saying, yeah.
I know he's an awful long way away from where I am. But even if I lived in Southend, I wouldn't. It wouldn't bother me. Whatever he's got to say, it wouldn't bother me. Okay. I get where you're coming from. I'm not saying that it shouldn't bother you. So you know, don't take that the wrong way. If it's genuinely affecting you like this, then you need to do something about it. And that's what and as much as I hate the police for not acting when they should, if you feel that you're being targeted and you're being harassed and feel threatened, then that is what they're there for. So you've got to use them for what they're there for. Whether they act on it or not is a different matter. But with regards to what he may or may not have said about me, I mean, I you know, as I say, I don't care personally, you know, and I don't mean that in a horrible way towards you. I just mean you know, he can say what he wants about me, and it won't affect me. Same as anybody else. The only time, you know, I rarely get affected by what people have got to say anymore. I got a bit pissed off earlier this evening when somebody was calling me out for not working when I've had 3 strokes. I know.
I mean, like I did see that, you know, and I thought that was a bit uncalled for, to be quite honest, you know. So, but
I mean that wound me up a little bit.
You can't work if you're ill at the end of the day, you know. And what you're doing for the community and everything else, you should be respected for, you know. Like,
if I don't do this, I will be in bed all day long. Okay, with my life will be shit. That's the honest truth. Okay, if I didn't do what I do, I'd have no reason to get up in the morning. I'd have no reason to do anything on a daily basis. I've got a cat that can look after itself. I can get the cat food delivered. I feed him. He goes out the cat flap. Job done. I'll get back into bed. So I do what I do to keep me busy and to stop my brain regressing and overthinking stuff that I don't need to be thinking about.
Exactly, you know. And I respect you, Dan, for everything what you do.
Thank you.
You know, and the thousands of others out there that do as well. You know, I mean, you might not have like some people's subscribers, but people like my mum, she watches your channel sometimes. You know, and she's like, "Oh, I didn't know that." She said she's actually learned quite a lot from you.
Hello, Janine's mum. Just in case you're watching.
She's probably in bed at the moment, bless her.
Right. Who's the watcher? I have a screenshot of our conversation. She's a liar. Is that you again, Ben?
Yeah, probably is. Yeah, it's been a knob. Excuse my language, you know. But like Ben's been using quite a few different pseudonyms tonight as well.
Right. Yeah, I did. I noticed one earlier. Something paranormal. Melissa
Paranormal Essex.
That's the one.
You know. Yeah. That's one of his. I think that's probably one of his little posse, if you know what I mean. But you know, I'm not going to go there. I don't know. It could be him. It could be one of his mates. You know,
God knows.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did actually do a bit of a screen recording, like while it was all sort of going on, like,
Right.
you know, and like I've taken some snapshots and that kind of thing. I just wanted to let you know, to keep you in the loop, and you know, transparency is the best way.
Okay. Well, I mean, as I say, right,
Yeah.
you,
Yeah,
his actions are making you feel threatened.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you've got to do what you've got to do.
I've actually been told by the police, like tonight, you know, like they said they'll ring me when they're going to come up, but I don't think they're going to do that tonight. But if
Right.
they turn you in to come off and watch all your CCTV and God knows what, so I'm fucking scared to go to sleep.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we know, and I'm not saying this to be to be horrible to Ben, by the way. So if you are watching, Ben, I'm not saying this particularly to be horrible to you, but we know that the police don't like you.
Exactly.
And actions like that give them a reason to come for you.
Yes.
And then what'll happen is you'll then moan that they've come for you, even though you're doing stuff which is giving them a reason to come after you.
Exactly. And then he's going on about my restraining order and stuff like that, you know, telling the world I've got a restraining order, you know, which like I told him when we were talking, I said, yeah, you know, like fallen foul, you know, I've got this restraining order thing because like whatever, you know, but now now things are starting to go my way. I can actually look at actually suing the police.
Right.
Yes. I've used that company that you've quite often said about.
Okay, what, HNK?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a telephone appointment with them in the morning.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, now things are starting to calm down a bit and go my way. I'm looking at sort of like 35, 45k payout at least. That's the research I've done.
Very nice. Can't moan at that,
Yeah.
can you?
Oh no. I mean, like, if I do get that payout, I'll be giving you a little share of it. I tell you that. All the work you do, Dan.
No, I don't want nothing from that. I don't want nothing.
No. Honestly, for all the work that you do, I'll make a donation to you.
No. I've had a couple of people say similar, and I don't want it. If I don't want it, I don't want to.
Well, if you're sure, you know. But like Tina and I have been sort of talking about your little get together soon, like your little plan. Yeah, we'll probably sort of be flying up there to you.
Well, I've still got to sort out the details, but you know, it's probably going to be
on that, wouldn't you? You know, because like, you know, we'll, like Tina and I might sort of arrange like a hotel between us or something, you know.
It'll be the evening of the 17th or the 18th, or the afternoon and evening of the 17th or the 18th, which is a Friday night or Saturday night.
Yeah, just you keep us posted on that, you know.
I will do.
Yeah. And as for Bryony, I've been seeing the sort of things and listening to what she said, you know. Bryony, if you're out there, girl, if you're still listening, do respect you, darling. You know, we've all got issues going on and everything else, you know. So big respect to you, Bryony. I don't know if she's still there, if she's still online or not.
I'm not entirely sure.
No. But yeah, like what you were saying about as well, about, you know, you've got to be able to take the advice and act upon it. You know, you bang on the money there. You know?
Well, as you mentioned, Bryony, I think she is still in the comments somewhere. But as you mentioned, Bryony, and I wouldn't talk. You know, I don't want to be talking about her behind her back, but I think she's here.
No. But
one of the things that you keep saying, Bryony, is that you keep getting affirmation. Your partner keeps affirming you. Now,
don't need affirmation, Bryony.
Being affirmed is all good, but sometimes when we affirm people, Okay, what we're doing is we're actually making things worse. Sometimes people don't need affirmation. Sometimes people need to be told something different. And as much as we, sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind. In some cases, is what the saying is.
Yeah.
So in some cases, affirming somebody's beliefs or feelings or something like that is not always a good thing. Yes, it helps in some occasions. Yeah. And the only reason I bring that up is because I've seen several I don't know 7, 8, 9 people messages about affirming, which is why I bring that up. But sometimes
one of them being for me sort of thing, so you don't need people to give you affirmation.
Yeah, sometimes you need to be told no. Sometimes you need to be told no, that's not right, or you're looking at something in the wrong way, or whatever it might be. But to affirm all the time is and can be, as to use your words, detrimental.
Yeah, exactly. Because like sometimes you want to seek affirmation, like you go to someone and say, "Am I saying the right thing?" And they probably tell you what you want to hear rather than what you don't.
Yeah. I'd rather tell people, sometimes I say stuff that upsets people, but I'd rather say something to somebody that's the truth than.
Exactly. Me too. And that's what I stand by,
He's affirming you with another. Right.
Yeah.
He's affirming you with another person's failings. But again, it's exactly the same thing. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, because you're seeing there as being because you're seeing that there's a failing somewhere. As I'm trying to say throughout this evening, it may not be that there is a failing there. Maybe Tina has got to help other people, and she's got to get round to dealing with yours. Just because she's not dealt with it yet doesn't mean that she's ignoring you or that she's pulling away. And for somebody then to turn around and say, yeah, you're right, she's pulling away, yeah, she's ignoring you, or whatever it might be, that potentially is going to stop you then from getting the help that you need.
Yeah, but if someone says if someone says to me, like, say for example, I don't know, say if you were to say to me, like, right, this is what I advise you to do, like what we're just saying, and that kind of thing. And then I went and said, oh, yeah, but if I do that and, it doesn't work, then, and somebody else comes along and says, yeah, she does that and it doesn't work, then what? It's like affirming or whatever. I mean, I don't know if the partner's doing the right thing. But
well, listen,
I'll leave that to them.
Yeah, at the end of the day, all we can ever do is offer somebody some advice from our own perspective, and we have to then allow that person to make their own choice as to what they decide to do moving forward. Whatever, Brian, you listen. I know you're listening because I've just seen your comment just pop up there. Whatever you choose to do, you choose to do it because you feel it's right for you. Okay. Nobody can make you do something that you don't want to do, or make you not do something that you want to do. Everything is your choice. The only thing that we can do is try and offer you some advice or some help or some guidance. But it may not be what you want to hear. That's the problem.
Yeah. I mean, like, if I didn't have Tina's help, like right now, I'd be a complete freaking mess.
Yeah.
Right? But with Tina's help, I'm feeling like a little bit empowered. And that's what Bryony needs to find, is that empowerment to say, I could do this,
Right.
It takes a lot of bloody work, but she's got that in her somewhere. She's got to find that fight.
Right.
And she's got to channel that fight in the right way.
And it's a big fight for Bryony.
It's a bloody big fight for a lot of people. Bryony, she's got her own big fight, but she's got that fighting power in her. She's just got to find it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah. And so Tina, she's like, she's a freaking godsend. You know, she's like helping me, and she's helped me find that fight. And between us, we're getting places.
Right. Well, I can't much because I've not worked with Tina in the respect of I've asked her for some advice and stuff like that in the past, but Tina's not done anything for me personally per se. But I have sent people to her for some help, and so far,
well, it was only through you, Dan, that I came across her. You know.
Yeah. So far, like, everybody that I've spoken to that's gone over to her has come back with positive things to say. It's
exactly,
and this
exactly.
is,
you know,
and this is why I'm not
to get me out of this 13th floor dump, should we say?
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, I'm not for a moment saying that. I'm not for a moment suggesting that Brian is wrong.
No,
you know, because
nobody's saying that she's wrong, you know, but she's got to sort of take a step back and then find her fight. She's got it in her.
I'm trying to figure out why out of everybody that's gone over to Tina, why there seems to be an issue between the Bryony and Tina connection, shall we say?
Yeah, I mean,
and there must be something there must be something, because everybody else has come back and said, thank you, you know, this is great, I'm getting help, and you know, all the rest of it. And that's what I'm trying, that's where I'm stuck. I'm trying to figure out what it is that may have made Bryony feel that Tina doesn't want to help her, because from what
you can't work that out, you know, unless, like, you know, it's like flipping Spaghetti Junction.
Yeah.
You know, the end is in there somewhere. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but Bryony, again, you know, you keep saying as a matter of fact that Tina's decided not to help. She said publicly earlier that she wants to help.
She wants to help, but she wants to do it by email.
But you know, she needs to do it in a way that allows her to help you.
Exactly.
You know?
It's not all phone calls and everything else. You know, like emails, like for the transparency and that kind of thing. Like Tina's even said she can write emails with bits of legislation and that kind of thing. You know.
Yeah.
Which that legislation can kick butt somewhat.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, to be honest, it's
I'll send you a WhatsApp later on in the morning, just to let you know what's going on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because like I said, you know, I'm a firm believer in transparency and stuff as well. You know me, Dan. Like, you know, I don't bullshit.
Yeah.
And I'm just like pretty pissed off at the moment with everything what's sort of going on, and he was just the tip of the iceberg again tonight.
All right. Well, listen, you've got to do what to do, as I say, right? If you know the police are there for a reason,
exactly.
Okay, and as much as I dislike them for being bent and corrupt, that
figures, like, you know,
they still have a job to do, and we still have the right to go to them in these situations. So
exactly.
So
like, it's nothing about being bootlickers or ass kissers or anything else. You know, like they're there to do a job. You know, like I said, it's the police force that are the problem. You know, the corruption's in the police force. You get the bent officers, but then you get the damn good ones.
Yeah.
As well, you know,
few and far between.
The damn good ones, the more them bent ones.
Yeah. All right, Julian. Listen, let me keep me updated tomorrow.
I will do, mate.
Try not to let it get to you. If you've got them on if they've got you on emergency response and you need to use them, then use them. But as I say, you've got to do what you got to do.
Exactly. exactly, mate. Well, like I said, I'll keep you posted anyhow, you know, and like well, Tina knows. I'll phone Tina in the morning as well, bless her. You know, we can just go from there, really.
Righty-ho.
Yeah. And you've got my email address or my phone number, haven't you?
I do, yes.
Yeah. Can you give it to Lost Souls for me, please?
Yeah, I will do, yeah.
Yeah,
She'll have to
ask her
remind
to
me. Lost Souls, you'll have to remind me.
Yeah, because then, you know, she can talk to me on WhatsApp or whatever as well, you know.
Righty-ho.
Because I'm interested in all the paranormal stuff.
Okay,
But
no problem.
I'll let you go for now, Dan, because I know that, you know, it's been a long day and I've had a freaking long day and God knows what, you know. I'm going to try and get some rest, but it's going to be restless, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to take this one last call and then I'm going to have to wrap it up for the night. So, anyway, Janine,
all right then, mate.
I'll speak to you.
Take care, yeah.
And you, I'll speak to you soon.
Thanks. Bye bye.
All right, bye. Hello.
Evening, Dan.
Hello, who's this?
It's Mike.
Hello, Mike. How are you?
I am a subscriber, so don't before you panic.
That's all right. How's things?
Not too bad, mate. Not too bad. I've been phoning in the last hour. I've been phoning you on your number and Boris Johnson's mobile number. And to be honest, Boris answered 5 times in an hour. But I'm still waiting for you to pick up.
I'm sorry. I am sorry about that. I do apologise.
It's all right. Hey, you know, I've been wanting to ring you for a while.
Right.
Let me know when I'm on here, because I don't know if I can see you on screen.
Yeah, you are. Well, yeah, you are. You're live now. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to ask you a quick question. Like I said, I'm a subscriber. If you type into your tech, Beast from the East, I've been a subscriber for quite a long time, and I do watch you every day. And my question is this: I look forward to your pack reports, especially in the last couple of months where they've been coming a lot more fast and frequent.
Thick and fast, yeah.
Thick and fast. I'm from East Yorkshire, so it's fast and frequent for us.
Right.
We are an educated race up here, believe it or not.
My apologies.
But my question is this. I'll let you know what I do. I'm a private investigator.
Oh, right, okay.
In that job for 30 years. 30 years with the same company. I retired about 5 or 6 months ago and formed my own company.
Oh, cool.
Because the theory being, that way I can pick my own jobs instead of my old boss sending me out, you know, hiding in wheelie bins and shit. I can pick my own work and my own hours.
Right.
And my question is this. I've noticed, it's certainly in the last couple of months, when you put your PAP reports out, especially on the misconduct hearings, which are supposed to be universally, across the country, transparent, for all kinds of reasons.
Missing faces.
Missing images, yeah. And I know it frustrates you because you're putting the content out.
Yeah.
It certainly frustrates me. And, you know, I've got quite a lot of my family who watch your content, and they're always saying, you know, Dad, why can't you put the images up? It's public domain.
Well,
especially.
Thumbs up to your family that are watching. Just giving a thumbs up for your family that are watching. There you go.
Yeah, thumbs up, yeah. Well, you know, to be honest with you, I don't really like them, but yeah, I tolerate them.
Well, I'm not sticking my finger up to them.
Yeah. The way I see it, mate, you know, I'm 58 years old now, and the way I see it, I've got to keep 6 members, you know, as part of the inner circle. I need somebody to carry the coffin, you know, and these pallbearers, you know, so I'll disown the rest, but the 6 strongest, I'll keep talking to. Because when my time comes, I don't want to be dragged down with a cart horse. I need the family to pick me up and carry me down there. And there's no money involved. By the time they find out I've spent it all, I'll be in that urn anyway. I'll be on the mantelpiece. So, well, yeah, the reason it annoys me so much is during the pandemic, when it first started, around about March, April, when I was working for my old company, my boss noticed that there was a hell of a lot. I mean, I'm talking a lot. I can't regionalise it because I was going everywhere of civil court papers being served or waiting to be served. As you know, most of the courts shut.
Yeah.
And they were only left open for what they call life or death situations.
Yeah.
You know, where a judge would come in and basically issue an order if he thought kids or individuals were unsafe.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to prove that on a non-molestation order. And I, at one point, I believe from the end of June to the end of September in the first year, had over 220 outstanding court orders to serve on, get this, serving police officers.
Really?
Actually still serving. Their spouses, wives, girlfriends, cohabitees, common law wives, were alleging all kinds of mental abuse, torture. Obviously, a lot of them had gone to their bosses, like the inspectors, who they knew quite well anyway, from social gatherings and, you know, work parties, to be stonewalled.
Yeah.
A lot of these line managers, as I call them, stuck up for their colleagues by saying it's an unusual time, they're under a lot of pressure, people hate them. It's no excuse for mentally torturing your partner.
No, of course
and
not.
Quite often beating them. And what we realise is a lot of the families of these poor women, and one or two men as well, to be honest, I'll give them the dues, realise that hiring companies like the ones I was working with got a much quicker response, because we go out and bang on the door, serve the normal station and wait for them to be removed out of the house, whether they owned it or not. You know, the male cannot stay when there's allegations of, you know, abuse. They're out. You'd be out. If your partner allegated that you'd done something bad, there's a high risk that even if it might be your house, Dan, you'd have to leave that night and give her that peace and solitude that she requires. But there is a database, which is why I'm ringing. How much notice do you get? You know, when you do your reports, I know you're working from home, and there is a build-up to when you put the content out. You've got to research it, find out what sort of charges are up on.
I to be honest, I don't get an awful lot of time to do it. Sometimes I can get information the day before, which I might phone the police press office, I might phone the court and find out an outcome, or when somebody's in court next or something like that, to verify some of the information. But generally, I get about 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's interesting to know that.
For each video, it's very, very small amount of time to do any research. But you know, I'm glad I've got unlimited phone calls, minutes on my phone. Otherwise, I'd be stuck.
You know, that's why I ring everybody at midnight.
Yeah,
you don't stop anything. I ring everybody. Yeah, that's interesting, that, because there's no law that says you can't identify a police officer for anything.
Yeah,
anything, even if he hadn't done all wrong. You know, I live in a village called Market Wheaton, which is just in between York and Beverley. And in my little village, I have probably about 100 serving officers living around me.
Right.
It's a lovely little village. It's right in the commuting belt.
Sounds dangerous.
No, I don't like them. I'm old school like you. We need a police force, but they've got to do what they've sworn an oath to do.
Yeah.
They've got to do what we pay them to do. Whether they do it good or bad is a different issue, but they've got to do it.
Yeah.
You know, and I see them mowing the lawns on a Sunday. I'm a massive part of my local auditing community.
Right, okay.
A huge one. I'm in the old live free zone.
Right,
you know,
gotcha.
I'm part of the community. So I get to, well, I know at least 7 or 8 who've been focused on his colleagues' channels for all kinds of being stupid, twisting people up, you name it. If I see it and I know them, I'll be on them. I'm on them on a Sunday when they're mowing the lawn. And they don't like me. They want me to leave the village because they call me an upsetting influence. However, you know,
if you've got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to fear. Nothing to hide, nothing to fear. That's what they
No,
like
that's
to
right,
say,
mate.
isn't
You know
it?
what I mean? I do. I won't say criminally because I don't, but civilly. You know, I go out on my own in the morning. I might serve a drug dealer, court papers, you know, banging his door for all kinds of stuff. And I can't press a button on my radio and get 15, 20 colleagues there, you know, to back me up. I live off my wits, but I don't hide my address. I work from home now. My address is out there. If people want to find me, all they've got to do is just type a name in.
Yeah,
There's my address.
same with me. I don't hide anything. But, you know, I've in fact, I've actually, somebody's made a spoof channel of me and put my actual address on it.
Well, that's nice of a minute.
I don't care if somebody wants to come knocking on my door, let them, is what I say. Do you know what I mean? You know,
Yeah,
nobody.
but you've in your own safety, Dan, you've got to make allowances for your own personal safety.
Yeah,
you're psychopath.
If somebody comes to the door and they want to do me harm, right, and I don't care if I say this on the live stream, they get dragged in, right?
Yeah.
then they're in my house attacking me, and I need to defend myself.
It's forcefully invited.
So
you invite them in, yeah, and then they fall over.
Yeah,
I understand. Yeah.
Watch the step.
and the two Rottweilers with the baseball bat strapped to the back. You know, yeah, watch them. Be careful of them. But yeah, I mean, there is a database I use to identify. As long as I've got a number,
yeah,
I can track them. I don't bother doing it social media wise. Some of these coppers stick to their own WhatsApp sites, as we all know.
Yeah,
that's how they make their friends, photographing dead bodies and sharing it. You know, that's how they get the kicks. But I don't know if you're aware, but when a policeman passes out, it's a bit like the American school book. You know, you put on this database. I did it about an hour ago on a policeman that got to stop me in the car. Very nice guy, no problems. But I kept his number anyway. Put it in an hour ago, and there he is. When he joined, a picture of him joining, or his passing out parade. It's a bit like the army. When you pass out, you get a regimental photo.
Yeah.
And it's identified. That's how I track them and get a picture. So I know when I go to a door, it's all right getting a piece of paper from a judge to go serve a notice, but if I don't know what the bugger looks like,
yeah,
I could be there for years. So I've used that for a long time. There's nothing Neil Bill can do about it. Some of the pictures are a bit young, you know. I mean, some coppers have been in the job for 20 years, and they start off looking like, you know, Mel Gibson, and at the end of it, it'll like me and you, mate. So it's difficult to pin it, but I said to me, kids, I'll try and ring the guy when he comes on next and just ask him how much notice he gets. Because if it's a day or more and you're desperate for an image, you've got my number, haven't you, now?
I can write it down. And
Well, you've got it on screen, haven't you?
Yeah, it comes up on the Skype, so I'll jot it down. Sorry, what was your name? What was your name again? Sorry,
Michael.
Michael. Sorry, Michael. Right.
Yeah, if ever you need your help, or indeed your subscribers, in anything to do with that, tracings is what I do for a living, and serving court orders. I predominantly, now I work for myself, specialise in. There's a massive path to follow. I mean, what would you do if a police officer, and they're not supposed to do, owed you money, but you just didn't know where he lived to serve him papers? What would you do?
Go to the station. If it was a copper.
Yeah, and what do you think they'd do?
Well, they'd tell you to do one, wouldn't they? They'd go, "Oh no, he's not in."
Put in a massive roundabout till the day he died, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, and the more amount I speak to colleagues, and they're huffing and puffing. You know, oh yeah, I've got this job to do tomorrow. What do you think? Oh well, I'll do it. He's closer to me. I'll do it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't mind. I don't like them. Every policeman I've ever met, socially, and away from, you know, everyday life, is nervous.
Yeah.
This audience community and this content community, like what you do, is making them, whether you like it or not, very nervous. They don't like it when they're on screen.
Well, the whole,
They don't
I mean,
like it. No.
the whole point of my channel is to highlight the people that, you know. Yes, I do talk about some of the stories that are in the mainstream, but many of the stories that I put on the channel are from like the Lincolnshire Herald or you know
Printed, yeah, I call it that. Yeah,
somewhere where where the majority of people aren't going to get to see it. But I think it's important that everybody gets to see it. That, you know, personally, I think it's important. So I grab these reports, I put them all into one place. I'll rewrite the report in my own words, and I'll put it out, and it gives hopefully people a central place to come to find all of the stories, instead of spending hours looking for them online, because it takes me a long time to find all the stories.
But why do you think the forces don't issue? They've all got images of their own officers.
Yeah.
A lot of them are posted outside the police stations now in the teams that they represent.
Yeah.
Neighbourhood watch, you know, neighbourhood safety, neighbourhood teams, and all that crap. Why do you think the forces don't issue the image? Because to keep your anonymity, if you're a serving officer, indeed any public servant, you've got to have a specific reason why the force should keep your image, and it's for your own personal safety or that of your immediate family.
Yeah.
You know, if you're a copper that steals from stations, hits people, I don't believe you've got any right, no matter whether you're undercover.
Public interest. Public interest, isn't it? Public interest. Public interest outweighs any potential threat to the person who's committed the offence. Public interest outweighs that. So if the person's been a wife beater, for example, okay, or is raped somebody, for example, then that is in the public interest for people to know who that person is, so they can make themselves safe from them. But what they seem to do is, many of these cases where it's a serious offence, the picture's missing. They do it on some of the petty offences, which personally I think at the moment is just throwing people to the wolves to make it look like they're doing something. But even on some of them, they won't put the images on the petty offences. But on the majority of the serious offences, unless it's something like Wayne Couzens, which they can't hide from, because somebody's going to, you know, nobody can hide that. But other things, like if somebody's raped somebody or whatever it might be, then they give them this opportunity, this anonymity order, and nobody's allowed to report on it. I don't give two fucks. I'd still report on it, to be honest. I'd still put a picture up if I got one.
There's nothing legal they can do about it. If you find it, you can put it up. And the papers won't do it themselves 9% of the times. But if you emailed a reporter, you become a source.
Yeah.
And on a source, that reporter will put anything that sells his paper or gets publicity for his paper.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I get phone calls, probably 6-7 a week, from various reporters who I know, asking me if I know anything about this and how I go about getting this information. And I'll give it them quite freely, knowing that they'll put me down as a source, and that's the way they get around their editor and make their money.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way the world ticks. It's ticked like that for hundreds of years. You know, but anyway, how are you doing health-wise? I know you've had a couple of strokes.
Not so bad. Tired, constantly worn out, but other than that, I'm not so bad. I mean, I had a funny turn last week, I think it was, and then at the weekend I had ended up with a fucking major gum infection. Which absolutely killed me. But I think that's just from being run down, just from mainly from being worn out.
My father had one about 10 years ago. He had quite a bad one.
Right.
And for about a year, he thought I was his daughter. You know, he called me Doris and everything. He didn't have a clue who I was. But then one day, he just sort of, things started to slip back into normal motion. He's still a bit numb on his face and down one side. But he had a bad year after his stroke. But he was in his early 80s when he had it.
Yeah,
so it wasn't. You know,
I was very lucky to have been in the hospital at the time of the stroke. And also,
you were close, weren't you? I remember it.
Yeah,
I remember when it first came out. Yeah.
Also,
I think you were there doing something else, weren't you?
Yeah. I'm also lucky that it was a blood clot and not a bleed. So,
Yeah.
you know, I was very, very lucky, you know, to be in the hospital and for it to be a bleed which could be treated. Sorry, a blood clot which could be treated very quickly. You know, that the odds of that happening are very slim. But I was extremely lucky to have been in that situation.
Dan, and if you spoke to my brother with that same story, do you know what he'd say to you? He'd go, Dan, yeah, you know what that means, don't you, Dan? You're in hospital, you had your stroke. That means Jesus loves your channel.
Yeah.
And he wants to keep you on air.
Well,
yeah.
I'm not doing
I know
anything.
there's been a couple of people slating you, saying you don't work and this and that, but even after a stroke, you either live or you survive it or you don't, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You survive it with a decent, but it's the ongoing long-term effects are quite debilitating. And for you to sit there in your house with your earphones and put content out, I'm telling you, your normal member of the public would find that very stressful.
Yeah.
Your deadlines. You know, I know that. You know, but yeah, so good luck to me. You're one of my favourite channels. You always have been. I did prefer you with curly hair, though, to be honest.
Yeah, I did have hair at the time. The problem is it's running away from my face. I'm getting that ugly. It's running away from my face.
Yeah,
so
I did like that. But yeah, you know, I mean, I speak to Liv Free's back in jail now. I don't know if you followed his story.
I've heard, yeah.
So Chris is doing his last stint now, but I sort of help out in that community. I've got in a lot of panels. They call me DC Iggy.
Right.
You know, because they believe, because I'm a private investigator, I'm actually a copper.
Right, okay.
And truth be known, I hate the police more than these audience do. A lot more. Because I get to know quite higher up how it works.
Yeah.
You know, and, you know, I see it. I abuse when they're off duty. When they're off duty, and you are right in what you said earlier. These bobbies that live in my village, when I catch them, you know, playing football on the field with the kids in the morning or walking the dog, I say to them, morning, on duty or off duty? And every one of them said, we're never off duty.
That's it.
We're never off duty. But I've never seen them intervene. I've been in many pubs, you know, having a meal or having a drink when it's kicked off, and I've never seen one of these never off duty coppers who are actually out drinking step in, you know, and say, warrant card, break it up.
Well, they probably didn't. Yeah, they probably didn't have enough to drink at that point. It's the bravery, isn't it? The bravery juice. They once they get a bit of that down them.
You ain't got the backup, mate. That's all it is. You haven't got the backup. You'd be surprised how many I've seen on these channels that act all hard and tough, you know, and rough and treat people like shit.
Yeah.
But when you know them personally, they're proper fag jobs. Yeah. Proper losers. You know, and I take advantage of that. And, you know, but yeah. Anyway, I'll let you go, but I don't know how long you'll stay on air for.
Well, I was planning on getting off around 12-ish, but...
Nah, it's 1 o'clock now, mate.
It's now 1
o'clock,
Dan,
if you need any assistance, you've got my number. I don't give many people my number.
Right.
But, you know, it is a throwaway phone, by the way.
No
I've had it for 5 years, but if need be, I can chuck it. So, if any of your subscribers, some of them are great, some of your subscribers are absolutely nuts, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they're
nice people, but they are absolute nuts. Some of the stories they come out with, I sit there. Even my cat gets interested. You know. But yeah, anyway, Dan, you take care, mate. I just wanted to touch base and just ask you how long it takes you, or how long you get, you know, for these particular stories.
Yeah,
but,
as I say, it's not a very long time at all. Sometimes I'll get a story and I'll sit on it for a few days, maybe a week. If there's only very, very limited information, like a few paragraphs, and I'll get a story and I'll sit on that for a little while and wait for some more information.
Well, before I go, I'll tell you a very quick story which proves the police are lying bastards and they're wrong. Do you remember? You obviously know Marty Blackburn.
Yeah.
you remember the story of the armed police officer who booted the holy shit out of his puppy in his back garden?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Marty went to Manchester Police with his good friend Sherlock Jones, who I know and love dearly. I think he's my son in a different life. You don't take no shit from the cops. And he asked the ACC of Manchester about this serving officer.
Yeah.
Has he been sacked? Are we allowed to put his address on my channel? And he said no, because you're not allowed. So what does Marty do? He goes down there, mob-handed, to his address and drones it.
Yeah.
He lands the drone in the garden where the puppy was beaten, zooms into his kitchen, puts it on the channel, and I think about 50 or 60,000 views.
Right.
You know, the Bobby's now moved. He moved out 2 weeks later, trying to sue his own force for not protecting him, his anonymity. Hence why I had to move. Do you know what happened to that guy?
I don't know. I think
absolutely nothing, mate.
No, I don't.
Nothing.
I wouldn't have expected it to. He might have got a boot from the force, but he wouldn't have got a criminal charge from it. I wouldn't have thought. And
yeah, it's PCA. As shocking. They saw the evidence. He was convicted, and they should have done him. Because I'd rather have, 25 convictions for assaulting an old guy in a pub, through drink, than one conviction of beating the shit out of a little puppy. I'd rather have the conviction for beating an old man up than a puppy conviction, to be honest. Going forward, he lies Mike. He had a good life, bought loads of kids, but hey, he beat a puppy.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? Or another gravestone, he lies Mike, he was a violent bastard. He'd fight anybody with 2 fingers. He's dead. God rest his soul. But hey, he beat a puppy.
Yeah.
I'd rather go down knowing that. But you take care, Dan. If any of your subscribers, especially the ladies that are struggling, not just with, police officers or high public servants who they need help with civilly, but any male that beats a woman or mentally tortures them that they believe needs help or very good advice, you pass them on to me, mate.
No worries.
My blessing.
Well, they've got my email, so my email's on my channel. Anybody that needs help can always email in and
if you give me a ring, Dan,
and
when
mention
they
it,
contact you, I'll pass you my. In fact, I can't give it on air, but I've got an email. I'll be happy to pass it on to you. If you can give me a ring in the next day or two on my mobile, I'll give you my email address.
Right, will do. I'll give you a ring tomorrow. I'll give you a ring tomorrow. All right.
All right. Anytime you like, mate. I'll probably forget who you are. Because I speak to a lot of important people.
No worries.
What you don't know is that Boris is now phoning me back. Something you'll never do, buddy. Anyway, you take care, Dan.
Yeah,
and good night to all your watchers and subscribers. Cracking channel you've got there, mate.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
See you later, Dan.
Take
good
care.
night, mate.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Angie.
Hello.
Hello. Give me 1 second. I've got to go do something very quickly and I'll be back. So just talk amongst yourselves.
Okay. That's great. Okay. I can't even see the chat. What's going on? Where's my phone gone? Yeah. Wait, I still can't find it. Oh, there it is. It's right in front of me. What the hell? Oh, well. I bet everyone's like, oh my God, get that bitch off. So, I'm just waffling to myself with some changes. Right. So, okay then. Right, I'm back. So I can see the comments again rather quick for me. Where's he gone anyway? Gone to do something or what? Oh my gosh, does everyone know obviously that I'm terrified of birds, like any kind of bird that flaps with wings. Well, they don't think I've got wings, haven't they? Yeah, but anyway, there was one in my bedroom yesterday morning, I'm not even kidding. I absolutely shit myself. Why the hell would there be a bird in my room? Got no idea. It's just not quite normal. Oh, hi Scott. Hey. I'm giving you a shout out. Yeah, woohoo. It's taken a rather long time, isn't it? Oh, okay. Hi. Hello.
I'm back, and no, I didn't go for a wank. I went to get some cigarettes.
Okay. I never said you went anywhere like that. Not me.
No, that's Lost Souls Paranormal. It's got a mind in the gutter again.
Oh dear. Nothing wrong with that. We're all in the gutter. I just like to look at the stars, aren't we?
That's right. That's very good. Yeah, very, very true. How you been?
All right, I guess. Apart from, wait, hang on a minute. How do I get my speaker on? Hello.
Hello.
Oh, that's no better. Oh God. Oh, awkward. But yeah, I've been alright, thank you. Just, plodding on, as they say. Apart from I had a bird in my bedroom yesterday morning.
You had a bird in your bedroom yesterday morning?
Yeah, not a female bird. Well, it could have been female or male. I wouldn't have a clue. Well, I would have a clue, but not that kind of bird, obviously. Oh no. Oh God. It was a flying bird anyway. Oh, no. It was a flying bird. And so, but yeah, somehow it managed to get in my bedroom and it woke me up by flapping. Obviously, oh my God.
Right.
Why does he do this?
Maybe you should stop.
I'm stopping. Definitely. I'm stopping. Oh God.
Oh dear.
Stop. But okay.
Well, you said you wanted to phone to come and talk to us.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I didn't have anything to talk about, really.
Oh, well, people in the comments are getting excited.
Oh, about what?
About you, for some reason.
I know, probably because it would have been more gossip. There's a bird in my room.
What we got? Sexy caller. What is the other one? I saw something else there a minute ago. I love dirty girls. Are you dirty, Angela? Are you dirty?
Camera. Hang on a minute. Who's got the camera? Am I joking? I'm not. No, I don't think so. I shower at least once a day.
Smell your armpits.
I was literally going to go and do that, and Dan, but I would do that to me.
Oh dear.
I'm not going to get that ear trailer hat. Should I?
Well, one second, Angela. Ben. I will answer your call if your call comes through when I'm taking a call or free to take a call, but I can't do anything while I'm on a call, can I? So chill out a bit.
Hello, welcome to Pat's number. Sorry, he's not available to take your call right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, he might get back to you.
Do you know what? That's what I need. I need you to record a voicemail for me, and I'll put it on my PAP line.
Okay. You can have different ones, can't you? For like different numbers or something. Leave that out. All right, you? Nah, fuck off. Anyway, sorry.
You've tried to call. Well, it wasn't ringing when I answered Angela's call. There was no one else ringing at that point. So, as I say, I can only answer your call when I'm not on a call. So, there's not much else I can do about that. So there we go. Anyway, sorry, Angela. My apologies. It's been a bit of a mad one tonight, hasn't it?
And it's been a bit like hectic and crazy, and yeah, the whole that incident. Well, with Bryony and Tina, it's a bit awkward for you, isn't it? Because you're in the middle of it.
I feel like I've got to send people back to their respective corners. Time out, back to your corners.
Yeah, well, they actually did. They would put them in touch, and well, in fact, they did it themselves, didn't they, on your channel live because they were talking at the same time. So it's kind of, but you've been the go-to person to, sometimes things don't work out. They like to have therapy. Maybe you don't know. Maybe it's only me that knows. Maybe it is. I'm just we spoke about CBT, but yeah, I guess I have a lot of it then, but I should never have said anything. But sometimes you get on better with your therapist than you do with the one that you previously had. So sometimes it can be like the whole chalk and cheese thing, or should just shut up. Yeah.
No, I get it. Look, sometimes we have expectations, don't we? Right? Whether it's therapy or whether somebody's helping us, sometimes we have, we have this expectation, we have this vision in our head of somebody being able to do all these different things. Very often, it's not possible for somebody to be able to do all of those things on their own. Okay, because a lot of it needs input from you.
Yeah.
You know this as well. Any kind of support, nobody can do it all on their own on your behalf. It has to be something that is done between you. And as I was saying earlier, it's very difficult when somebody's whether they're running a business or whether they're doing like what Tina does, which she does for free, or what I do, and I try and help people where I can. I don't get paid for it. If I got paid for it, then it would be easier to say to everybody else, I'm sorry, I'm working on something. But because I don't get paid for it and I don't want to be paid for it, so I have to try and find the time to give people, as and when I can, in between my own life and my own stuff that I do with the channel. And I think when you've got a mental health issue, and and I have myself, so when you've got a mental health issue and and somebody offers to help you, to you, your issue is massive. Okay, so it's always the worst thing in the world because it's happening to you, and it's very difficult to step outside of that and see it for what it actually is. But for somebody from a third party point of view, who looks in at the situation, can see, not always, but can generally see where the issues are, where they're not, whether you're focusing on the wrong thing and you should be focusing on something else. But unless you accept that, unless you say, okay, I'll give it a go, I'll try it your way, and it might not happen overnight, it might not happen within a week, it might take a month or two, but I have to step back and I have to take this person's advice and try and and see whether or not what they're saying is going to help me. But to dismiss the help so early on is only gonna affect you yourself for dismissing it. It's not going to affect the other person.
Of course, and I think there also you've got like there's going to be I'm sure some underlying reason, probably unconsciously, that stops people from like accessing help that they've been needing help for a long time. And it's something been ongoing, and it's something that they've been fighting and battling literally every single day, 24 hours a day, that's consumed them for God knows how long. Then I think the thought, although they're not aware of it, the thought of it all getting resolved would lead to where, say, their identity has been like that's who they've become. Do you know what I mean? They've become this fighter, they've become this person that is fighting for whatever, like for themselves, for this part of whatever. Do you know what I mean? That for themselves, that's what their identity has made them. When it was all resolved, then what? And I think it's just maybe sometimes the fear of the whole blank canvas and then shit, what next? Like empty nest syndrome, you know, when all of a sudden your kids are growing up and they're just gone. Don't get me wrong, with Ali, she's still coming and going. So I'm like, I'm gradually pulling away the bits of wood with them. I'm not kidding. But it's when she left home and she started doing her own thing, I was like, what the hell's going on here? Like, I'd given my whole, not that I'd begrudge any minute of it, literally the whole, like, 20 years, whatever, well, it's 25, so nearly, but like however many years, solely to her. Jane, I didn't bother, I wasn't interested in the partner, I wasn't interested in anything at all, apart from making sure she had the best life growing up, something that was completely different to my own. And it just became when it was finished, like not when I finished being a parent, because that's forever, but I was like, shit, I was 16 again, and not knowing what the hell I wanted to do in my life, although I'd done the 2 degrees in between, they weren't ones that I really wanted to do. And so I didn't even think I had a future with nothing. I was just always in the present day, but being a mum And then so to become Angela was one of the hardest things I think I've ever had to do. And it's just because my identity had always been a mum.
Oh, I get it. And it's the same with people with, I'm sure you can appreciate this as well. People that have had mental health for a long time, when they've suffered depression for a long time, the fact, that because they're so used to they're set in their ways, they've got a comfort zone, and they're frightened of not being in that zone anymore, and they self-sabotage. It's like I was told by a doctor many years ago that I self-sabotage my relationships. He said because I've been I've been hurt in relationships, and my real parents gave me up, and I was or left me in a room when I was 3 weeks old and went out, and I've fallen out with the parents that brought me up. I've fallen out with, things have happened with kids' mums. Like the relationships that have really meant to mean something have all gone to shit. Okay. And I spoke to a quack at one point, and he said to me, look, like, it's like this self-fulfilling prophecy. It's self-sabotaging. You expect something to happen, so you unwittingly make it happen.
Yeah.
To save, you're doing it yourself to save that person from doing it and hurting you. And I think it's a similar thing when it comes to what we're talking about with regards to mental health. If you're so used to being in a certain way for so long, when it comes to an answer, a fix to your problems, it's scary. You start thinking to yourself, shit, that means I'm gonna have to start going out again. I'm gonna have to start interacting with people again. And what it does is it turns things on its head, and you start self-sabotaging your progress by getting yourself anxious again and worked up again, and you take 2 steps forward, 3 steps back all the time. It's a real fucker, but it's unfortunately, I suppose, what everybody has to go through at some point or another. I suppose it's part of parcel of being human, I suppose.
I think so too. I think, like, say with the relationship thing, you've got like where you want to be close, but then you don't want to be hurt because just don't want, and also it's rejection and whatever. So you'd rather be the one to push them away before they push you away, but you don't know if they were going to push you away, but to save yourself from that hurt anyway, you push them away just in case. And it's then learning that someone, I think, I used to be like it all the time until I had this one amazing psychiatrist, and I'll never be ashamed about having to go and see one, and I'll never be ashamed to say that I still see one, because, like, do you know what, he saved my life, but then he'll say, no, you've done it yourself, and I'm like, yeah, you know what, I have, damn it. Do you know what I mean? And, like, because it was through him not going anywhere. For him, when I was aware that it was due to the fact of I was always pushing people away, so anytime I was offered any help, it would be like, yeah, and I'm like, no, I'm doing that because at some point it'll end, or I might get like dependent on it, or whichever way it was. And so when I told him that, he was like, admittedly, I paid to see him, so that could be a massive part of it. But at the same time, I don't get that. But at the same time, like, he's always said to me, it'll be me to finish the sessions with him rather than the other way around, because he will never ever get rid of me, and he would never push me away. He would never reject me. He would never discharge me. And just that one relationship there with that one doctor that started in 2014 has then built that on the foundation for other relationships and friendships to have happened, and one being with yourself and like a couple of others. And
I don't like you though.
Yeah, you do. Don't tell fibs. Yes, you do. Fibber. Yeah, you do. Don't you?
I do. If I didn't like you, we wouldn't talk as much as we talk.
That is true. Yeah, it is. But I had a bird in my bedroom yesterday morning. I know it's off subject again. I've been there and done that. Said that. I do apologise.
If I didn't have the cat, I'd leave my bedroom window open and hope for a bird to be in my bedroom in the morning. But if with the cat, it's, you know, I'll probably wake up to a dead fucking budgie or something. Not the kind of bird that I'm looking for.
Yeah, but how would? Oh yeah, they'll climb through it. Ignore me. Oh, fucking hell, Angela. Just. Oh, I listened to one of your Snapchat. No, not one of your Snapchats. Fucking hell, one of your WhatsApp voice notes again earlier. The one where you're just laughing at me so much. You just like one voice note was just laughing. I was like, that is hilarious. What say about that?
I can't remember which one that was.
I think it was one of the ones when you sent me them jokes and you were like, you're really far too much into me. I was like, what? But I don't get it. No, there were jokes I didn't get. So yeah.
All right, listen, Angela, I'm going to be rude and I'm going to kick you off because I want Ben keeps saying he wants to phone in. He's given me the last four numbers or the last few numbers to his number. Ben wants to phone in. He's got something to say. So and I need to wrap this. I need to wrap this up shortly as well because I'm getting tired. So so I want to get Ben on and see what he's got to say.
Okay, but, no worries. I don't mind being rude.
Right.
Right, anyway.
All right, I'll speak to you in a bit.
All right, I'll speak to you soon. I'll message you.
No worries.
Right,
bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hi, you all right?
Hello, you all right?
Yeah, not too bad. I need to address this situation really because what Janine's saying is complete lies. I've got all of the screenshots and recording of everything that her and me have said privately. There's no threats to go to her house. She offered me to go to her house, and I said no. That's all I've got to say, really. And I'm going to post it on my channel because I'm sick to death of these people making out that I'm like a stalker or something, you know, and cry and pretend they're crying on, you know, in the chat, which I've recorded everything tonight because I need it because apparently she's called the police on me.
Okay.
And said that I'm making threats to go around the house, which is not true.
Okay. Well, I mean, all I can do, and as I said to her earlier, I said if she feels that if she feels threatened and she feels harassed, then she has to do what she's got to do, and that's what she's got to do. If that's not the case, then hopefully the police do their job properly. But I can only
the issue is though, I have video evidence that she's quite in with the police, and there's a police staff lady that is the one that stood up in court and said I might follow her home and all that sort of stuff. You know, literally what Janine's doing, saying stuff that is not actually true and is never going to fucking happen, and it's used against me in court. And that's why I got the CBO, due to all the lies and hearsay evidence. Right. And then you've got people like Janine now doing it, carrying on with it. And I wonder why that is. Yeah, let's think about that. It's because she's in with the fucking police. And that's what I told her. I said, I blocked her the other day, right? And this is what started tonight. I wasn't even watching your this. I'm watching it now. And someone sent me like a screenshot of the chat, and because you know that weirdo Peter Piper or something, that's what they said. I don't know what it was all about. I've got no idea. And then crafts and other stuff because someone was called Joe Kerr or something, and crafts and other stuff. Janine said, "Oh, because it's got Joe at the front. It's probably Joe Public trying to fucking troll you or something like that," meaning that, if you know what I mean, she didn't actually say that.
I didn't see that.
And I'm
I
like,
didn't see that, so.
I got that email and I'm like doing my own shit, having a good fucking time, chilling out. And I get emails like that from that fucking troublemaker, which she is. And then I've come on and watched the chat, and then I unblocked her on WhatsApp and said, like, what the fuck are you doing? Just because someone's called Joe, they've got Joe Kerr as their name, doesn't mean it's me. Stop making false accusations. And said, leave me alone. And then it carried on a bit. I've got all of this chat. I'm going to post it tomorrow in a video, by the way, because I'm sick to death of false fucking accusations by people. making out that I'm stalking women and shit. It's fucking disgusting because you know what we're blokes are going through at the minute, where it's like, oh, if you stare at a fucking woman, you know, fucking disgusting behaviour by a fucking woman, and she keeps driving by my fucking house on a little mobility scooter all the fucking time, and she's got a restraining order because she basically attacks transgender people. So don't fucking say that I'm a stalker when you've got a restraining order. That's all I've got to say on that one. It's fucking absolutely disgusting what she said, and I'll put all the proof up because on your live I've recorded that, and she said that I threatened to come around her house. I've got the text message where she's telling me to come round her house, and I said no. Well, so there you go.
Bear in mind, I don't know.
Bear in mind what?
No,
fucking lie?
Hang on, calm down. Don't have a go at me. I'm not having a go at you.
Well, would you like it?
Hang on, Ben. What I'm saying is, bear in mind, I don't know the ins and outs of everything that's going on. All I know is what
I'll send you all the screenshots and the video in an email.
Just hang on. Just calm down. Have a go at me, Ben. I'm not having a go at you.
I don't know why people, and I keep getting blocked in your chat. I don't say fuck all wrong, right? I don't swear or anything like that. And if I did, YouTube blocks that anyway. But it's just weird. Why I'm getting picked on, and it's always that, oh, I'm calling the police and everything. I mean, if she has called the police on me, she's in the shit because it'll be wasting police time and false report to the police because I've got all the video, everything.
Okay, but then there's nothing. If that's the case, as you know, the reason why do we record
if she's doing that because she makes out right that you know, she hates the police and everything like that. Like I said, I've got recordings of her where she's allowed to record in the police station where enlightened audits, I don't know if you heard of him and me, literally get thrown out of the police station for recording, but she's allowed in there to record. Very weird, isn't it? Yeah. And she reports stupid shit to the police, and this is what she's doing right now. I reckon she has actually called the police because she's an attention-seeking troublemaker, and this is why I told her to leave me alone and blocked her. And then I was sitting, well, I wasn't, someone sent me that bloody thing, and I'm like, Jesus, she's bringing me up again and getting, and how many other lives, and this is what I said to her as well, how many other lives is she doing this on? Like, bringing me up. It's like,
I don't know. Okay, as I was trying to say, I only know what I'm told. Other than that, I don't know. I don't get involved in what goes on.
I'll send you the screenshots and everything so you can see that she lied.
Well, if you're
she literally lied on your live stream, mate.
If you're putting a video up tomorrow, okay, then we can.
I'll put it up in about 2 seconds.
Well, we can go and check the video out after this, and there's no issues. All I'm saying is,
there is issues because she's making false reports to the police.
No, I mean with you and I is what I'm saying.
And then
okay, I've got.
I'm not having to go at you.
But you're getting angry with me, and I've got nothing to do with it.
Right? Okay. If I was a woman, Dan, and I called the police on you, and said that you'd been stalking me, would you not be irritated and very, very fucking angry?
Well, I would be, yeah, but I wouldn't be irritated at somebody that's not anything to do with it. I'd be irritated at the person that's done it.
Yeah, I'm not irritated at you. I'm just a little bit like, I sound angry, but it's.
Well, so I'm
saying about because I've sat here and had to watch this. I'm getting blocked in your chat from Holly because she doesn't like freedom of speech. I've not been rude. I've not been horrible. I've just spoke the truth, and I've done this quite a few times. I've called people out quite a few times, and I'll get blocked for it. And Holly, I might have your email address, and I'll send you all the screenshots of the chat when you said I'm a stalker and stuff like that. So even Holly's making false accusations. Stalking, never fucking stalked her in my fucking life. Never met the woman. It's fucking disgusting. And then you do these videos where going on about the you know, men being targeted and stuff. And then this is literally what's happening to me, and they're doing it as well. There's quite some other stuff. Janine and Holly is doing it as well.
Okay, and what you've said is this. You know, think of it this way: why do we always tell people to record? We always tell people to record stuff so that we've got proof.
Yeah, which I do. Yeah.
Okay,
but
so
apparently it's illegal for me, and guess why? Because I record the truth, and they don't like it.
But if
and I'm gonna well, look, hold on, Lost Souls Paranormal. You're blocked on everything of mine because you stalked me for months. Really? What, sending an email saying, "Are you okay?" and stuff like that. You know, being nice and stuff. Yeah.
Right. My point is, you've recorded stuff. You said you've got recordings of stuff, okay, which you're going to upload to.
If anyone's a fucking stalker, Lost Souls Paranormal, Holly, she turned up in my town for some random reason.
Okay,
I never turned up outside her fucking house, did I? No,
let's not.
I didn't invite her to my town.
Let's not turn this into something where we're going to start everybody's having a go at each other, because that's not what it's about. Okay, you phoned up. Hang on. You phoned up to rebut what Janine's been saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but let's
bullshit, right?
So let's focus on that. Okay. I don't know. I can't say that you're telling the truth. I can't say that she's telling the truth, because
I'll tell you in a minute.
Just calm down a minute, because I don't know. I'm just a third person that's been told about what's happening. Okay. Janine says, hang on, just wait a minute. Just calm down a minute. Janine says she's got evidence. You say you've got evidence. Okay.
Evidence of what?
Whatever's been going on. Okay. Now, if Janine's phoned the police and Janine says she's got evidence, and you've got evidence, and the police come to you and you say to the police, "Look, there's my evidence," and the police look at that evidence, as much as I don't trust the police very much, okay, if your evidence is more compelling than Janine's evidence, then you've got nothing to worry about in that respect, and then they can deal with that afterwards. Do you know what I mean? If you're sure about the evidence that you've got, okay, if that would stand up in a court, for example, then the police can't really turn around and say, "No, it's fucking."
Guess what, though? Like you said, because I couldn't get through to you. You said, "Oh, Ben, I know the police don't like you," all that sort of thing. So you actually agreed with Janine, because you said, "I know the police don't like you, Ben, so you shouldn't be doing things like that." So you actually took her false allegations.
No, I said you need to be careful. No. I didn't say he was doing it.
I've not. She asked me to come to her house. I'll send you that screenshot. And then she deleted one saying about, because I said, what was it? Oh, haven't you got a restraining order against somebody else? And she said, "Oh, that's up at midnight. So, oh dear." Like, that's a bit threatening, isn't it, really? Like, she's either going to go and start harassing this person again, or, you know, that was a bit of a weird thing to say. And then she deleted it. Luckily, I've got a screenshot of that. So I'll go and show that to the police, because then they'll reinstate her restraining order. Because for me, that looks like she's saying she's going to go and start harassing that person.
And
this person is absolutely a troublemaker. She's in with the police, and she is a criminal. So get your head around it, and I'll send you the email anyway in a bit.
Send me the link to the video when you put it up, and I'll have a look at the video as well. Now, but again, I've not seen what Janine's got, and to be honest, I've got. Let me be completely
deleted it on her end, but luckily I've got screenshots.
Let me be entirely honest. Okay, I am a third person who is not involved in this at all. I've just been told about stuff. Okay,
but this is my platform at the moment, isn't it? Because I wasn't watching this, and then I get that email going, "Look, someone's talking like lies about you and stuff, so saying you are someone else." And what the fuck? So I look at it, and then I started watching you. I mean, maybe that's is she like your advertiser or something? I don't fucking know.
You've been watching me. Careful.
Then I started watching, and then they just I'm watching all the bullshit, and then she calls in and says, "I've threatened to go to her house, which is completely untrue. She said, come to her house and sort it out, or am I a coward or something like that? And I said, no, I'm not going to come to your house.
Well,
So,
again,
absolute lie. So you've got someone there that is a complete compulsive liar.
Okay.
And
again, I've got no
what
evidence
worries me
either way.
How many other live streams does she go on and do this?
Okay.
I even said that. I'll send you all the chat. You can look at it, and then maybe you might stop blocking me when I start calling people out for what they fucking really are.
Right.
Because I'm always fucking right.
Listen, the way I see it, right, if somebody's got an issue with somebody, they need to deal with it with that person, not come into a live stream and start attacking people in the comments, whether it's you or other people.
No,
okay?
Listen. I wasn't watching the live stream. I got an email with a screenshot of what she said. Then I unblocked her on WhatsApp and said, can you stop saying stuff about me, because that's not me that you're on about, like in the chat. Is that to do with that Pied Piper, or who the fuck it was?
Right.
Peter Piper. I don't know who the fuck that is. They couldn't spell. And yeah, nothing to do with me, but she was like, oh, that might be Joe Public. Like, why is she starting on me? That's stalky shit going on there to try and get people to dislike me, because they'll just believe anything in chat.
To be honest, I've had people come into the chat that I've assumed were crinkle. Whether it was or not, I don't know. But I've said, oh, that sounds like crinkle, or it looks like crinkle. So, I mean, that kind of thing happens all the time, where somebody comes in with a different account and they go, oh, that looks like so-and-so's writing, or that sounds like their so-and-so is talking. That kind of stuff happens all the time from everybody. All right. I've done it before. All right. And so I reckon everybody in the comments has done it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It wasn't me. But I've seen it on loads of chats, right, where it used to be on that, I can't remember his fucking name. Rob, his name is Rob, he's like Rob Audit, I don't know, it's like Northern Audits or Media.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
You used to get so many people on there, and they didn't even have Joe in their name, but they used to think it was me. And I didn't even watch the bloke. And I wasn't even watching earlier, but Janine, I don't think people understand how bad what she said is, if you know what I mean. Like, I haven't said I'm going to go to her address. That's like, she's making up false reports. And if she's called the police and said that, that's very, very fucking dangerous, because I can prove otherwise, like you said. But because, like you said, yet again, police do not like me. And that's not me in the chat, by the way.
Yeah, no, yeah, I get the police. The police have got an issue with you. Right? I know they have. I've seen your videos, so I know they've got an issue with you. The problem is, well, not the problem, but the thing is, if you have, as I say, if you've got what you're saying, you've got the proof, then you really haven't got that much to worry about, because the police, even if they don't like you, okay, if you've
they'll take my phone and they steal everything out of my house. The last time, they've not written down that they stole 200 fucking quid and about £400 worth of tools. You know, so.
Right. Okay. Well, I don't know all about this. I don't watch.
Yeah, but that's the
all
thing.
The videos.
Nobody actually does know really, like, what the fuck is going on with me at the moment. How bad the police are, like, towards me, and then I get like this shit. I don't need it. I don't need petty little fucking bastards making up shit about me when I've not done anything. I'm just sitting here chilling with my fucking girlfriend. And yes, what's her name? Lost Soul, Holly. You can see her picture in that. That is her. So stop making out it's my account. There are actually other people. I do actually have friends that will stick up for me, but you just keep blocking them, don't you? Because you don't like freedom of speech and you don't like the fucking truth.
If it comes to some, you know, whether it's you or anybody else, if it comes to somebody, listen to me a minute.
He's stalking me.
Okay, just listen to me.
That's it. I'm gonna have to get off in a minute, and I'm gonna have to call the police, because this is out of order, big time. I've done nothing to this person. And I told her to leave me alone constantly. So this is fucking weird.
Right, like I said to Janine, the only thing you can do, okay, if you feel that she's stalking you, if you feel that it's harassing you, then that's what the police are for. Again, as much as I dislike them, they are there for a reason. And harassment, okay, is nobody should feel harassed. That's part of the common law side of things. Shouldn't feel harassed. And if you're feeling harassed, then you need to do what you need to do.
Oh, yeah.
If you need to phone the police, then you need to phone the police. And
Yeah,
it's exactly what I said
false
to.
allegations. I'm recording all of this, like the chat and everything.
Okay.
Because she's saying I'm stalking her. How am I stalking her?
I don't know.
All I said was don't say stuff about me when you don't know it's me. It's not me.
I don't know. Again, I don't know the ins and outs of everything. I only know what Janine's
out of
told
all
me,
the people,
and I only
like
know
in
who
your
told me.
chat, out of all the people in your chat, why did she pick on me? It's because I blocked her and said I think you're a troublemaker, and I don't want to talk to you anymore. That's literally what I said, and I can show you all of these messages because I don't delete messages. So it's a bit weird, isn't it? But you all side on her, like you're all like, oh yeah, Joe Public, he's like harasses women. Absolutely fucking disgusting.
Is that what I
and
said?
By the way,
is that what I said?
Well, kind of. It comes across like that.
Okay, but is that what I said?
Because
did I say
Holly there
Janine,
saying it as well.
Okay,
you've got Holly there saying it.
And
I don't fucking stalked her.
Okay, and Holly and Janine and you are free to say what you want to say. It only becomes an issue.
And I was trying to do it privately, but between me and Janine. But then she then went in your chat and was saying, oh, blah, 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 all the crap. And she's saying it now as well, like I'm stalking her. And then she called in and then fucking started making accusations as well, saying completely absolute lies.
Okay, it only becomes an issue in the chat when somebody targets somebody else constantly.
Well, that is targeting me, isn't it?
But what I'm saying is, right?
Why is it different for women? And like, why are you siding on her?
I'm not siding on her. Listen to me, Ben. Stop talking over me. Listen to me. Okay, just listen for a minute. All right, it's to say somebody's doing something to you. Okay, once or twice is not targeting. Okay, when it's a continued, when somebody comes on and they have a go at somebody, okay, and then, for example, they get booted for whatever reason. I don't see everybody that gets booted. I don't see every message. Okay, so I can't monitor everything, which is why I've got mods. So if somebody gets booted and then they come back in with a different account straight away and start doing the same thing again, then that is targeted. Okay, if somebody gets booted, if I get booted from a chat for something, and I have been a few times, okay, I'll get booted from a chat. I'll think to myself, okay, fuck it, and I'll move on somewhere else and I'll ignore it, or I'll come back in and I just won't talk to that person anymore. But what seems to happen with a lot of people is they can't just go, oh, do you know what, fuck you, and ignore them, and people just seem to feel the need to keep going at each other.
Janine has just put another one, saying he started me for nothing. I don't stalk or harass anybody, which is complete bollocks. So I'll read out, because I didn't do it in the chat. I'll just read out what I said to her. I just unblocked her on WhatsApp and said, let me find it. Yeah, it's going to be a while. Because look, I don't delete any messages, not unlike her. No, sorry, not that one. Hold on one sec. Oh, here we are. I'll just put, stop trying to drag me into stupid arguments on Pat's Live. I've just been told you have. That's all I said. And then she started being like really weird. That's all I asked her to do, because I'm not Joe Kerr or whatever.
Okay. I got somebody used my PAP logo and changed their name to Police Abusing Powers on one of Bryony's live streams a few weeks ago, pretending to be me. You know, at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I've just seen someone in your chat with my logo and saying Joe Public UK.
Yeah.
And they just put LOL. It's not me. I'm not in your chat.
Yeah, well, I don't. You know, people.
But the thing is, that's all I said to her. I'm not that person. Don't suggest, because it sounded like there's that weird thing that was going on, you know, like that bloke going, you asked to get paid for watching a video, all that shit, and then it said Joe Kerr, and then Janine came in and said, bang, I think that's Joe Public UK. Nothing to do with me. I'm not involved in all this bullshit crap. This is what I can't get through to people. And I'll get roped into it constantly. And now I am. Again. Because now I'm going to have the police fucking turn up. Because she's just said again, she's called the police. Yeah, again. So, unfucking believable.
Have
you got people like fucking Holly that find this shit funny? And the others. You find this funny? Get your door kicked in maybe at like 4 a.m, all of your stuff stolen due to a false report to the fucking police, which is what she said she has done. And I've got absolute proof. But guess what? Even if I show my phone to them, they'll seize it. And then what they'll do is go, yeah, we'll keep that for like 2 years now. Because that's what they do. Because they hate me, like you said. And that's disgusting what she's doing. She's making a false report to the police. I wish I could just put it up on here.
All I can suggest in that situation is, and again, you know.
And look, I find the bullshit falling out of your mouth is funny. Lost souls. I know you don't like me because you're bitter. You're bitter because I just decided I didn't really want anything to do with you in the end. So don't keep your personal feelings out of it and look at the truth. Dirty bastard.
Right. I'm calling it there. I'm calling it there, and I'm calling it a night.
Well, what I'll do is I'll send you an email. And do you know what? I'm going to put a video out. I hate doing this because I hate being dragged into this petty shit. But if she's saying she's called the police on this, I will literally put out the thing where she's put it like saying, you know, that I threatened to come around her house and do whatever. I've got that recorded, and then I'll put what she said in the video, and then I'll link your channel in it, so you hopefully get a notification, and then you'll see what a lying, absolute cunt she really is. Absolutely disgusting. Sick to death of people like that. And this is why I didn't want to talk to her ages ago. And then I'm sitting there, I haven't spoke to her, and then I'm getting an email saying that she said that about me, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's nothing to do with me. And so, yeah,
right.
And yeah, people might think this is like pathetic, but it's really not, is it? Because she's saying she's called the fucking police on me. So,
well, as I said to you before, okay, all I know is what Janine's told me and what you've told me, and that's it. I don't, you know, I haven't got the time or the mental capacity to sit here and try and investigate what's going on.
No,
okay?
I just wanted to say my piece of it, because this is just disgusting, and fuck knows. I don't know if you believe me at the moment or not, but
listen, again, all I know is what I've been told by both of you.
Look at that,
and
see,
that's
Janine has just said they won't be taking her phone to Lucifer, and do you know why? because she works for the police. This is what I've been saying. She's like a little criminal that does weird shit, stalks people like transgender people and gives them shit. Like basically, I think she's a bit racist as well. But because she's such a pathetic human being, the police know how to control her. So what they do is use her, but she doesn't actually know she's being used. She doesn't get paid for it.
Right. Well, you need to be careful what accusations you make about people, and I'm not saying that because I disbelieve you or believe you. I'm saying it because I don't want you to say anything that's going to get you into shit.
Why don't you say to Janine then about accusations that I'm stalking her? It's in your chat.
Because you've just said that she's racist and transphobic, and those okay, what I'm saying,
let's go through my messages.
Okay, let me talk. Okay, right, calling somebody racist.
Let's go to the transgender part of the messages that she sent earlier. The one that she's got, she's not allowed to be near. Yeah, because she's got a restraining order. Can't think why. I can actually now. I actually thought Janine was a nice person, but obviously not.
Okay.
Right, let's get to. I'm looking for it, and I'll read it out. It's all going to go. I'm going to do a video because I'm sick to death of people making false accusations when they're actually criminals themselves.
Well, let's wait for the video because I've got to be honest. I'm fucked. Okay, I'm absolutely fucking wiped out now. So rather than you waste your time going through it to try and read it here just to put it in a video later, put it in a video, and then we'll see it in the video.
I like I mean, my channel's not all about police, is it really? Any sort of weirdo corruption, anything like that, I'll put out. So yeah, I'm actually quite near to where she says it. Actually, oh, here you go. I'm not even doing anything wrong, and that woman, if you, and this is in brackets, if you can call her that, is a piece of crap. And I haven't spoken to her in almost 3 years, which is a lie, because I've got other messages that prove that she has. She lies about me to that PC Martin. No wonder that PC Martin is round that woman, transgender person's house, because you keep harassing them. She's like, I always said this, like Jeremy Kyle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Since that got shut down, people like Janine haven't got Jeremy Kyle to watch anymore or go and visit him. So what they do is come on to like channels like ours and try and cause trouble because that's what they do, because they're sick in the fucking head.
All right. Well, this is, to be honest, this is getting a little bit silly now. We've got, bringing up Jeremy Kyle and things like that. Do you know what I mean? That's not the issue, is it?
It's basically Jeremy Kyle shit, but on YouTube, isn't it? When we're supposed to be fighting for our rights and stuff like that, but no, you get idiots that take over channels like her and start going, oh, like all the shit that she said tonight. False reports to the police. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. Anyway, fuck this. I'm out.
Right. Okay. Well, see you later then. Right. I'm sorry, folks. Exhaustion has just fucking smacked me in the face. Fucking hell. My eyes gone red. Well, that was an interesting evening. First live back after a couple of weeks. Oh fucking hell! As I've said, I don't. You know, all I can go on is what people have told me. I haven't got the evidence in front of me from everybody to go through, and that's not my job. It's not what I'm here for. I don't want people arguing. I don't want people falling out. And why people? When I say people, I'm not talking about Ben. I'm not talking about Janine. I'm talking about people generally. Why people can't just say to themselves, oh, fuck it, that person's a dickhead, block, and have done with it. You know, people talk about me on other channels. I don't go in there and start, you know, having a argument with people. So at the end of the day, yeah, fucking hell, this is my final thought. It's Pap's final thought. At the end of the day, Janine, you say that you've got proof. Joe, you say you've got proof. There's only one way. If you've both got proof, there's only one way to deal with it, isn't there? And that is to get somebody who gets paid to look into proof and investigate things. And as much as I dislike the police and believe that they don't look at things impartially anymore, we still have to, in some cases, rely on them and hope that they do their job properly. And that's all I can say in this situation. It's not down to me. It's not down to anybody else in the chat to make a decision on whether Ben's guilty of what Janine said or Janine's guilty of what Ben said. That's not what we're here for. So, for that reason, I'm going to call it a night. Remember, people, we've got far bigger issues to be worrying about than falling out with each other. If we don't like each other, let's just not talk to each other. Let's just not interact with each other. You know, and this is why we've got free choice. Okay, because we can choose who to interact with. We can choose who not to interact with. You know, we can choose who we like and who we dislike. And we can choose what actions we take in regards to that, because we have free choice at the moment. The problem is when people get caught up in arguing with each other, and you forget about the bigger picture. You forget about the fact that you know, it's us against them, people. It's not us against each other, which is what the government and what the police and everybody else wants to happen. They want us fighting against each other and arguing against each other and keeping our minds occupied whilst they fuck us over. So we really have to make those decisions. Do we get involved in because somebody's called me a name or whatever it might be? Do we let that take over our life, and do we get locked up in it and waste days or weeks or months of our life arguing with somebody when we can just ignore them? We can just say, okay, fuck it. You know, the people I block on this channel, which is few and far between, and when I say block, I mean block completely. I don't give them a second thought. I block them and that's it. I don't give two fucks if they go onto another channel and start calling me names. I could not give a shit. If I did, I'd spend all of my time worrying about what other people think rather than worrying about what I'm doing. And I've got no control over what people think. So rather than worrying about what people think, I worry about what I've got control over. And that is how I react. yeah, I sometimes react badly. Look at the Hampshire police video that I did. You know, I reacted badly to that, and you know, that was a video full of swearing when I could have been much more, you know, it should have been much more professional with that particular video. But it got on my tits, and I lost my rag, and it happens. But I got it out of my system, and that's it, over and done with. Don't need to worry about it anymore. You know, we've got enough to worry about. We've had 2 years of nearly 3 years of shit, okay, from people trying to stitch us up and screw us over without, you know, without arguing and fighting with each other. If you don't like somebody, if you don't like something somebody said, ignore it, move on. Don't waste your time. No, we're all getting older. You know, we're not going to be around for long. Well, I probably won't be anyway. And there really isn't enough time in life to have to worry about what people think about us, you know. So fuck it. On that note, I am getting the fuck out of here. It's 2 o'clock. I've been on for nearly 6 hours now. I want to thank everybody that has I want to thank everybody that stuck around. I know it's been a bit of a mad live stream tonight. You know, I'm not going to apologise for it, because we open the lines for people to come and talk, no matter what they want to talk about. And we try and do what we can. We try and have a conversation. If we can't, we try and help them. If we can't, then we can't. We try and have some fun, usually, in doing it. But I want to thank everybody that's stuck around. I want to thank the people that have supported the channel this evening as well, with the super chats. Much appreciated to you all. I can't express my gratitude enough to people that support the channel in that way, because it really, really does help to keep things going. But everybody else, if you know, for people that aren't in a position to help in that way, just by watching, by sharing, by liking, by commenting, you do your bit, and I appreciate every single one of you for that as well. So thank you all. Knowing how I feel right now, you might find the videos a bit late tomorrow. It depends what time I wake up, but it has hit me. It has hit me hard. But I will see you all tomorrow in the comments of tomorrow's videos. So until then, good evening all. I can't even remember my fucking outro. I'm that tired. Oh yeah. So look after yourselves. No, that's wrong. Oh my God, why can't I remember it? I can't believe I've got to look it up. Oh, that's right. Stay safe. Look after yourselves. Film the police and other officials.